Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started. Alvin introduced his gift to Harry.
Bar.
Alvin called out, and Bale's figure appeared beside him. You take Harry to Devon and pack a guest room for him, by the way. Yes, master. Bar responded, then looked at Harry. Mr. Potter, please hold my hand. I will take you to the master's manor. Oh well. Harry was a little dazed by the birthday present from Alvin, and subconsciously obeyed the elf's arrangement. One person and one elf just disappeared in place. Okay, Fury, it's time for us to get down to business. Watching Harry leave, Alvin also withdrew his gaze and said softly to Fury. The reason why he let Sirius leave so easily just now was because Harry was beside him and couldn't do it directly. However, he has already cast tracking magic in secret, and he can easily find the placement of Sirius. Soon, Alvin found Sirius on an abandoned lawn. Seeing the sudden appearance of Alvin and Fury, Black, who was still in the form of a black dog, tensed up, slightly arched, and looked ready to attack at any time. Alvin looked at the nervous appearance of the black dog and shook his head. Sirius Black, I'm not here to catch you and Azkaban. You don't have to be so nervous. But Sirius was unmoved and kept his distance from Alvin. He couldn't understand why this little wizard recognized his identity at a glance. Sirius looked vigilantly at Fourway, who was flying in the air, and he was a little worried. It was really difficult for him to deal with a phoenix without a magic wand. I'm here to discuss a business with you, about a mouse. Oh yes, his name is Peter Pettigrew. Hearing Peter Pettigrew's name, Sirius's pupils shrank, and then he kept the posture of a black dog and walked slowly towards Alvin, as if he wanted to hear what Alvin wanted to say next. But when he was about to reach Alvin's feet, he jumped suddenly and rushed towards Alvin. Dizzy. 35. A dazzling red light hit Blake, and Blake only felt the darkness in front of him, and he fainted. It's really a headache. Gryffindor lions are just difficult to communicate with. Alvin was a little helpless. Obviously, he had expressed his intentions. Sirius still insisted on fighting with him, and Alvin could only let this guy calm down first. Looking at Blake, who was still in the form of a black dog and did not change back to his original form, Alvin touched his body with his feet in disgust, and then operated back to his home. Sirius slowly opened his eyes. The bright light made him a little uncomfortable. He sat up abruptly and looked at his surroundings. Exquisite floor-to-ceiling windows, a mahogany wardrobe, and a luxurious bed he is lying on. Now Sirius's brain can't turn around. Why did he appear here? Yesterday he clearly... Come out when you wake up. 35 foot. The sound from outside the door interrupted Sirius' thinking, but he also remembered what happened last night, and he was thrown to the ground by a little wizard. At this time, Alvin was enjoying afternoon tea when he saw Blake walking in, beckoning him to sit down. You probably haven't eaten much since you escaped from Azkaban. You fill your stomach first, and then we'll talk about other things. Blake didn't hesitate. He had been in a coma for so long, and the other party had already done what he wanted to do to him, so there was no need to poison him. He picked up the cakes on the table without any image and ate them. Alvin sat on the side, picked up today's Daily Prophet, and browsed it. It was the news of Sirius Black. The Ministry of Magic had issued a reward. As long as Sirius was caught, he would receive a bonus of 10,000 galleons. After eating all the pastries on the table and drinking another pot of black tea, Sirius stopped moving with satisfaction. It has been 3 days since Azkaban escaped from prison. In order to avoid the pursuit of wizards, he can only maintain the form of AF**CK Gus. When he is hungry, he competes with some wild dogs on the road for trash cans. Leftovers. Coupled with the more than 10 years of Azkaban's life, he has not eaten such normal food for a long time. Glancing at Alvin, just to mention the news about himself, Sirius sneered. Boy, I remember you said yesterday that you weren't here to arrest me, so today you can't wait to find out how much gold galleon I'm worth? 35. Although Sirius was subdued with one move yesterday, he also thought it was because of his carelessness. He didn't expect this Harry's classmate to have the ability to cast spells without a stick. But today is different. He just ate a lot of food and slept well, and now he is full of energy. Sirius couldn't believe that with his experience fighting the Death Eaters, he couldn't beat a student. Alvin ignored Sirius' cynicism, but pointed to a piece of tofu below Sirius's reward and said with a serious face, "I didn't actually read your reward order, but the news below." Sirius looked in the direction of Alvin's finger, and his head was suddenly covered with black lines. Shocked, a 25-year-old wizard cheated and was smashed by his wife with a blasting spell. Sirius. Boy, if you want to humiliate me, then we don't need to talk about it. The angry Sirius wanted to have a real fight with Alvin directly. If he hadn't wanted to hear some news from Alvin about Peter Pettigrew, he would have done it already. Alvin shook his head. He was really obsessed with the bizarre news on these tofu cubes in the Daily Prophet recently. What kind of wizard was so hungry that he secretly boiled the neighbor's fat round-faced chicken, and 2 wizards were injured by their own spells in a duel? Sure enough, the world is big and full of wonders, and Alvin is also an eye-opener. These days, Alvin is addicted to reading newspapers and can't help himself. He even ordered a copy of Luna's The Quibbler, which can be regarded as supporting the career of the Little Witch's family. Fuchsia. Alvin chanted the incantation lightly, and Sirius was completely defenseless. He flew out upside down and hung his head on the door. Okay, now let's talk. Alvin put down the newspaper in his hand slowly and smiled gently at Sirius. Sirius, who was hanging on the gate, was a little stunned. The boy in front of him would do whatever he wanted, using James' spell. Boy, you don't talk about martial arts. If you have the ability, let me down and fight once. Listening to Sirius's irritable cry, Alvin didn't answer. To deal with such an easy-to-get lion, Alvin felt that a good environment was necessary, and it was good like this. I can help you catch Scabbers, Peter Pettigrew, and you don't want to keep James murderer free, do you? Alvin's words directly hit Sirius' heart. Sirius was silent, but his heart was not at all calm. Why has he escaped from prison after living like the Walking Dead in Azkaban for so many years? It wasn't because he saw the mouse in the newspaper. Originally, Sirius was caught in Azkaban without any resistance because he thought Peter Pettigrew died under the explosion, and he wanted to spend the rest of his life in Azkaban to atone for his fault. Unexpectedly, Peter Pettigrew did not die and actually became the pet of Harry's classmates. In order to avenge his best friend and for Harry's safety, it was Sirius who rekindled his fighting spirit and escaped from Aziz. Caban. Although he was very excited, Sirius 117 still tried to keep calm. Why do you want to help me? Simply, it's a deal. Alvin stood up, walked slowly to the bottom of Sirius, looked into his eyes, and said slowly, I'll help you catch Peter Pettigrew, and you're sending me to the Black family's library, and you're giving me something. The deal is done. What? A gadget. Your house elf knows where he is. Creature Sirius was a little puzzled. Why did this little wizard know so much information, not only about his grievances with Peter Pettigrew, but also what his house elf was hiding? Why should I trust you? Sirius looked at Alvin suspiciously. He didn't believe Alvin's ability. You don't have a choice, don't you? His eyes narrowed slightly. Alvin stared at Sirius, his deep eyes like a vortex. If you don't agree to me, just go back to Azkaban. Then Peter Pettigrew can not only continue live freely and bully your godson from time to time. I promise you. The picture described by Alvin appeared in his mind, and Sirius gnashed his teeth and said, I promise you, can you put me down now? A few minutes later, the two sat at the dining table again, and Sirius said impatiently, When are we going to find Peter Pettigrew? Alvin is a little speechless. Is this person brainless? The whole family is traveling in Egypt. How can you find it? What's the hurry? What can you do to catch him now? Kill him directly with the killing curse, and then you continue to live in hiding in the magic world? Then what should I do? I can't wait for a moment. Ever since I knew that the scum who killed James is alive and well, my heart has been being eaten by a dog. Sirius roared, and his eyes were full of tears. Reddish. Shut up, Alvin scolded. You always talk about James. Don't you think about Harry? You saw it yesterday. What's he doing now? Do you want to let it go? He's been relying on others? Enduring the humiliation of those muggles? This is also what Alvin dislikes most about Sirius. You are Harry's godfather. What have you done for Harry? When Harry needed help the most, he went to take revenge. After escaping from Azkaban, it is James full of brains. Peter Pettigrew. Is the savior just so clueless? Yeah, Harry. Sirius was scolded by Alvin. Calm down a little, and heard AI. Bah. Erwin mentioned Harry again, and suddenly, like a tide, guilt hit his heart, made him feel guilty. You're right. I'm thinking of Harry, so you can tell me what to do. Seeing Sirius calm down, Alvin calmed down his anger and said, Peter Pettigrew won't leave Ron's side for the time being. We'll find a way to clear your name and let him be arrested. Bring it to justice. That way you can act in the wizarding world with integrity and make up for Harry. Hearing Alvin's thoughts, Sirius nodded. Indeed, for Peter Pettigrew, Hogwarts is the safest place in the world. Before hearing the news of his arrest, Peter Pettigrew would not will run around. Then, do you have any specific plans? What do you need me to do? Looking forward to Alvin, Sirius no longer regarded Alvin as a child, but regarded him as his backbone. Alvin rubbed his forehead, a little worried. He actually had no good way. As for directly grabbing Peter Pettigrew and throwing it in front of Fudge, it was completely useless. After all, in people's hearts, Peter Pettigrew is still the hero who won the Merlin First Class, and Fudge won't admit it. Although this injustice occurred during the tenure of the previous Minister of Magic, it was a scandal at the Ministry of Magic anyway. I don't have a good solution for the time being, but don't worry. As long as Peter Pettigrew doesn't run, everything still has a chance. Seeing that Sirius was somewhat dissatisfied, Alvin added another sentence. If you do anything reckless, then I'll hide Peter Pettigrew so that you can never find him for the rest of your life, and tell Harry that you're the one who killed his parents. 35. After hearing Alvin's inappropriate speech, Sirius was in a bad mood. Are the current Hogwarts students so vicious? How did he come up with such a sinister solution? In fact, this is also Alvin's helpless move. If Sirius is caught by the Ministry of Magic again, Alvin also has the chance of being exposed. What he has to do is to eliminate all risks. Don't worry, I will follow your command. The dejected Sirius replied feebly. He now knows that this little wizard is a devil and must not provoke him. Alvin nodded with satisfaction, and this is what went on. Remember what you said, since you have agreed. Then we will go to Black's ancestral house tomorrow, and I will collect the payment first. Early the next morning, Alvin called Sirius up. I don't know why you are so anxious. With a piece of bread in his mouth, Sirius Black complained vaguely. Alvin paid no attention to Sirius's complaints. His time is very tight now. He needs to deal with Sirius's affairs immediately and then rush to France. Nicole sent him a letter stating that in the next week there will be a meeting of alchemists from all over the world in France. Alvin is very interested, so he has to deal with everything in England as soon as possible. With Sirius, who had finally finished breakfast, the two apparat to Grimmauld Place. Sirius took Alvin to the middle of number 11 and number 14, Grimmauld Place, and introduced him. My home is at number 12, Grimmauld Place. This house originally belonged to a Muggle family, but my ancestors seeing it, the Muggles, please go away. 35. When talking about the invitation, Sirius sneered, expressing his disdain for it, and then he made a strange gesture, and Alvin saw a house that suddenly appeared between the 11th and the 14th. Walking into the house, a smell of dust and rotting wood came up, and the candles on the walls flickered on and off. Creature, are you dead? If not, get out of here. 39. Sirius shouted at the air with a very bad tone. Oh, the shame of being kicked out of the house by the mistress, my little master. I didn't expect you to escape from Azkaban. In the shadows, a thin voice came over, and Creature's figure appeared there, walking towards Alvin and Sirius Black. Let me see. The scum master also brought a friend, one. This respected young master, hello. I didn't expect my master to have such a pure-blooded friend as you. Shut up. You old thing. Blake interrupted Creature's thoughts, and then looked at Alvin in surprise. I didn't expect you to be a pureblood. Speaking of which, I still don't know what your name is. This is what Sirius remembered. For 2 days, he didn't even know Alvin's name. Alvin said softly, Alvin Gaunt, a student of Ravenclaw. Huh? Gaunt, or a student of Ravenclaw? I haven't heard any news from the Gaunt family when I was in school. I didn't expect that they still have clansmen living in England, and they even joined Ravenclaw. Black sighed with emotion and no longer entangled. He himself was an outlier. All the members of the Black family were from Slytherin, but he became Gryffindor and was regarded as a disgrace to the whole family. Whatever you want to find, let Creature take you to find it. Alvin nodded and looked at Creature. Creature, where did you put the box that Regulus gave you? Give him to me. Hearing Alvin's words, Creature's eyes became terrified, and Blake's eyes also changed. What box? What do you know? Alvin stopped Black's inquiry and continued to say to Creature, Regulus asked you to destroy that box. Didn't you fail? Give it to me, and I can help you fulfill Regulus' last wish. 5. Creature finally couldn't hold it any longer. Tears flowed down big, and his figure disappeared in place, but he soon reappeared with a locket. He looked at Alvin expectantly and said, sobbing, Dear guest, you must not lie to Creature, do you? Alvin assured him solemnly, then took the locket in his hand. Blake listened to their indistinct chatter, and his heart was filled with anger. He couldn't provoke Alvin, and he couldn't provoke his own house elf. He yelled at Creature, You vile house elf! Tell me everything you know about Regulus. Blake's order made Creature unable to refuse, and he could only choked and said everything. Back then, young Master Sirius escaped, but it doesn't matter. He made the Master heartbroken. Master Regulus is different from Sirius. He knows what his bloodline and noble surname means. For Flower Zero, say the point. I order you to say the point. Creature. Sirius was about to be mad at his house elf, and he had to hurt him a few words at this time. Creature was a little scared after being yelled at, and he finally came to the key point. Master Regulus joined the Dark Lord's command. He was very happy and proud, until a year later, he found Creature. Master said the Dark Lord needs a house elf. Hearing this, Sirius noticed the key. What did the Dark Lord make you do? 35. Creature said to himself. At that time, Master Regulus contributed Creature. He said, It was an honor. Having said this, Creature was already weeping, but he still insisted on finishing the final situation. Master Regulus, he asked me to take him to the Black Lake. He drank the potion in the stone basin again, then took out a similar pendant box and put it in, and refilled the potion. Wait, is the locket you're talking about the one you brought over just now? Sirius asked eagerly. The item that can make the Dark Lord care so much is definitely not easy. After speaking, Creature was already lying on the ground, whimpering in pain. Speaking of this, his voice was full of fear. The Dark Lord took Creature to a cave by the sea. There is a small island in the depth of the cave, and there is a large black lake in the cave. Yes, it is. Then how did you get it back? Sirius questioned Creature as if he were interrogating a prisoner. Master Regulus ordered Creature to go home with the box, and not to tell the hostess or anyone. Creature did it. Creature didn't disgrace the Master. But Regulus Master, C will never come back. He told Creature to finish a pot of potion in a pot, then put the locket in it, and refilled it again. Creature was very uncomfortable. There was a corpse in the lake trying to drag Creature into the water. Fortunately, Regu Master Luth's call, Creature can escape back. After hearing all this, Sirius was stunned. He already understood everything. The younger brother, who has always been despised by him, the good boy of the Black family, Regulus, he used his life to stop Voldemort's conspiracy. Sirius furiously wanted to kick Creature, but was stopped by Alvin. Fuchsia. The familiar scene happened again, and Sirius was hung on the gate by Alvin again. Creature looked at all of this with a cheerful look in his eyes, and he bowed gratefully to Alvin. Put me down. Alvin Gaunt. Sirius struggled hard. His roar echoed throughout the living room. He is very angry now. Why did Regulus drink the potion? but this vile 111 house elf survived. Sirius, you know, house elves can't disobey their master's orders, and you should be comforted by Regulus instead of venting your anger at Creature. After saying this, Alvin said to Creature, "Don't worry, this locket has been destroyed by me, and you have completed the master's order." Creature glanced at Alvin in confusion, and then at the same locket that was intact in his hand. Did the little wizard take him for a fool? Alvin handed the locket to Creature. You can feel it carefully to see if the atmosphere above has changed. Just now, Alvin had absorbed Voldemort's soul. Creature took the locket suspiciously in his hand, penetrated it with magic power, and did find the difference. For more than 10 years, Creature has been trying to destroy this locket all the time, and he has long been familiar with the aura above, and now the locket has no magical fluctuations that made him uncomfortable. The tears Creature had just stopped pouring out of his eyes again. He was so excited that he even wanted to kneel to Alvin, but Alvin stopped him. "If you want to thank me, throw away that theory of pure blood supremacy. I'm a half-blood wizard after all." Alvin admires all loyal people, but Creature's habit of being a pure-blooded and closed-mouthed mudblood also makes him a little unhappy. Creature nodded, indicating that he understood, and then walked out of the hall with a staggering pace. Before leaving, he glanced at Sirius on the door with a complicated look. Alvin also calmed down a lot when he saw Sirius, so he lifted the spell. Without a word, Sirius walked to the sofa and sat down. He was about to sink into the sofa. He covered his face with his hands and rubbed his eyes hard. After a long time, he said, "Why do you know all this about Regulus, and what the hell is that locket?" Alvin was not surprised when he heard Sirius' inquiry. "How do you say it? I know this. You can see him as a talent. I still have some skills in divination." Glancing at himself, he was still a level 0 divination talent, and Alvin explained to Sirius with a blushing face and a heartbeat. After all, knowing some plots is also considered divination, right? As for this locket, don't worry about it. You don't understand some things. If you really want to know, you can ask Dumbledore after you get rid of the crime. It wasn't that Alvin wanted to hide the news of Horcrux, but that few people in the entire magical world knew about Horcrux, and he was too lazy to explain this to Sirius. Sirius took a deep look at Alvin, and the boy in front of him seemed to be enveloped in layers of mist, revealing mystery all over his body. And it seemed that he and Harry were on good terms, and Blake was a little worried about what Alvin would do to Harry. Alvin didn't know what Sirius was thinking. He walked up to Sirius and said to him, "Take me to your library. I'm in a hurry." Alvin now has an improved copy spell. This time, he can directly copy all the books here, take it home and read it slowly, instead of living in the basement like he did at Malfoy's house. Sirius nodded and took Alvin to the library. They walked through a long corridor with portraits of the ancestors of the Black family on both sides. "Hey, why are you here? And who's next to you?" At this moment, a portrait made a sound, and Alvin turned his head to look. It turned out to be an acquaintance and waved at him with a smile. "Headmaster Black, long time no see. As for the person next to me, it is Sirius Black." That's right, the character on this portrait is the only Hogwarts headmaster of the Black family, Phineas Black. Since this portrait knows Alvin, it should be Phineas in the headmaster's room who came to visit. "What? Sirius, how did you get mixed up with this scum?" But these were his angry words, and he also knew that Dumbledore would not believe his one-sided words. Alvin laughed dryly and coaxed the old man to keep him from revealing his affairs with Blake, so he followed Sirius to the library. "Boy, I'm optimistic about you. If you can help me to clear the grievances of this useless junior, the Black family will be your forever friends." The old man blew his beard and stared, and Alvin quickly stepped forward to comfort him. "Headmaster Black, don't get angry with him. Sirius is wronged, and you don't want the last direct line of the Black family to disappear like this. Old man, you, the most unpopular dean of Hogwarts, have no right to speak of me like that." Sirius replied angrily. Phineas looked at Alvin with admiration. Alvin was very speechless when he said that. Your Black family now has a Sirius left, and his friendship is useless. After 1.0, Alvin explained the whole story to Phineas again. Phineas was furious, and he clamored for Dumbledore to arrest Scabbers now. Shame on you, Black family. How dare you say that to your great-great-grandfather, and I'm sending you back to Azkaban. The portrait of Phineas was very surprised. He didn't expect that he just walked back to his ancestral house and discovered such a big secret. Alvin quickly copied all the books and left the library. I'm leaving England for a while. What else do you need? Alvin asked Sirius, who hesitated before saying, Can I have a wand? I don't feel well without a wand. For a wizard, a wand is like their arm, and Sirius would love to get one, but he can't go to Ollivander's to order one right now. Alvin thought for a moment. Have you been living at 12, Grimmauld Place recently? No, I don't want to stay in this house. Sirius shook his head and refused. Although he knew that his younger brother was a hero, the rotten aura in this house made him sick. If it wasn't for Alvin's request, he would never have come back for this trip. Hearing Sirius say this, Alvin can only say, Then I will arrange an apartment for you, but it is in the area where Muggles live, and I will also send someone to send you a wand, but you must pay attention to hiding your whereabouts. Don't get caught by the Aurors at the Ministry of Magic. 3513. Sirius nodded quickly in agreement. Then Alvin left Grimmauld Place with Sirius and went to the apartment. Alvin bought a lot of real estate in the Muggle World's investment company, and Alvin didn't use it for rent at ordinary times. Now it can be used as a safe house for Sirius. And the wand is not a difficult problem for Alvin. There are too many dead wizards in Knockturn Alley. There should be some stock in Arya, just take one. As for the issue of matching degree, it is completely out of Alvin's consideration, as long as it is useful, what kind of bicycle is needed. Before leaving, Alvin also specially prepared some compound decoction for Sirius, as well as some ordinary Muggle hair. Let him take some when he goes out. After finishing these things, it was already dark, and Alvin hurried back to his home. Alvin is going to drain all those gold coins tonight to see what goodies come in. In the previous diamond lottery draws, Alvin obtained the heaven-defying treasures such as Avalon and deviating from the source. Therefore, he is also looking forward to what treasures he can get this time. System, help me draw all the gold coins into cards. Alvin, who still had a wave of feudal superstition, lit 3 candles after bathing and changing clothes, and worshipped the statue of God that he had made with transfiguration. If he draws a good card, Alvin will often offer a few incense sticks to God in the future. After a familiar light, countless cards appeared in front of Alvin. Alvin took a count and found that his luck was not bad. There were 2 diamond cards, 8 gold cards, 37 purple cards, and the rest were all blue and white cards. If the calculation is purely based on the guarantee, he has 2 more gold cards in this wave, which is definitely a profit. After fusing the low-level cards, Alvin looked at the 8 gold cards. 2 Dumbledore, 1 Grindelwald, 1 Snape. Yes, they were all things that worked for him. There is also a chapter on spell cards. Explosive spell, a meteor, optimized version. Introduction. Condenses most of the magic power in the body, hits and releases it. It can instantly generate a lot of damage, and the power is determined according to the magic power provided by the host. Alvin was silent for a few seconds. He was startled just now, thinking that he had won the superhero's magic trick, but he was relieved after seeing the introduction at the back. Meteor 1 is the stunt of the great hero Arash in the world of Xinghua. According to legend, he shot an arrow with his own life, and the place where the arrow fell formed the border between the 2 countries. If it was the original skill, Alvin wouldn't even learn it, and he wouldn't use his life as a means of attack. But since the system has been improved, he is relieved. After merging the card into his body, a message from Meteor appeared in his mind immediately. Alvin stretched out his right index finger and said softly, Stella. A golden arrow appeared on the index finger, and the hidden sharpness on it made Alvin look sideways. Nodding with satisfaction, Alvin also dissipated the arrow. He just output a little magic power, and the power is more than 3 times stronger than Shunfeng Wuing with the same magic power. It can be said that Alvin is currently the strongest. Single attacked. Although Alvin's fiery fire is also very strong, there are still many ways for a skilled wizard to deal with fiery fire. Dumbledore's water prison is one of them. The remaining 3 gold cards made Alvin a little depressed. Name. Sybil Trelawney. Quality gold. Talents. Divination, 7 charms, 3. For Alvin, this gold card is completely useless. He doesn't rely on divination to eat, but other talents have no effect on him, and Alvin can only choose the divination talent with tiers. All of these gold cards were put into the system, and Alvin, who was ready to integrate for a while, put the 133 line as the highlight of the night. 2 cards shown with diamonds were turned over by Alvin one by one. Legendary spell, Revival Aura. Quality, diamond. Effect, resurrect people who have been dead for less than an hour, and the maximum number of resurrections at the same time is 5. Cooldown, 1 natural month. Consumption, 500 tick mana. The 2 diamond cards are both legendary spells, and they are probably magic spells created by legendary wizards. Just like the Revival Glow, the minimum requirement for use is 500 magic power scale, and Alvin is still far behind. Quality, diamond. However, there is no hard requirement to activate the magic power, and he can try the effect when he has time. With joy, Alvin looked at the last diamond card. Cooling, none. Effect, greatly improve the quality of magic power, increase the activity of magic power, increase the consumption of magic power after activation, and increase the power of magic spells. Alvin was overjoyed when he saw the introduction of the spell. This spell was the last guarantee. If his friends were killed unfortunately, as long as he arrived at the scene within an hour, he would be able to revive them. Looking at this card, Alvin felt that it was okay. At least it could enhance his explosive ability, which was a good boosting spell. Legendary spell, Magical Activation. Alvin can't help but sigh. Each of these super-limited magics brought by this diamond-level lottery can be of great help to Alvin. It's a pity that he only got 2 of them after more than 300 draws this time. The probability is really low. Alvin was a little greedy enough to think that it would be nice if there was a guarantee for a diamond-level draw. After fantasizing for a while, he just restrained his thoughts and prepared to study the distribution plan of talents and check his own talents. Dumbledore's 2 cards were assigned to Defense Against the Dark Arts, Grindelwald's was assigned to Transfiguration, and Snape's was Potions. After merging all the cards according to his own ideas, Alvin's talent level has also undergone tremendous changes. Host, Alvin Gaunt. Age, 14. Status, prospective 3rd-year student at Hogwarts. Bloodline Witch. Magic Scale, 165.2. Magical Items, Faraway Utopia, Wand Deviance, Resurrection Stone, Invisibility Cloak, Temporary. Spell Learning Talent, 8. Defense Against the Dark Arts, 9. Partners of Justice. Shape-Shifting Spell Talent, 8. Potions Talent, 8. Black Magic Talent, 9. The Demon King Comes to the World. Spells. Fierce Fire Spell, Patronus Spell, Heart-Piercing Carpal Bone. Only the 3 with the highest proficiency are listed. This time I drew a lot of Patronus spells, and the 3 spells with the highest proficiency were not all black magic. Seeing that he already had 2 full-level talents, and remembering that he still had another chapter of the talent-breaking limit card, Alvin was a little confused. He didn't know whether to add it to the magic spell or the transformation spell. As for potions, Alvin gave up after thinking about it. The reason is very simple. Even if his potions talent reaches the full level, he still needs to spend a lot of time studying pharmacology, and he will not see much return in a short time. And in the current magic world, many potion raw materials have disappeared, and it is difficult for a clever woman to cook without rice. After thinking about it, Alvin still topped up the spells first. After all, the Transfiguration spell talent can still be drawn to Dumbledore, and the spells will have to wait for the new talent to break the limit card next time. Afterwards, Alvin used the talent-breaking limit card, and the talent of conjuration was changed. Charm Learning Talent, 9. So far, Alvin has 3 9th-level talents, surpassing Dumbledore and Grindelwald in an all-round way. As for Voldemort, the pattern is too low, and Alvin is too lazy to mention it. It was at this moment that the spicy chicken system, which had been silent for 10,000 years, suddenly heard a series of prompt sounds. Ding! It has been detected that the 3 basic talents of the host have reached the 9th level, which is the limit of mortals. The system begins to upgrade. During upgrade complete. The system upgrade is complete. Officially renamed the Fozhen system. The only main quest released by the system, The Road to the God of Law. The Road to the God of Law. Quest requirements. The host becomes the god of all laws. Reward. The origin of all laws. The pre-task of the main quest is now released. Ascension to God's long rank. The first stage of the mission to ascend to the gods. Overwhelm the world. I am a legend. Mission requirements. Defeat the 3 strongest people in the world. Current progress. 0/3 mission reward. Achievement legend. Second stage of the mission to ascend to the gods. Everyone is extraordinary. All are fire. Mission requirements. Sublime the plane. Everyone has extraordinary power. Quest reward. Achieve the master of the plane. Ignite the fire. Promote the demigod. The third stage of the mission of ascension to the gods. Attack the heavens and devour the source. Mission requirements. Capture 3 small planes and assimilate them into a magical world. Quest reward. Cast a mortal body. Ascension to true God. A series of prompt sounds directly fried Alvin's meat and vegetables, and he didn't return to his senses for a long time. Since Alvin obtained the system, he has always thought that it is a salted fish system, releasing a little daily task every day and then letting Alvin draw cards by himself. There is no other effect. As a result, the silent system did indeed drop such a big bomb today. Climbing the long steps of the gods, the way to the God of Law, this is a clear arrangement of Alvin's future. Do you think I'm Alvin's type of person to be pushed around? Yes, he is. There is such a good thing, the trouble is to give him a little more. System?
Are you here? Reply.
Alvin tentatively called for the system. After all, it was upgraded, and he also wanted to see if the system could only improve.
System.
Seeing the system's reply, Alvin breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was still the stupid system without any intelligence. After a long time, Alvin slowly recovered from the state of mind-wandering and turned to the specific details of the mission. Let's not read The Road to the God of Law. Although the reward of the source of all magic seems to be very powerful, it is still too far away from Alvin, and Alvin's main attention is still on the series of tasks of ascending the gods. The first stage of the task is to let Alvin suck Hanako, 3 of the world's powerhouses. Isn't it Dumbledore, Grindelwald, and Voldemort? With his current strength, he is not the opponent of these 3 people, or can't beat them, and Grindelwald was also locked up in Numengard prison by Lao Deng. If he rushes up, he may face 2 old man's sweet doubles. Thinking of that scene, Alvin shuddered. The more Alvin thought about it, the more he felt that his thinking was correct. If this was the case, then this task was a little too difficult. As for the second task, Alvin was even more puzzled. Rubbing his chin, Alvin pondered what the good, everyone extraordinary in the task requirements meant. Thinking of these, Alvin's headache became more and more. Becoming a god is really not that simple, not even a demigod. And what is the population of the whole of Europa? Nearly 600 million. Could it be that he made everyone into a wizard? Not to mention the other continents. The more he thought about it, the more annoying it became. So Alvin simply gave up, turned off the lights, and went to bed and rested. According to the statistics of the Ministry of Magic, there should be 250,000 wizards in the entire Europa, including those wandering wizards, as well as some werewolves, vampires, and other magical creatures. It will not exceed 500,000. Think of a sentence Slytherin once said, "Even if the bloodline is glorious, I will be extraordinary in my life." The next morning, Alvin packed his bags and headed to the airport. Fleur has written to Alvin several times, and the World Alchemy Summit is about to be held. After Alvin goes, he will ask Nico to find out the situation. The plane took off quickly, and 2 hours later, Alvin arrived in Paris. And when Alvin walked out of the airport, he was instantly attracted by a beautiful figure. Not only him, but almost everyone looked at it subconsciously. It was a young and beautiful girl. Although most of her face was covered by the thin shawl that was hanging down from her hat, her amazing attraction couldn't be concealed. especially the blue silk, shining brightly under the bright light of Paris. Suddenly, the girl seemed to see that she was waiting for someone and quickly ran towards the exit. Alvin. Farong ran to Alvin's side excitedly and hugged him. It seemed that he wanted to put his whole being into his arms. Alvin also smiled and embraced the girl in his arms, gently sniffing the fragrance from the girl's hair, and after experiencing it, well, Farong has become mature. Farong also felt the abnormality of Alvin 13, her face flushed, and she left Alvin's embrace. Alvin, you've grown taller. Farong's expression was a little dazed. She hadn't seen each other for a year. Alvin was already a little taller than herself. Last year, she was still a little shorter than her. And, more handsome, the facial features gradually opened up, and there was less childishness and a little more youthful spirit. Why? Is it because Beaux Batons doesn't have a handsome guy that keeps staring at me? Alvin teased Farong, which attracted the girl's eyes, but Farong didn't let go, holding Alvin's arm and walking out. The combination of handsome men and beautiful women attracted frequent glances from passers-by. Fleur did not take Alvin directly to Nicole May's castle, but the two of them wandered the streets of Paris instead. Along the way, Fleur was chatting with Alvin about her life this year, what magic she had learned, and what interesting things she encountered in school. Alvin listened carefully, asking a few questions from time to time. For Fleur, Alvin always has a kind of guilt in his heart. Unlike Chio and Hermione, Alvin seldom accompanies Fleur and can only come to Paris to see each other during the summer vacation. That's why Alvin cherishes the time he spends with Fleur, and the two stop and go around the most lively streets in Paris. On the way, a little girl suddenly stopped the two of them. "Brother, do you want to buy a bunch of flowers for my sister?" Looking at the roses in the little girl's hands, Alvin smiled and replied warmly, "Okay, you have bought all the flowers here." 35. The little girl was full of surprises when she heard Alvin's answer, handed the flower to Alvin, and walked away with the money. Alvin held the flower and handed it to the hibiscus, and in the process, the rose suddenly changed. The original shriveled appearance suddenly became full of vitality, and it also had a layer of crystal luster. "It looks beautiful." Hibiscus covered her mouth, looked at the rose in front of her with some surprise, held the rose in her hand, as if she was holding the most precious treasure in the world, and then gave Alvin a big reward. They were kissing like this on the street, but no one looked over curiously. As early as when he performed transfiguration on the flower, Alvin blocked the perception of the surrounding muggles. It wasn't until late at night that Alvin was sent by Fleur to the entrance of Nico's castle. "Otherwise, I won't go back?" Alvin looked at Fleur. Some thoughts were just around the corner. Farong patted Alvin lightly, and her words were full of teasing. "Don't be funny, little brother." Alvin was a little depressed. After all, he was too young. Watching Farong being picked up by a carriage, he also entered the coffee shop. The house elf Sean had already been waiting inside, and when he saw Alvin, he hurried up to meet him. Alvin greeted him with a smile. "Long time no see, Sean." "It was my pleasure to meet you, Master Alvin." Then the two returned to the castle. Since it was very late, Alvin did not go to Nicole May and Madame Perrinal, but returned to the bedroom where he lived last year, washed and rested. The next day, Alvin met Nicole and Mrs. Perrinal in the living room. The old couple were also very happy to see Alvin, especially Mrs. Perrinal, who grabbed Alvin's hand and asked about his life. The two chatted for more than an hour before they stopped, and Nicole May, who was on the side, was also waiting a little impatient. "Well, haven't you been in communication with Alvin all the time? There's so much to say."
35.
Mrs. Perrinal glared at Nico angrily. "It's not clear in the letter. If you're impatient, don't wait." Nico also smiled bitterly. After Alvin came, his status plummeted to 133. Nicole didn't care about Alvin's change of the subject and replied, "It's nothing. It's just a 5-year exchange meeting with a few old guys, and then a few old guys will bring some people to communicate with each other." 5. Do I need to do something? Alvin wanted to know some details and took advantage of these few days to prepare well. People who can be called old guys by Nico are not simple characters. This should be the highest level of alchemy communication in the world. Speaking of this, his face was already full of a narrow smile. No, you can bring Kevin and the others to attend the event. I believe those old guys will be too scared to speak by Kevin. But Mrs. Perennial also knew that the two still had business to talk about, and finally left after saying a few words, leaving the living room to them. Nicole looked at Alvin with a smile. Did you meet Fleur yesterday? Nicole said it casually, but Alvin did not underestimate this exchange. Glancing at the 600-year-old old man who was still gossiping, Alvin didn't answer the question, but asked directly, "What happened to the alchemy summit you mentioned?" 99 Alvin raised his eyebrows when he saw Nico's expression. He found out that these famous old men in the magic world have some bad tastes. It was the same with Dumbledore, Nicole May, and those old men of the Merlin order he knew. By the way, Kevin, where are they? Alvin asked about the news of his tool person. Before he left last time, he left Kevin, Bob, and the others with Nico as an assistant. After all, the old man is old, and with the help of the little yellow people, he can save a lot of worry when doing experiments. You talk about them. Speaking of Kevin, a deep smile appeared on the face of the old man. They blew up my laboratory yesterday, and they are cleaning up now. 99. Alvin was stunned for a moment, and then he was covered in black lines. He originally thought that the minions could help Nico, but he didn't expect to blow up their laboratory. Immediately, his face was a little unsettled. Or, I'll take them away and prepare a few assistants for you again. Alvin shuddered at the thought of the masters who were pitted by the minions in his previous life, and quickly said to Nick. But Nicole shook his head again and again. No, they're fine. I'm good friends with Kevin now. You can't take them away. After a year of getting along, Nico and the Xiao Huang people have long become good friends. Seeing them laughing and joking every day, Nico also feels that life is a lot more interesting. If Alvin really took the minions away, he would be a little uncomfortable. Seeing that Nico was so determined, Alvin had no choice but to give up and then stop talking about this topic, and the two chatted about some alchemy issues. In more than a year, Alvin has also made a lot of progress in alchemy, but some questions still need the help of a master like Nico. Alvin also took out some of the props he had made over the year and asked Nico to give him some advice. What is this? Nico picked up a vest and looked at Alvin curiously. This alchemy item is very simple and belongs to the entry-level difficulty. Nico can see its effect at a glance, but he is very curious about what Alvin does with this thing. Alvin was a little embarrassed, and he accidentally took out the back and sleepy glasses, which were given to him by Fred and George, and he always took them with him, and it was revealed to Nico today. I was embarrassed to explain the purpose of these two things to Nico, and Nico was overjoyed after listening to it. I didn't expect such an interesting little guy at Hogwarts, don't worry, I won't tell Arbus. After finishing speaking, he also wrote a letter to Fred and George, giving some suggestions of his own. After this episode, Nicole took a look at Alvin's work. He raved about one of the books, a searchable catalog inspired by Alvin's library in Slytherin. You should have told me about this earlier, because when you are old, your memory is not good, and sometimes it takes a long time for me to search for something. Alvin said with a smile. It's not too late. I'll give you the refining process and the magic we've used. Do I still have to pay you some royalties? Nico quipped Alvin, apparently saying that he made a lot of money with the improved copy spell. Alvin shook his head with a wry smile. Nicole LeMay now likes to make fun of him more and more, and Alvin is helpless too. After reading all of Alvin's achievements, Nicole also sighed. Your level is no worse than mine now, but there are still some deficiencies in experience. But don't worry, it will always get better. Alvin also understands this truth. Practice makes perfect, but the improvement of alchemy is not the most important task for him. Strength is what he values most. However, today Alvin's most important purpose has not been achieved, and he will no longer chat with Nicole about alchemy. Do you know how to turn a muggle into a wizard? Hearing this question, Nicole May was a little surprised, and then he gave Alvin a deep look. Then he said with a sigh, It's a taboo subject. Taboo? Alvin was a little puzzled, waiting for Nico's next words. Do you know Hirebo? Alvin nodded. The dark wizard who invented the Horcrux also studied the basilisk and countless other evil deeds. 35. Seeing that Alvin knew, Nico continued. Yes, He did countless evil experiments, including how to turn a muggle into a wizard, and he finally succeeded. Success? Alvin became more and more curious when he heard this. Since it was successful, why was there no record, and it was also listed as taboo? Even information about the existence of Horcruxes, Alvin can find some clues in the Hogwarts library, but there is no record of how to turn muggles into wizards. Nika controlled the teacup to float to his mouth with magic power, took a sip, and said Hirebow's method. He used a cruel secret technique to draw out all the blood of a muggle and a wizard, and then exchanged them for each other. From then on, the wizard lost the ability to cast spells, and the muggle had magical powers, although not very powerful, but Bo has succeeded the father. 5. After listening to Nico's description, Alvin's hair stood up all over his body, and he completely pumped out the blood, and then sent it to others. But Alvin still has a doubt, although this process is cruel, but he is not more taboo than the production of Horcrux. When Nico heard Alvin's doubts, he also gave an answer. Actually, although this ritual is evil, compared to the refining of the Horcrux, it is quite good. When refining the Horcrux, you need to kill people, and use that powerful resentment to forcibly keep the soul of the deceased inside the Horcrux. 35. Although this blood exchange ceremony is painful, people can still survive after all, and the reason why this method is listed as taboo is that he has touched the bottom line of the wizard. Bottom line? Alvin felt that he had understood something. Sure enough, Nico's next words proved his idea. Although in the Middle Ages and even earlier, wizards were hated by the Muggle world, many wizards were caught by Muggles and couldn't escape the torture of the stake. But essentially, wizards still feel like they're a Muggle class, not even a creature. And Hirebow's experiment completely broke this boundary, turning a wizard into a Muggle and a Muggle into a wizard, which is equivalent to challenging the inherent rules. Imagine what a Muggle-born wizard would do in those chaotic times if he wanted his relatives and friends to become wizards too. Alvin imagined and said with difficulty, "Catch a wizard and exchange blood."
Nico nodded. Yes, someone did it at that time.
The owner of a pureblood family had a squib son. He arrested a wizard and exchanged blood for the two. However, after this incident was exposed, the pureblood family soon aroused public outrage, and finally the entire family was exterminated. 35. Since then, the rituals and methods of blood exchange have been destroyed. I came from that era, so I can only understand so much. If you ask Albus, he may not know. After listening to all, Alvin also nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, this kind of secret technique that can break the boundaries of Cienfan, the vested interests will definitely not let him stay, and he will be forgiven for not finding any information. Shaking his head regretfully, although he got the answer from Nico, it was not suitable for Alvin. He wanted a method that could change Muggles on a large scale. Seeing Alvin's regret, Nico thought he was disappointed because of the loss of this secret technique, and his face changed a bit. Alvin, the magic of magic is far more than that. You shouldn't go down the wrong path just because of some small curiosity. Alvin was stunned for a moment and quickly understood the meaning of Nico's words, and then he was a little dumbfounded. It's not that I'm disappointed by the insensitivity of the blood exchange secret technique. It's just that some things I want to know have not been answered, and it's a pity. After saying this, Alvin paused for a moment before continuing. What I want is for everyone to learn magic. Nicole's eyes widened suddenly, looking at Alvin in disbelief. He didn't understand that Alvin would have such thoughts. As wizards, our population is so small that we can only live in corners of the world, and with the development of Muggle technology, there will only be less and less living space for wizards. I didn't want to wait for that day to come, so I had an idea. If everyone in the world became wizards and combined with Muggle technology, would it be a new way? Alvin told Nicole his reasons. Although he didn't mention the system task, these are also true thoughts in his heart. In the world of Alvin's previous life, the footprints of satellites have spread all over the world. Although there is magic protection, Muggles will always subconsciously ignore the gathering places of those wizards. But who can guarantee that in the future Muggles will not be able to develop devices that can crack magic? If that day comes, Wizards with such a small population will definitely not be able to compete with the billions of muggles. By that time, the best outcome for the wizards is death, and the worst may be to be put on the dissection table. The best result that Alvin came up with is that since he can't beat you, he will assimilate you. When all the people in the world have become wizards, then the contradiction will not be so intense. The room fell into silence after the Alvin, Ba, text was finished, and Nico was both shocked by Alvin's thoughts and worried about the future described by Alvin. After a long time, he sighed. You remind me of a man who almost destroyed the whole of Paris at that time. Alvin was startled. Grindelwald? In those days, Grindelwald was making waves in Paris, and he was fascinated by a fierce fire spell, but he still failed in the end. Lost in the hands of a sniff. He once wanted to change the world, but he was different from you. He wanted wizards to enslave muggles and rule the world, but Albus stopped him. I'm not sure if your path is right, but Albus will stop you. Nico tells the story of that period and worries about Alvin's thoughts. Now that I have made a choice, no one can stop me. Not even Dumbledore. Alvin looked at Nicole firmly. Even if Dumbledore didn't trouble him, he would still find a chance to defeat Dumbledore. He and Dumbledore were destined to be enemies ever since the quest to ascend to the God's Longs was released. Looking at Alvin's firm appearance, Nico was helpless. Alvin smiled gratefully at Nico, and the two stopped talking about this topic after that, but talked about some parental misunderstandings. It is estimated that in a few years, Dumbledore will not be Alvin's opponent. Thinking of this, Nico can't help but sigh Alvin's evil spirit. But he was a little worried and added, You and Albus are just fighting over ideas, and there's no need to kill them. And this time, Alvin gave him the feeling that he was more dangerous than the last time, and there was a faint hint of sharpness. In fact, Nicole LeMay said that he has already made a choice. After all, he still wants to see what the world depicted by Alvin is like. That's right. Nicole is worried about Dumbledore, not Alvin, because the old-fashioned Nicole has long discovered that Alvin's strength is very scary. Forget it, I'm already old, and I don't want to get involved in these things, but I can still provide you with some help in the research of alchemy and potions. We have time in the past few days to discuss. In fact, this was also because Alvin had just drawn the card yesterday. Before he could digest his soaring strength, he hurried to Paris, and he unintentionally revealed a hint of momentum that was captured by Nico. Alvin chatted with Nico until noon, and after lunch, Alvin went to the lab to see the minions. At this time, the minions are still repairing Nico's laboratory, and they're still holding tools such as hammers and wrenches in their little hands, which is very funny. As soon as they saw Alvin come in, they immediately put down what they were holding and surrounded them. Look! Kevin hugged Alvin's thigh and jumped up and down. Bob grabs Kevin and wants to pull him away so he can hug him, Master. And Stuart was just standing there silly laughably. Alvin is also very happy to see a few of them. After all, it is the first time that he has made elaborate works. It's been so long, I really miss you. Rubbing Kevin's little head, Alvin pretended to be angry and said, Didn't I ask you to help Nico? Why did you blow up the laboratory? Kevin was a little aggrieved. Ula kept talking. Bob on the side was in a hurry and punched Kevin directly. Kevin hit the table and made another mess of the newly repaired laboratory. Chaos. Alvin is also dumbfounded. Just now, Kevin said that it was all Bob's mistakes that caused the explosion of the potion, which destroyed the laboratory. As a result, Bob became a little embarrassed and interrupted Kevin directly using physics. The body of the minion is made of precious materials by Alvin, and its strength is comparable to that of some powerful magical creatures. He quickly stopped the two little guys from making a fool of themselves. If they were fighting, it is estimated that the entire laboratory would have to be rebuilt. Okay, don't make trouble. I'm going to take you to an event in 2 days, and now I'm going to make some improvements for you. Hearing Alvin's words, the three minions stood beside him obediently. Alvin led them to the laboratory in his suitcase. He's going to give minions a big version upgrade. At the beginning of designing the minions, Alvin didn't actually think about letting them participate in battle, so when making them, he also strengthened their bodies without adding too many battle magic patterns. But since Nico let Alvin take the minions to the Alchemy Summit, then Alvin can't let Nico lose face. He decided to give the minions a major upgrade. First of all, it was the core. The core formations of the minions were outdated in Alvin. Because the efficiency of the core array to extract magic power is not high, the power of the magic spell is not very strong, and it is stronger than the little wizards in the school. Alvin strengthened it a bit, reaching the efficiency of a normal aura extracting magic power. The second is the magic pattern on the minions. At the beginning, most of the magic patterns inscribed by Alvin are auxiliary types, such as the flying spell and the floating spell, which can easily help the master to fight. Now Alvin has directly added all the commonly used attacking spells, such as disarming spells, petrification spells, and iron armor spells, all arranged. The most important thing is to add an emergency mode, which can instantly apparate to the side of the person holding the mark and block the deadly attack for them. Alvin was going to turn around and give this mark to Nico, which was a little thought from him. The last thing is to replace some materials. There are already a lot of materials collected through the system's card drawing and Alvin's own collection. He replaced the minions with the best materials he has now, so as to achieve the best results. When Alvin finishes all this, it will be 2 days later, and tomorrow will be the date of the Alchemy Summit. For this event, Mrs. Perennial specially customized a dress for Alvin. The materials are very precious, such as dragon skins, unicorn feathers, and thestral fluff. These things are very valuable. Alvin feels that the value of this dress can already buy a firebolt. Grandma Perennial, you don't have to prepare such a nice dress for me. You know, I'm still growing, so maybe this dress won't be able to be worn next year. Looking at Mrs. Perennial, who was helping her tidy up her bow tie, Alvin's words were a little helpless. But the old lady really didn't care. It's all right anyway. This dress will be worn this time, and you can customize it next time if you need it. For Flower Zero, Alvin was a little embarrassed. In his previous life, he had heard of those celebrities who would never wear repeating dresses for ceremonies. He didn't expect him to have today. Nodding with satisfaction, Mrs. Perennial looked at the handsome young man in front of her with a feeling that her grandson grew up and admitted it. Suddenly, she thought of one thing. Tomorrow Farong will participate as your female companion. She will come to the house to join us, and then set off together. Are you going to Hibiscus too? This was something Alvin didn't expect. Fleur hadn't shown any interest in alchemy before, and he thought the other party wouldn't go this time. Nodding to the old lady, Alvin said he understood. The next morning, Alvin put on his dress early and waited for the arrival of Fleur in the living room, but he didn't wait long before the little witch arrived. Fleur and Alvin got into one, Nicole and Mrs. Perennial in the other. After Fleur came in, she first said hello to Nicole LeMay and Madame Perennial, then walked to Alvin's side and held his arm with a smile. It's in one of our auditoriums in Beauxbatons, and this time I'm just going to take you on a tour of our school. Seeing a pair of beautiful people standing in front of them, the two old men were very happy. Sitting on the carriage, Alvin asked Farong curiously, "Do you know where this exchange meeting will be held?" Nicole LeMay said, and let the house elf lead them to the place where the carriages were parked, where 2 very luxurious carriages had already been parked there. There are also 2 Pegasus in front of each carriage. Okay, let's go. Fleur happily told Alvin that she had long wanted to take Alvin to their Beauxbatons, but unfortunately, she didn't have a chance last time. This time, she finally got her wish. Today's Farong is wearing a silver dress. I don't know what kind of silk thread it is made of. Her long hair has been permed on purpose. Coupled with the crystal princess crown on the top of her head, Farong is very bright and moving. Beauxbatons is located in the Pyrenees Mountains, and the Pyrenees Mountains are on the border between Gaul and Bogne, not close to Paris. Even though the Pegasus was fast, everyone arrived in the afternoon. When they arrived at Beauxbatons, at the gate of the school, Mrs. Maxime was already waiting there early. Seeing Nicole LeMay get off the carriage, Madame Maxime greeted him with a few wizards who looked like professors. "Long time no see, M. LeMay. Madame Perennial, I wish you well." After speaking, Madame Maxime bent down and gave a warm kiss to Madame Perennial. "So are you, Maxim." Nicole and Madame Perennial smiled in response to Maxim's greetings. And Maxim also saw Alvin and Fleur behind them. "See you again, Gaunt. Congratulations on receiving the Order of Merlin." She smiled and greeted Alvin. She was also very satisfied with the little wizard who kidnapped her most proud student. In her heart, only such an outstanding person deserves Farong. Alvin also responded politely to her. Thank you for your blessings, Madame Maxime, and I wish you all the best. 55. After a few words of greeting, they entered the school and went to the place where the event will be held. The architectural style of Beauxbatons is very different from that of Hogwarts. Some beautiful fountains and statues can be seen everywhere here, reflecting the romance of the Gallic people. But Alvin didn't appreciate it carefully because they arrived at their destination very quickly. When they entered the auditorium, there were already many people in it. In the middle of the auditorium was a large round table, which was almost full. Next to it are some auditoriums, where some apprentices and juniors brought by alchemists are sitting there. After Alvin came in, he found that Fudge had also appeared here, and he was chatting eagerly with a serious middle-aged wizard next to him. After seeing Nico come in, some people stood up to greet him, and the other part of the people who didn't stand up looked at those people enviously. Nicole Melamere can be said to be the originator of modern alchemy and has a very high status in the hearts of all those who study alchemy. These people who can come to greet them are the group with the highest status among all the people present, and those who are slightly inferior, but they do not have this qualification. A few old men walked up to Nico and hugged him to welcome him, and then one of them said with a smile, "Nico, I thought you would be the last to show your face this time, but I didn't expect you to show up at the beginning. Could it be that your alchemy has made a new breakthrough?" The people next to him also nodded in agreement and looked at Nicole LeMay with curious eyes. Alvin can't help but sigh. No wonder these people can have the status and knowledge they have today. It is this mentality of living until old age and learning old age, which is not something ordinary people can have. No, I'm here this time with my junior. Nico didn't hide it either. He directly explained the purpose. He came here today to support Alvin. Everyone turned their attention to Alvin and Farong, and they were very curious about who the junior was referring to. Farong was a little nervous. Many of these old men were known to Farong, and they were all big figures in the French magic world. Alvin patted Farong's hand lightly, motioning her to relax, then stepped forward and greeted everyone generously. "Good afternoon, gentlemen. I'm Alvin Gaunt. The junior Nico said refers to me. Please give me more advice." Gaunt? Is that the little wizard who invented the wolf's poison potion and received the Merlin medal? Alchemy and potions have a lot in common, so it wasn't long before someone recognized Alvin's identity. Alvin nodded, admitting it. Everyone looked at Alvin's demeanor, without stage fright, and admired it, but they were still a little puzzled. They had never heard of Nicole's younger generation in England. But this is not the place to talk, and there is no questioning. They led Nico to the seat opposite the door and sat down, and Alvin followed suit and sat on Nico's right side. As for Fleur and Mrs. Perennial, they went to the side hall to attend another banquet exclusively for women. And Fudge, who was sitting not far away, also saw Alvin's figure and was very surprised. Of course, he remembered the little wizard who just won the Merlin medal last year, but he didn't expect that Alvin would also participate in this World Alchemy Summit, and he seemed to have an extraordinary relationship with Nico. After Alvin and Nico took their seats, the wizard who had just talked to Fudge stood up and gave the opening speech. Only Alvin knew that this person was the minister of the French Ministry of Magic. After a stinky and long speech, the summit finally began. Sure enough, whether it is the Muggle world or the Wizarding world, the leader's speech is always so boring. In the first stage of the summit, some people asked the questions they had encountered in the past few years and saw if anyone present could answer them. Soon someone opened his head, and an old man with gray hair stood up tremblingly. "I have been researching protective cloaks for the past few years, trying to improve the service life of the protective cloak, but after my efforts, the service life of the protective cloak has only become 70 times of magic attack. Which master has any good ideas and suggestions?" Alvin also knows the protective cloak, which is a relatively precious magic item in the magic world. Generally, it can withstand 50 spell attacks. This person can mention 70 times, which is not bad. Cough, this question, I think I can still provide some help. Nicole next to 1.0 Alvin spoke, but after he finished speaking, he did look at Alvin, and the meaning was very clear. Alvin was a little speechless, but he understood Nico's intention, so he stood up and looked at the old man. Master, can you tell me what your main problem is? When the old man saw Alvin stand up, he was a little surprised. Is this little wizard a little too young? But since it was Nicole LeMay's suggestion, he also put the question to Alvin. The problem focuses on the lifespan of the drawn magic lines. After the magic lines are burned every time, the protective cloak loses its effect. 5. Alvin nodded. He also guessed this problem is also encountered by magic items with limited lifespan. All props with a life limit are actually caused by 2 reasons. The first is the problem of making materials, like a common invisibility cloak, because it is made from the hide of an invisible beast, and after the death of the invisible beast, his fur will gradually lose its invisibility. Even if the wizards will delay this time in the production process, but after all, it cannot be used permanently. The second reason is that the magic pattern circuit is damaged. The reason for the invisibility cloak is that every time the magic spell is activated, it will cause some damage to the magic pattern circuit. When the accumulation reaches a certain level, the magic pattern circuit will be scrapped, and the entire invisibility cloak will naturally become unusable. However, Alvin has some exclusive skills, which can avoid some problems, but he will not share them in vain, and will only show some technologies that are slightly beyond the existing level of the magic world. Alvin smiled slightly. Master, have you considered adding some magic lines for cooling when drawing magic lines? 35.
Cooling?
The white-haired old man has some doubts. How to cool? Alvin also knew that his words were useless, so he directly used his wand to outline a magic pattern in the void. 13. Fudge opened his mouth. He wanted to say to Alvin that underage people should not use magic outside of school, but he gave up the idea. At first glance, the old man saw that this was the magic pattern of a set of iron armor spells, which was used on the protective cloak, but Alvin's magic pattern was more complicated. I added a few magic lines to each magic line node, which play a role in solid repair, so that every time the magic spell is activated, it will form a protection for the node, which greatly prolongs the service life. Secondly, Alvin pointed at the magic pattern formation in the air with his wand and talked eloquently. The white-haired old man's eyes lit up when he heard it. Not only him, but many other people present were also interested. Some of them took out parchment and quill pens and recorded what Alvin said. When Alvin stopped speaking, the audience also remembered the warm applause. Everyone was impressed by Alvin's ingenious idea, and if implemented according to Alvin's method, they had calculated that the service life of the protective cloak would at least double. Alvin bowed slightly to the surroundings in thanks, and then sat back in his seat. He came here today with the purpose of making a blockbuster, and the effect is still good so far. The white-haired old man also looked at Alvin gratefully. This problem has troubled him for 5 years, and it was solved by Alvin until today. He decided to have a good chat with Alvin when he reached the stage of free communication. The white-haired old man's family is in the business of making protective cloaks, and his family is the supplier of the Gallic Ministry of Magic. If he uses Alvin's technology himself, that's all, but if it is used for business, he will not fight with the original owner.
Call.
It is estimated that his reputation in the whole circle will also stink. Although the exchange meeting is to exchange experiences, it is not for everyone to share their own research results unconditionally. If other people's ideas are helpful to you, you must have some sincerity. Next, the exchange meeting continued, and one after another strange questions were thrown out by alchemists from all over the world. Alvin didn't continue to be in the limelight anymore. He knew that it was too much. But Alvin still listened carefully to everyone's speech, although some people's problems were very simple to him. But listening to other people's ideas can also give Alvin some inspiration. The meeting continued into the evening, during which there were all kinds of questions, and some people were arguing with red faces and thick necks in order to prove their arguments were correct. 2 of them even almost fought, but they were pulled by the people next to them, and it was a pity for Alvin, who was watching the fun. Have they always been like this? Alvin secretly asked Nico. Some couldn't believe that this was the top group of alchemists in the world. Nicole shook his head with a smile. It used to be more exaggerated than it is now. I remember 50 years ago, 2 people really did it and one of them was seriously injured. That is, since that time, everyone has restrained a lot, and even if they really do it, they will be measured. Alvin was dumbfounded. This is the legend that I can't convince you verbally, so will I use physics to convince you? After the exchange meeting on the first day, it was time for the dinner. Alvin has to say that the cuisine of Gaul is indeed much better than that of England. Baked snails, foie gras, lamb chops. Alvin is also very happy to eat, although the house elf at Hogwarts was trained by him to cook Taki national dishes, but such authentic French cuisine still cannot be cooked. Fleur on the side was looking at Alvin with admiration. She already knew about Alvin's brilliant performance at the exchange meeting just now. Alvin also enjoys this feeling. Who doesn't want their girlfriend, fiancée, and the person they admire most to be themselves? Alvin also asked Fleur what was going on there. It's nothing. Mrs. Perennial brought me to meet some people, but they didn't talk about anything. They were all about clothes and bags. You wouldn't be interested. Alvin is also speechless. Can the witches in the wizarding world also be unable to resist the charm of clothes and bags? The display of works is the most important part of Alvin. After all, most of those who can afford alchemy are wizards from wealthy families, and their influence in the magic world is very large. Politicians need such an occasion for them to expand their contacts. If the day is an occasion for alchemists to exchange experiences, then the night is for politicians like Fudge. Alvin isn't interested in these things. He just wants fame and status, not the troublesome intrigue. Therefore, Alvin will introduce Kevin's existence to the world tomorrow and spread his fame to the world. Then it's over. Although today's cooling magic pattern is amazing enough, it is not shocking enough. There was actually a small reception after the dinner, but Alvin didn't go there because he was not old enough as an excuse. There are only 2 days for this summit. Tomorrow morning is the part of the exhibition of works, and the afternoon is the time for free communication. The exchange meeting on the second day was still held in the auditorium yesterday. However, the layout of the auditorium has undergone great changes. The round table in the middle disappeared and became an open space, and in front of it was a row of jury seats. There are also many more seats in the auditorium than yesterday. Alvin probably counted them, and there are nearly 200. Yesterday, Nicole also told Alvin that in fact, this exchange meeting also played a role in sales. Studying alchemy books is very expensive, and one experiment may consume dozens of galleons of materials. Alchemists also don't mind selling some of their own works for some money. Today's rule is to take turns to show their works. In order to save trouble, the order of appearance is directly according to the first letter of the name. Farong also came to the scene today to cheer for Alvin. Soon, the first wizard of the day came to the middle display area. The work I brought today is a shock bracelet. 35. After speaking, the wizard raised his wrist and showed the bracelet on his hand. Its effect is very simple. It can release shock spells, but this shock bracelet of mine can cast 2 shock waves in a row. After he finished speaking, his assistant came to the stage and released 1,000 bullets at him. Several small stones attacked the wizard. The wizard urged the bracelet. A shock wave instantly knocked the stones flying, and then another shock wave immediately hit the assistant. However, the assistant released the iron armor curse ahead of time, but staggered back 2 steps. After the presentation, the assistant left the stage, and the wizard stayed on the stage, waiting for questions from the audience. From Alvin's point of view, the design of the shock bracelet is quite good. It can withstand some physical attacks, and the second shock spell can also catch the enemy off guard. It is a good item. Can you control the release direction of the shockwave? A witch sitting in the audience stood up and asked. The wizard shook his head. I'm sorry, this is an omnidirectional shock spell, and my level has not yet reached the height that I can launch it directionally. He added another sentence. This bracelet also comes with a dustproof spell and a constant temperature spell, which can save you a lot of trouble in your life. Sure enough, hearing the words behind him, many people in the audience showed interest, and they were going to buy some from the wizard later. The next few wizards who came to the stage also showed their own works, but they were not as practical as the works of the first wizard, and seemed a little uninterested. It didn't take long for a handsome man in his 20s to appear on stage, and there was a lot of chatter. Who is this person? He seems to be very famous. Alvin asked Fleur, who was sitting next to him, and Fleur frowned in disgust. This is Betsy Duggan. He is a well-known genius wizard in Gaul in recent years. He is also very talented in alchemy. He also wanted to visit Mr. LeMay, but he was unsuccessful. Alvin got it, but why does Fleur seem to hate this Becky Duggan? He once pursued me, but I rejected him, but he has been stalking me, often harassing me at school on the grounds of asking questions. He doesn't even look at what he looks like. And he's almost 10 years older than me. I really don't know where his confidence comes from. Farong said at the end. The arrogance between her brows was also revealed. She is proud of her temperament, but she has restrained a lot around Alvin. When facing other people, Farong's cold and arrogant side will show without reservation. Co-authoring is a rival. Alvin looked at Becky Duggan on the stage, and it happened that Becky Duggan also looked in the direction of Fleur and Alvin. Seeing the two people's intimate actions, Becky Duggan's face also showed a hint of cruelty. Alvin naturally noticed his expression and silently recorded this person in his notebook. He joked to Farong and said, "It seems that our Miss Delacour still prefers my tender grass." There was a blush on the cheeks like hibiscus pink makeup and jade carving. What kind of tender grass? The girl reluctantly pinched Alvin's waist. "Do you think I'm getting old and not as good as your two girlfriends in England?" Alvin bared his teeth in pain, and he didn't have any hope for Farong's reading comprehension ability. He quickly begged for mercy and said, "Why, I'm just complimenting myself. You are so beautiful. How can you be old?" Hearing what Alvin said, Farong released her claws. Alvin never asked Becky Duggan the question, and Fleur never asked it again. Soon, Becky Duggan also stepped down, and his self-confessed product is still good, aroused the interest of many people, and it is estimated that he can make a lot of money. He deliberately glanced at Farong, wanting to see if the other party was impressed by his demeanor. But the next scene really made him almost explode with anger. Alvin and Farong didn't listen to his introduction at all. The two were whispering over there. Farong gave Alvin a look from time to time, her pretty face dizzy. The resentment against Alvin in his heart is a bit heavier, but he has no way to deal with Alvin now. He can only hope that Alvin's works can find some faults for a while, so that the other party will lose face. He knew that the cooling rune proposed by Alvin yesterday was very useful, but that didn't mean his alchemy work was any better. What kind of research can a mere student do in alchemy? A few more people took the stage, and soon it was Alvin's turn. Alvin stood up, tidied up his dress, and Fleur got up and hugged Alvin, kissing his, cheek in a show of support. Alvin nodded at her and walked to the display area. He took out the space bag and put Kevin out. As soon as Kevin came out, he saw Alvin and jumped to his father with a cheer. Alvin smiled slightly, then took Kevin's little hand and wanted to introduce the audience. He patted Kevin's head, motioned him to look around, and Kevin released his hand. "This is the work I brought today. His name is Kevin, but I hope everyone will not call him an alchemy product, but an alchemy creature." The rest of the people also looked at Kevin full of inquiry. Allah. And those old guys sitting in the judging table found that Kevin's anomaly. This is not a magical animal, but an alchemy product. Some people are still asking their companions what kind of animal this is, and why they haven't seen it before.
Wow.
35. There was a commotion in the auditorium, and no one understood why Alvin said that. An old man in the jury was a little displeased. "Mr. Gaunt, do you know what you're talking about? If you don't make a humanoid prop, you can call it an alchemy creature. In the entire magical world, the concept of alchemy creatures has indeed existed for a long time, but no one has really created alchemy creatures. A very simple way to judge: alchemy creatures have thinking. They have the ability to think and evolve, not according to the program set by the producer." Alvin had long anticipated that someone would stand up to question him, and was not surprised at all. "Sir, you can try to chat with Kevin and say whatever you want." The old man became angry when he heard it, and he communicated with Kevin when he walked in the middle. In order to avoid this being a preset procedure, he deliberately said some things from all over the world. He soon discovered that Kevin didn't know a lot of what he said, but he could digest the information he conveyed through learning and memory. He ended his communication with Kevin and looked at Alvin with fiery eyes. "Mr. Gaunt, how did you do it?" "I can confirm that he is an alchemy creature." This old man has already called Alvin by honorific title, and used he to describe Kevin. Sorry, I don't intend to use this technology to communicate. I brought Kevin this time, just to announce his existence to the world. Alvin didn't say his own method. These people are not related to him. He will not disclose his core technology. The old man obviously also noticed that he was a little excited just now, and he didn't speak through his brain. Sorry, Mr. Gaunt. It's me being abrupt. My name is Harriman John. If you come to the United States, please feel free to contact me, and let me do my best. After the old man said his name, he taught Alvin the contact information. He was certain that Alvin was the next Nicole LeMay of the wizarding world. Now is the best chance to have a good relationship with each other. And the other judges had long been impatient, and a short-tempered chubby wizard pushed Harriman away directly and came to Kevin's side. Others also squeezed in, but instead pushed Alvin, the master, and Harriman aside. Soon after, people also confirmed the identity of Kevin and looked at Alvin with disbelief. The development of modern alchemy has been around for nearly 1,000 years. The existence of alchemical creatures has always been a controversial topic, but today it was solved by such a student. A judge asked Alvin eagerly, "Mr. Gaunt, can you give a detailed introduction to his function?" 9. Alvin nodded. He was about to do it, but was interrupted by the group of old men. In the beginning of the design, I just wanted to be able to make an assistant that could help me in my experiments or in my life. So, Kevin's main function is to be an experimental assistant. He is proficient in the refining of more than 30 kinds of potions, as well as the ability to operate some alchemy experiments. He also basically masters the commonly used life magic spells. I also recently upgraded Kevin, and he now has a certain fighting ability. The most important thing is that he can apparition to the wizard at a critical juncture to block a fatal blow for them. After Alvin said Kevin's function, everyone's envious eyes turned red. What kind of alchemy creature is this? It is simply an enhanced version of the house elf. A group of judges were also shocked. They originally thought that as long as Kevin could communicate and learn normally, he would be very good. Unexpectedly, Alvin has cultivated Kevin to this point. Alvin smiled slightly. Due to time constraints, I can't show Kevin's level of refining potions or alchemy, but the battle test is still fine. But I don't have an assistant today. I don't know which gentleman is willing to help me with this. Alvin did this, but also to add another fire. When Nico told him that the summit was a sales pitch, Alvin decided to sell a batch of alchemy creatures to collect funds. After all, if he wants to study how to turn muggles into magicians, he must consume a lot of resources. Using some inferior alchemy creatures in exchange for huge amounts of wealth is a good deal. Many audience members were eager to try it, and many people wanted to go up and experience it. But at this time, one person took the lead in responding to Alvin. "I'm coming." 39. This person is Becky Duggan. At this time, Becky Duggan was very upset. He originally wanted to find fault with Alvin, but he did not expect that Alvin directly threw the big bomb of alchemy creatures, which made his calculations fail. Just as Alvin is looking for someone to do a dual test, Becky Duggan finds himself with another chance. Such a precious thing. If he is broken by himself, Alvin will feel distressed for a long time, right? He is relatively confident in his own strength. Although he has not made any progress in studying alchemy in the past few years, he is definitely at the level of an elite wizard. With dark thoughts, Becky Duggan walked to the display area and smiled at Alvin, pretending to be very gentle. "Mr. Gunter shouldn't mind me being this assistant, right?" Alvin shrugged indifferently. He had already seen through Becky's careful thought, but he didn't understand that Kevin was not so easy to deal with. When Becky saw Alvin agree, he was overjoyed and walked quickly to the opposite side of Kevin. Alvin and the others stepped aside, leaving the help field to them. Kevin also knew that Becky was his opponent and stared at each other with pretense. It's just that with his cute appearance, there is no lethality. The duel begins. A jury acted as a judge and announced the duel. Break to pieces. Becky quickly took out his wand, and a thumb-sized smashing spell flashed red and hit Kevin. There was an exclamation from the audience. They didn't expect Becky to use such a powerful smashing spell. This is to destroy Alvin's work. Just when everyone was worried about Kevin, Kevin didn't panic at all, and an iron armor curse was instantly released, blocking Becky's attack. Then his eyes flashed red at the same time. 2 incantations shot out from the sockets. A disarming spell directly knocked Becky's wand away, and another smashing spell directly bombarded Becky's body. It's a pity that Becky carried a protective item with him, which blocked most of the power of the spell for him at the last moment. Even so, his whole body flew out and fell heavily on the floor. Look! The roar of the minions resounded throughout the hall. The rest are silent.
Cough.
Cough. Help me. Betsy's painful groans came from the ground, and people came back to their senses. Immediately afterwards, a witch dressed as a school doctor walked to Becky's side and carried him down with a levitating spell to heal him. The others didn't even look at Becky. Alvin walked to Kevin's side, rubbed his little head in praise. Kevin was also very happy, and Ola kept talking. After encouraging Kevin a few words, Alvin turned his attention to the audience. Anything else you want to ask? In one sentence, the audience ignited. Mr. Gunter, are you interested in selling what? 35. Mr. Gaunt, I am the head of the Rolls family. As long as you promise to sell us some alchemy creatures, the price is whatever you want. Open. Go away.
What is the Rolls family?
Mr. Gaunt, we the Knot family are willing to pay double. 99. The entire auditorium was as lively as a Muggle market, and almost all the big families wanted to buy a few alchemy creatures like Kevin. They have all seen the power of Kevin's curse just now, and they instantly cast the spell with aura-level power. Enough to make these pure-blood nobles put down their reserved scramble to buy. Alvin looked at these people and was very happy. They were all good leaks. With the financial support of these people, he will have more confidence to do research. Gentlemen, I do have some products to sell, but it doesn't seem to be the time to talk about it now. After the exchange meeting, we can have a good chat. Alvin shouted aloud, and ignoring the reactions of the others, he sat back next to Farong. Next, there are other alchemists to show, and he can't dominate. Farong looked at Alvin excitedly, her face flushed a little. Honey, you're amazing. Although Farong doesn't know much about alchemy, she also knows the meaning of Alvin's creation of alchemical creatures. She is only proud to have such a boyfriend now. Alvin held Farong's hand, and the two interlocked their fingers, feeling each other's temperature. Alvin said to Farong with a strong tone, I will leave you an alchemy creature this time, as your safety guarantee. Don't refuse. This thing may be very precious to others, but for me it is just made by hand. Thing. Fleur was not angry because of Alvin's domineering, because she knew that this was the performance of Alvin caring about her and caring about her. Nodding her head, Fleur silently accepted Alvin's arrangement. Although the works brought by Alvin have shocked the audience. But the demonstrations will continue. Unfortunately, due to Alvin's influence, the next alchemist was unlucky. Even though there are a few works that look good to Alvin, it is a pity that there is no splash. Everyone's appetite has been raised by Alvin, and these works that can only be regarded as outstanding naturally cannot cause a sensation again. The alchemists were also very depressed, but they didn't dare to blame Alvin. As long as this incident spreads out, Alvin will immediately become one of the best alchemists in the world. It's too late for these people to flatter him, so how can they remember and hate him? In the free communication session in the afternoon, Alvin was also surrounded by people. He once again became the focus of the audience. The patriarchs of some pure-blood families hoped that Alvin would sell them some alchemical creatures. And some alchemists want exchange experience with Alvin. All in all, everyone wants to benefit from Alvin. Alvin also refused to come and sold a batch of alchemy creatures to these pure-blood families at a very high price. Although those pure-blood nobles felt a little distressed about their Jean Galleon, they still bought a batch for the family. Alvin almost laughed like a flower. These pure-blood families are richer than he imagined. He originally planned to ask for the price and pay it back on the ground, but these people agreed to his price without blinking an eye. In fact, how did he know that these pure-blood families believed that it was very difficult to make an alchemy creature? For fear that Alvin would not sell them if he was unhappy after the counteroffer. This is the result of information bias. During this period, Alvin also mentioned something about Becky. He just said a few words lightly, and immediately several French families said that they would definitely give Alvin an explanation. Alvin believes that after the summit, Becky will not have time to harass Fleur. After all, he himself is no longer safe. Fudge also squeezed into the crowd with difficulty and came to Alvin's side. "Mr. Gaunt, you are such a blockbuster this time that the whole of England's wizarding world will be proud of you. 35. Fudge looked at Alvin with a kind smile on his face. During his tenure, such an alchemy master appeared. These are all achievements. Especially at this delicate moment when Blake fled, I believe it can divert the attention of a large number of people. In recent days, Fudge's life has not been easy. The Daily Prophet publishes news of Sirius every day, and the Ministry of Magic's delay in arresting Sirius has also attracted many people's dissatisfaction. Fudge has been so busy lately, Alvin's presence can be said to have saved his life. Fudge swore an oath to apply for Alvin's first-class Merlin medal when he went back, in recognition of his great contributions to alchemy. Reaching out his hand not to hit the smiling face, Alvin also greeted Fudge very politely. As for the Merlin medal, he had already expected it. Nicole May and Ms. Perino watched the scene with a smile from a distance, very pleased. Alvin is like their own children, and they are very happy to see their children have achieved such great achievements. And the afternoon session continued into the evening, with a group of old men constantly pestering Alvin to discuss alchemy with him. If it wasn't for Alvin's insistence on going back to rest, it is estimated that those alchemists could haunt him until dawn. Although he was very tired, Alvin was also full of goods. After returning to the bedroom, he fell into a deep sleep. But the influence of alchemy creatures is spreading rapidly all over the world. 10. The next day, the news of the existence of alchemy creatures spread all over the magic world, especially in England. In order to change the subject, Fudge asked the Daily Prophet to report the news of Alvin after returning, and it has to grab the headlines. As a result, all wizarding families who subscribed to the Daily Prophet received news from Alvin early in the morning. Hogwarts headmaster's room. At this time, Dumbledore was also holding a copy of the Daily Prophet, with Alvin's news on it. "I can't believe that he can already do this," Dumbledore muttered to himself, his expression a little tired. Because of the Horcrux thing and the oolong incident that Alvin made last time, Dumbledore has been looking for the traces of Voldemort and the clues of the Horcrux recently. He had just returned from Albany 133, and found some traces of Voldemort. According to his observation, Voldemort was still in a state of being worse than death. He now suspects that it was not Voldemort who caused such a big disturbance around Hogwarts last time, and it is very likely that another mysterious powerhouse has appeared in the wizarding world. Voldemort's hidden danger has not been eliminated, and another mysterious powerhouse has come, which makes Dumbledore, who is more than 100 years old, feel a little powerless. Saw Alvin's news this morning, and it's one of the few good news he's received recently. Autumn home. At this time, Cho was having breakfast with his parents. Zhang Sirui picked up the Daily Prophet habitually, but after seeing today's headline, his eyes widened instantly.
Autumn.
"Helen, come and see." The mother and daughter walked over curiously and looked at the newspaper in his hand. The 13-year-old alchemist, the pride of England, reveals the genius life of Alvin Gaunt, the father of alchemy creatures. After reading it, Zhang Sirui asked Chiao, "Do you know about this?" Chiao nodded in confusion, but his little head still couldn't turn around. "I know what summit he's going to attend in Gaul, but I didn't expect Alvin to be so powerful." As he spoke, a small star appeared in Chiao's eyes, put down the tableware in his hand, and ran upstairs. "Dad, Mom, I'll stop eating for now. I'm going to write to Alvin." Seeing their daughter's fiery look, they both shook their heads in unison. "However, I still feel a little sigh in my heart. This boyfriend that a woman is looking for is really amazing." In Granger's house, Hermione happily shared her joy with her parents after seeing the news of Alvin. Unfortunately, the Grangers were confused about these things, and the depressed little witch could only do Alvin by herself.
Happy.
Autry, village of San Catchapole. This is a gathering place for wizards to live, and the Luna family lives on Ferret Mountain. At this time, Luna, Wearing a long floral dress and a straw hat, the butterbeer corks and airship Lee earrings were still hanging on her body. The little witch was sitting on a lawn, holding not her favorite naysayer, but a copy of the Daily Prophet. After seeing the news of Alvin, the little witch's eyes lit up a little when his father's voice came from a distance. "Luna, have you read the Daily Prophet? The Ministry of Magic is constructing another fictitious genius, and they must have a bigger conspiracy."
Dad.
Luna interrupted her father, her ethereal voice a little more serious. "Alvin, he's not fictional, he's my friend." After she finished speaking, she ignored it and carefully cut out the report about Alvin. After the Alchemy Summit, other alchemists from all over the world also returned to their countries one after another. However, Alvin and Fleur did not leave Beau's batons immediately, but accompanied by Fleur, they had a good time on campus for 2 days before returning to Nico's castle. And the days that followed went by very quickly. Every day Alvin was either with Fleur or Nicole discussing how to turn muggles into wizards. Nico gave a suggestion that Alvin first try to turn Squib into a normal wizard. After all, the Squib is a strange state between muggles and wizards. If Alvin can understand the Squib research, I believe it will be of great help to him. Alvin thought it was very reasonable. After he was ready to go back, he secretly observed Filch. Fleur also lives in the castle these days. When Alvin was busy, Fleur would play with Celestia and Fury, and it wouldn't be so boring. During the period, the two also went back to Furong's house and met Furong's mother and her sister. As for the grandmother she often talked about, she lived in the tribe of Veela, but she didn't see it this time. Furong's mother is very satisfied with Alvin, especially the news of the Alchemy Summit has been spread wildly in major newspapers, which makes Furong's mother feel that her daughter has climbed high. And Fleur's younger sister, little Gabrielle Delacour, is also very beautiful and lovely. The cute look makes Alvin feel that it is a good thing to have a sister. The time came to the end of August in this relaxed atmosphere, and it was time for Alvin to leave. Even though preparations have been made, Furong is still a little unhappy on this day. "Okay, just another year, and when you're in 7th grade, you can come to Hogwarts to compete in the Triwizard Tournament." Alvin stroked Fleur's silver hair and said comfortingly. In his previous life, as a native of the Dragon Kingdom, Alvin can be described as an ancestral white-haired control, and this characteristic has also been brought to this world, and he is now in love with Furong's silver hair. "You also said that we have to wait a year. Why can't we just hold 1.0 this year?" 35. Furong pouted and said unhappily. The two of them knew about the Triwizard Tournament. As for the source of the news, it was the alchemy friends that Alvin had met. Due to too much preparation work, many alchemists are contributing to this grand event, and they will naturally mention some when they communicate. And Alvin also told Fleur the news. This year, Furong is in the 6th grade when she starts school, and she will be in the 7th grade when she goes to the Triwizard Tournament next year. At that time, Fleur can stay in England directly after graduation, and the two will not have to endure the torture of this long-distance relationship. After flirting with Alvin for a while, Furong left Alvin's arms with a face full of reluctance and watched her fiancé leave. England, Porthminster Beach. This is one of the most famous beaches in England and is visited by countless tourists every year. Alvin is now lying leisurely on a beach chair with a parasol over his head. There are also some drinks and desserts on the adjacent beach table. Picking up the juice on the side, Mimi took a sip and then watched the girls playing not far away. Alvin feels like this is his own paradise. Well, if only the girls were growing up a bit. Today is Alvin's 3rd day back in England, and it's been a while since he left school. To celebrate the success of her trip to Gaul, and to fulfill Hermione's dream of visiting the beach in summer, Alvin simply invited all the girls he had a good relationship with. Hermione, Cho, Luna, and Astoria. The beach has been bought by Alvin. It has become his private beach, and Alvin also cast the Muggle Repel charm. Make sure that no outsiders will disturb you. What are you looking at? Luna's unique voice sounded beside Alvin 13. Alvin blushed. Cho and Hermione were partnering to bully Astoria. The little witch was tickled by the two senior sisters on the beach, and the flowers trembled with laughter. Alvin was admiring the wonderful picture of several girls fighting when Luna ran to his side unexpectedly. "It's okay. I'm just enjoying the scenery on the sea." Luna, who was very sensitive, naturally found out that Alvin's words were insincere, but she didn't say much. "Aren't you going to let Fury and Celestia come out to play?" Luna tilted her head, talking about Alvin's pets. Luna seems to have an innate attraction to fantastic beasts. Fury and Celestia are very fond of her. Fury once stood on Luna's shoulders, and Celestia once let her touch her horn. This was a treatment that neither Cho nor Hermione had. Alvin was right when he heard it. Anyway, there were no outsiders here, so he let the two little ones come out. Since the little unicorn was born, he has not seen the scenery of the seaside. After being released, he was a little excited and ran around on the beach with joy. Furway looked a lot colder. After circling the sky, he landed next to Alvin and ate the dessert on the table. At this time, other girls also saw Celestia's appearance and surrounded her. Then he started rubbing Celestia's fur with a look of enjoyment, making the little unicorn aggrieved, but he didn't dare to offend the hostess. "Aren't you going, Luna?" Luna shook her head and took out a drawing board. "Celestia and Fury are also my friends, and I want to give them a picture too." Alvin was actually a little jealous when he heard this, staring at the little unicorn and Furway with bad eyes. Celestia was smart and looked around vigilantly. But she didn't find anything wrong. Her big eyes as pure as a lake blinked, looking a little confused. The little unicorn, who didn't know that he had been recorded in the book by the master, could only lie down and continue to endure the torment. Luna gave Alvin a strange look, and that kind of insight made Alvin panic a little. It's not the kind of feeling that someone is legitimizing, but the other person can see the depths of your heart with only their eyes. Luna patted Alvin on the shoulder.
"Alvin."
"What? You are different." Seeing the serious look on the little witch's face, Alvin felt that he was being teased. Straightening up, Alvin put on the straw hat on Luna's head. "Then make sure I'm always unique." Luna nodded confusedly, indicating that she understood. Alvin laughed twice and shouted at the girl, "It's noon, come to eat." Playing in the afternoon. Hearing Alvin's shouts, the three talents let Celestia go and came to Alvin's side. At this moment, Alvin was only wearing a pair of beach shorts, and his sturdy upper body was exposed. With perfect 8-pack abs and clearly visible mermaid lines, several girls who saw them all felt a little hot on their faces. Alvin had the elf prepping the food long ago, when he turned the beach table into a long dining table. With a slight wave of his hand, the exquisite dishes appeared on the top. Astoria cheered and made her way to the table. She has gotten rid of the shadow of last semester and has become a lively and cheerful girl again. It's just that Alvin hasn't drawn a holy potion recently, so he can't help her lift the curse of her family's inheritance for the time being. Everyone at the dinner table was chatting about the course for the next semester. Especially Alvin and Hermione. Both of them are in the 3rd grade, and Hogwarts will provide some elective courses for students to choose in the grade. At this time, Hermione was struggling with these issues. "I still want to choose all the courses. After all, it is good to learn more things." Deserving of the titles of Master of Science and Miss Know-It-All, Hermione wanted to have them all. It was only stopped by Alvin shaking his head. Many courses are held at the same time, and there is no clone technique in the magic world. Hermione opened her mouth, eager to say that Professor McGonagall had agreed to lend her a time-turner. But Alvin already knew the plot. He continued to warn. "I think you don't need to choose divination, nor do arithmetic divination. After all, this requires talent. Don't stare at me. You really don't have it. Don't use the power of the time converter at will. Play with time at will, and time will play with you. I suggest you take the protection of magical creatures as an elective. After all, there are actually many dangers in the magical world that come from magical creatures." Luna and Astoria on the side were also listening carefully. They would need to take electives in another year, and these were also very helpful to them. Hearing that Alvin was so serious, Hermione had no choice but to give up this plan and turn to ask Alvin's advice. Alvin felt that although Hagrid didn't know much about the dangers of magical creatures, he was indeed an expert in this field. And next semester's course is still Hagrid as a professor. I believe he will take more care of us. Hermione looked at Alvin angrily. Alvin looked at her amusingly and began to analyze Hermione again. Alvin is no longer a novice who has just entered the magic world. He now deeply understands the instability of the time converter, which is likely to cause serious consequences.
What?
Hagrid is going to be a professor, Hermione exclaimed, then became happy. Hermione and Hagrid's relationship is not bad, a friendship that has been established since the first grade. Seeing her good friend as a professor, Hermione was also sincerely happy for Hagrid. Alvin waited for Hermione to be happy for a while before continuing. Runi, which is the ancient rune, this is what you must choose, Astoria, and Luna too. 35. The ancient rune is the key to whether you can become a powerful wizard, so you must not only choose, but also study it seriously. 5. Seeing the seriousness of what Alvin said, several people nodded quickly, indicating that they understood. Alvin took a sip of the juice and said, as for the rest of Muggle divination and alchemy, you can just rely on your interests, but as far as I know, the professors in these 2 classes will not teach any useful knowledge. Nothing will be lost. His last words were said by Alvin to Hermione, and Hermione knew what Alvin meant, but she began to try to resist. But I want to know how the wizarding perspective sees Muggles. 35. Since alchemy was a 6th grade course, Hermione didn't argue with Alvin, but she was really interested in Muggle studies. Then go take a look. Anyway, elective courses can be cancelled within 2 weeks. Alvin said indifferently, and took another cake for Luna next to him. She likes the matcha cake made by the elf very much, and eats it in small bites all the time, like a small hamster. When Astoria saw it, she pouted. Alvin looked at her with a funny look, and gave her a piece too. The little witch immediately smiled, took the cake, and ate it happily. Hermione nodded, agreeing with Alvin's statement, and then stopped talking about the subject of course selection, and turned to Alvin's arrangements for the afternoon. Don't worry, I'm all set. I'll take you to the amusement park after lunch. Alvin had already made arrangements. Except for Hermione, the other 3 were little witches born in wizard families, and they must be unfamiliar with Muggle amusement parks. Take them for a good experience today. Is it the kind that has a big wheel that keeps turning? Chio's eyes lit up and looked at Alvin curiously. Yes, that's called the Ferris wheel. If you like Chio, I'll sit with you. Chio happily agreed. There was an amusement park not far from her home, and she had been curious about it since she was a child, but she never had the chance to go there. After lunch, the group rested for a while before being brought back to London by Alvin and Fury. Alvin booked an amusement park early, and a few people can have a good afternoon here. At the beginning, Chio and the 3 of them didn't know anything about the facilities in the amusement park, and they were a little intimidated. But after Alvin played them one by one, everyone quickly got started. Bumper cars, carousels, roller coasters. Several girls from wizard families seemed to have entered a new world and had a great time playing. Especially Astoria, who came from a pure-blood noble family, has a very strict family education, and has never had the opportunity to indulge like this. The little witch is going crazy. Alvin also made a Ferris wheel with Chio according to the agreement. When the Ferris wheel reached the top, the little witch's eyes were shining, and she was unfamiliar with some things. Seeing how happy the autumn came, the others let Alvin ride the Ferris wheel with them one after another, and even Luna looked at him expectantly. Helpless, Alvin could only accompany each little witch to ride the Ferris wheel in turn. It wasn't until late at night that Alvin left the amusement park with the reluctant crowd. Okay, Astoria, don't look back. If you still want to come, I'll accompany you next summer vacation. 99. Looking at Astoria, who turned back 3 steps, Alvin said comfortingly. When Astoria heard it, she nodded her head happily but said with a worried expression, I sneaked out today. I don't know if my mother won't let me out to play. Alvin expressed doubts. When he went to pick up Astoria in the morning, didn't the other party say that he had already talked to the family? Sticking out her tongue, the little witch told the truth in a twisted manner. It turned out that what she said was a good deal was to leave a letter to her family, and she ran out with Alvin when her mother went to work at the Ministry of Magic. After listening to the others, they couldn't help laughing and laughing. What a clever little ghost. Cho Chong rubbed Astoria's little head indulgently. Alvin helped his forehead helplessly. Now it's all right. Does he count as kidnapping an underage girl? But since things have happened, he will not blame Astoria. I can only explain the reason to her parents in a while. Afterwards, Alvin sent the others home one by one and made an agreement with Cho and Hermione to go to Diagon Alley tomorrow to buy the necessary supplies for the semester. Luna was unable to attend because she was going to see relatives with her father tomorrow. In the end, Alvin took Astoria back to her home. When Alvin walked into her living room with a frightened Astoria, a middle-aged woman with a face somewhat similar to Astoria was already sitting there waiting, with a very serious expression. Daphne Greengrass, who was sitting beside her, gave her sister a self-seeking look and did not dare to do anything else. Alvin is very speechless. This is your home. What are you doing behind me, father? Hello, Mrs. Greenglass. I'm Alvin Gaunt. I'm sorry I didn't make it clear to you today with Astoria. Hearing Alvin's words, Mrs. Greengrass's expression softened a lot. Well done, Mom. Mr. Gaunt, Astoria often mentions you at home. Thanks to your care today. Not to mention that the other party saved her daughter's life last year. Her tone was naturally very polite. With a weak cry, Astoria hid behind Alvin. With Alvin's current status and prestige, even Mrs. Greengrass, the head of the 28th pure-blooded family, needs to be treated with courtesy. However, he still moved a bit and completely blocked the little witch before saying hello. Mrs. Greenglass gave Astoria a helpless look. What are you doing hiding behind people? It's so impolite. Astoria stuck out her tongue and ran to her mother, begging for mercy coquettishly. Mom, aren't you mad at me anymore? Nodding her daughter's small forehead, Mrs. Greenglass said angrily, Next time you go out with Mr. Gaunt, just tell me directly. Don't play this trick. When the little witch heard her mother's words, a cheer fell into her arms. Dotingly patted her daughter's back, Mrs. Greengrass asked her to go back to rest first, and she had something to say to Alvin. After Astoria and Daphne left, Mrs. Greengrass said to Alvin, Thank you for saving Astoria last year. You're welcome, ma'am. Astoria is also my good friend. After saying these polite words, Mrs. Greengrass's expression also became worried. You also know the curse on Astoria. I heard that, Mr. Gaunt, you are very accomplished in alchemy. I wonder if there is any way to help 133 help her? This is the reason Alvin knew that the other party left him alone. He nodded slightly. Madam, I can indeed solve the problem of the curse, but it will take some time. Hearing Alvin's words, Mrs. Greenglass's expression became excited, and she kept saying words of gratitude. Alvin also made it unnecessary for the other party to do this. Even without her request, Alvin would not look at Astoria and ignore it. Seeing such a lovely little girl tortured by a curse, Alvin couldn't do it. After a few conversations between the two, Alvin said goodbye and left. After returning home, Alvin did nothing else and went to bed after washing up. The next day, Alvin took Hermione and Cho to Diagon Alley. Today is not only to buy books and items for school, but Alvin also buys Hermione an early birthday present. The little witch has been in school for 2 years and has not had a pet, so Alvin decided to give her the Crookshanks from the original book. Sure enough, after the three entered the pet shop, Hermione met the big ginger cat at a glance. The little witch walked in front of the cat, and it was indeed meowing to Hermione twice, who had been dismissive of all the guests. Its fur is gorgeous, isn't it? Hermione said to Alvin happily and reached out and stroked the cat's back. Buy it if you like it. I think it matches your color very well. Alvin also said with a smile. He just checked. Well, it's a female cat. However, he himself does not like cats very much, and the hair loss is too serious, which makes him a little bit of a cleanliness unacceptable. Hermione nodded, and Alvin went to the clerk to pay the bill and bought some pet supplies and rations by the way. Especially pet rations, Alvin bought a lot at one time. He didn't expect Fury to like these things so much, and he would eat some every day. Phoenix's force was almost lost by her. After the three walked out of the store, Hermione was holding the big ginger cat in her hand and still named her Crookshanks. Let's go to the newly opened shop next to Lehan Bookstore. I heard that they also sell broomsticks there. Chio suggested, and the other two nodded in agreement. In fact, Alvin knew what they were selling there and even prepared a surprise for Chio. But when they arrived, they saw a familiar figure at the door. "Harry!" Alvin shouted from across the road, and a little wizard who was lying on the window turned his head and looked over. When he saw that it was Alvin and the others, Harry smiled brightly. When Alvin and the others approached, Harry smiled and greeted. "What a coincidence, Alvin. I didn't expect to meet you here, as well as Hermione and Chio. Hello. What did you watch just now? So fascinated." Just now Harry almost put his eyes on the glass, and Alvin asked this question. Harry pointed to the inside of the store and introduced in a tone full of envy. "That new broomstick, Firebolt. In a special counter in the store, a broom made of ash wood is quietly placed inside. The shape and curves are very beautiful, and they are polished and shiny. This broom is so pretty." Chio couldn't help but praised, and Harry nodded again and again next to him. But Hermione didn't respond. After all, she didn't have much of a cold for Quidditch or flying. "Since you like it, let's go into the store and have a look." Alvin smiled mysteriously and entered the store with a group of people. At this time, there were already many wizards watching the firebolt, and Alvin secretly used his magic power to squeeze out a path. I saw the words on the sign below the broom, which said that the national team is only for competitions and the price is negotiable. Harry, who had tears of poverty, had been coming back to Diagon Alley almost every day recently to look at the broom, but he had never had the courage to come in and look at the price. Today's Alvin shattered his illusions. Chio is also staring at the firebolt, eyes full of love. Alvin looked around and found a clerk, and he asked the clerk to call the boss out. If he were a girl, would Alvin? Alvin nodded. He didn't say anything. Harry next to him just shouted, "Alvin, you ordered firebolts? Or two? He can't wait to have S** exchange surgery now. Is there a potion for permanent S** exchange in the magic world?" The tone was full of Versailles. "Yeah, it's just me and the autumn one. This broom looks much better than the Nimbus series." Chio covered his mouth in surprise, while Harry on the side was envious and his eyes turned red. "Mr. Gunter, welcome. The 2 firebolts you ordered were delivered the day before yesterday, and we made them specially for you to squeeze out the Bulgarian order." A middle-aged witch in her 40s was brought here by the clerk. After she saw Alvin, she immediately stepped forward and said enthusiastically. Soon, the owner returned to Alvin with 2 exquisite walnut boxes. "Mr. Gaunt, this is your firebolt. It has been remodeled according to your requirements. Take a look." 35. After speaking, he handed the box in his hand. Alvin took the box and opened one of them. A red and gold firebolt appeared in front of everyone's eyes. At the tail of the broom, there is also a carving of a swan, next to which is the name of Chio. "This is yours, Chio." Alvin handed the box to Chio. After Chio got it, he happily took out the firebolt, admiring every detail. The little witch did not reject Alvin's kindness this time. Even she herself belonged to Alvin, so there was absolutely no point in rejecting it. And Alvin himself opened another box, the firebolt of the same color. The difference is the engraving on the tail. Alvin's firebolt is engraved with a soaring phoenix, next to his family crest. Nodding with satisfaction, then put the box away, Alvin whispered to Chio. "Chio, let's go. Look at the eyes of the people around you." Chio looked around. Many people were staring at the firebolt in her hand, and she was also a little scared. Several people hurried out of the store door, looked at the time. Just at noon, they went to the floor and drink shop. Sitting under the pergola, everyone ordered a cold drink, and Harry looked at Alvin eagerly, his tone very flattering. "Alvin, can you let me touch it?" "Just." Hermione and Cho looked at Harry warily, and Alvin kicked him directly. "Get out of the way. Gay climbs for you." Harry reacted and hurriedly defended. "I mean firebolt. Let me touch firebolt." 35. Alvin angrily threw the firebolt box to him. Harry took it excitedly, and then asked with some doubts, "How did you get them to suspend the national team order and make you first instead?" These days, Harry often comes to see the firebolt, And he also knows that this broom is made by hand, and the output is very rare, almost all of which are wrapped up by the national team. Alvin shrugged. The boss of their company and I have some business cooperation, so they specially helped me to make two. In fact, it just so happened that this store happened to be the property that Alia and the others had acquired. After Alvin knew about it, he asked Alia and the others to customize two for him. When the other party saw that the landlord had spoken, he also wanted to establish a good relationship, so he helped Alvin in a few days. Harry was stunned. He didn't expect such a relationship, but also, Alvin is already a famous alchemist in the world, and it is normal to have business dealings with others. Afterwards, a few people chatted about summer vacation life again, and Harry became elated when he said this. This summer vacation may be the happiest summer vacation in his life. Without the harassment of the Vernons, there is no restriction on underage wizards from using magic outside of school. Every day, Harry can get up leisurely, read today's newspaper, and then come to Diagon Alley to eat some desserts and enjoy some firebolts at the broomstick store. After returning home, the house elves will also prepare their lunch intimately, and they can practice their spells in the afternoon. It's better than life at Hogwarts, except that there are no friends around. However, I ran into Fudge recently, and he was a little weird and told me not to go out at random. Harry remembered Fudge's strange behavior and was a little puzzled. The other party didn't even care that he blew up his aunt. Of course, Alvin knew why, but he wasn't going to talk to Hello right now. The news did nothing but make Harry angry and out of his mind. When Peter Pettigrew is caught, tell him the truth directly. Hermione, on the other hand, focused on Harry's inflating of his aunt and criticized Harry in a serious tone. You know this is a serious breach of the Ministry of Magic? Seriously, I'm surprised you didn't get fired. 99. Hermione's appearance reminded Alvin of the name Megger, given to him by other classmates. At this time, Hermione really had the feeling of some Professor McGonagall, training Harry so much that he couldn't lift his head. For Flower Zero, Alvin just couldn't hold back. He laughed out loud, and Chio and the others cast a strange look. It's okay. You continue to criticize Harry. He's outrageous. Under Harry's sad and angry eyes, Alvin sold him again, turned his head and leaned into Chio's ear and said something. After Chio listened, he looked at Hermione strangely, then buried his head in Alvin's arms, babbling. How could the smart Hermione not know what Alvin said to her, and slapped Alvin angrily. Alvin! There were shouts in the distance, and Alvin didn't have to look back to know it was George or Fred. Sure enough, after a while, both hands were on Alvin's shoulders. Well, after someone becomes an alchemist, he doesn't recognize his old friends. Fred exaggerated, and George next to him sighed. Alvin slapped both of their hands off, ignoring their antics. The two of them were not angry either. They did it with a smile, and Ron and Ginny, who came along with them, also sat down. One holiday gone, the Weasleys were all blacked out a shade. Ginny was a little shy and didn't dare to look at Harry across from him.
Ah,
Alvin said meaningfully, but everyone didn't notice. He pinched a bunch of freckled hair on his hand. Ron asked impatiently, Harry, are you really blowing your aunt big? That's pretty cool. Harry's face darkened. This matter was about to become his black history. Ron was also taken aback, almost fell to the ground, and Ban jumped out of Ron's pocket in a panic. Scabbers shivered at the sight of Alvin, but Alvin didn't move, but threw the mouse to Ron directly. Ron, look after him. Don't let him run around. Hermione screamed, and it turned out that Crookshanks escaped from his embrace and headed straight for Scabbers in Ron's pocket. However, he was caught by the fast-eyed Alvin and slipped in front of him. Thank you, Alvin. Ron took Ban in fear, and he looked at Crookshanks with some fear. Hermione, what is this? 35. Ron had just been talking to Harry and didn't notice Crookshanks. Hermione also held Crookshanks in her arms at this time and raised it. It's my birthday present from Alvin. It's called Crookshanks. Ron opened his mouth, but didn't dare to say it. His relationship with Hermione was not as good as in the original book. Coupled with Alvin's reasons, yelling at Hermione or something, he didn't even dare to think about it. Looking at Scabbers, who was still shivering in his pocket, Ron couldn't help feeling sad. The owner was bullied, and now even his pet has been reduced to this? Alvin said, "Okay, 133 Hermione. Didn't you see that Ron Scabbers was a mouse? Of course the cat would jump at the mouse when he saw it. You have to take care of Crookshanks in the future. Don't let him eat Scabbers." The little witch had a cute look on her face. It turns out that mice in the magic world are also afraid of cats? Then I will pay attention to it in the future. Ron glanced gratefully at Alvin, even Scabbers. Just now I thought what this little wizard was going to do to me. His eyes were so scary. I didn't expect the other party to be such a kind person. Boo-hoo. Peter Pettigrew was moved to tears, unaware that his hair had been taken by the other party. In the afternoon, a group of people accompanied Alvin and the others to buy books for the next semester. When he saw the Monster Book of the Monsters, Alvin still had to admire that the wizards in the wizarding world always did not take the usual path. After teaching the shop clerks how to appease the books, Alvin received their gratitude and bought a yokai book in vain. "If you can help us find those invisible books of invisibility, I can also give you a VIP card, and all future books will be 20% off. The clerk looked at Alvin expectantly. Alvin is also intrigued by this novelty of books. He summoned a ball of water and wandered around the room. After a while, he found more than a dozen invisibility books of invisibility. "Thank you so much. This is your VIP card. Keep it." 35. The clerk handed the VIP card to Alvin and happily bundled the invisible books into a ball and painted them with dye. Alvin handed the VIP card to Hermione. Anyway, he had fewer opportunities to buy books here, and Hermione used it more. After leaving the Lycan bookstore, Fred and George also took Alvin to buy some raw materials. Now, the business of prank props for the two is very good, and they have also earned a lot of gold galleons, and they are also spending a lot. Ron, who was watching, was very envious. But Fred and George never told their mother, Mrs. Jasmine, because it seemed a little out of business. "I think you should be more restrained this year. If you can't pass the OWLS exam, you'll be miserable." 99. Alvin reminded the twins. The two are in 5th grade this year, and Alvin is a little worried that these things will affect their studies. "Rest assured, the two of us have achieved good results." 35. George patted his chest and assured Alvin, but he was telling the truth. If the results of the two were not good, it would be impossible to make so many props. The knowledge used in it is varied. For example, the potions in the skipping gum and the shape-shifting spell in the pig's head lollipop. Fred and George also quietly told Alvin a secret that they were recently preparing for a F***CK Gus transformation. The two have been interested since hearing Alvin's introduction to this magic spell last semester, and after a summer of research, they finally have a little grasp. However, if the two of them are left alone, there's still a little panic, so they ask Alvin to fight. Alvin naturally agreed, and he was also curious about what animals the two brothers could transform into. A F***CK Goose's transformation is also related to the caster's character. Thinking of Sirius being so licking, coughing, and loyal to James, he turned into a big black dog. And Peter Pettigrew, a timid guy like a mouse, naturally became a mouse. I don't know what kind of weird animals will become with the characters of Fred and George. When everyone had finished shopping and returned to the leaky cauldron, they happened to see Mr. Weasley and Mrs. Molly. Mrs. Molly was a little excited after seeing Harry, while Mr. Weasley stepped forward to give Alvin a hug and whispered to Alvin, "Your alchemy is amazing. Let's discuss it sometime." "Arthur." Mr. Weasley's whisper was heard by Molly. She shouted in displeasure, and Mr. Weasley smiled embarrassingly. Alvin also found it interesting to see this scene. Mr. Weasley has always been keen to transform Muggle objects, but some difficult economic conditions have limited his hobby. At least Mrs. Molly was very opposed to him doing these things, and took charge of the financial power of the family. If you let Mr. Weasley know that he is not rich as George and they are, I don't know what his expression will be. In the end, everyone decided to have dinner at the leaky cauldron, and Alvin didn't ask the house elves to prepare anything. After all, Mrs. Jasmine and his elders were there. If he was doing this, he would be showing off a bit. Although Alvin's current identity is extraordinary, he has always paid attention to the 1.0 details of human interaction. He didn't want to become a nouveau riche with only power and wealth, but to be a respected wizard. At the dinner, Percy kept showing off that he became the head of the student council, and Mrs. Jasmine was also very happy and proud. This is the second student council leader from the Weasley family. The last one was Bill. Mrs. Molly also used Percy and Bill as an example for the twins to become prefects, and said the twins rolled their eyes. Alvin and Hermione both laughed secretly. If the twins became prefects, then Gryffindor would really never have a bright future. After dinner, everyone felt full and sleepy, and they agreed that after meeting on the Hogwarts Express tomorrow, the Weasleys returned to the burrow through Floo-Fans. Alvin also sent Hermione and Cho back home. The next day, early morning, Alvin packed everything, put the little unicorn in the suitcase, and went out. He did not go directly to King's Cross Station, but first went to find Sirius Black. Boom! Coming to the apartment where he lived, Alvin knocked on the door, and it took a long time for Sirius to open the door. Yes, very cautious. Apparently, Sirius just observed the situation outside before opening the door, and Alvin was very satisfied. Sirius gave a hatch. "You are finally here. If you don't come again, I think our agreement will be voided." Alvin smiled and replied, "You know what I'm going for." Blake was speechless. Of course he knew. Through the daily profit sent by Creature, Blake knew very well what big moves Alvin had made in France. He also sighed a little. This kid not only has a bad heart, but also has no talent. He was still teasing Snape with James when he was Alvin's grade. Sitting on the sofa, Sirius brought Alvin a cup of black tea. "Tell me, what's the matter with you today?" Alvin didn't talk nonsense. He directly took out Peter's hair and gave some to Sirius. "I saw Peter Pettigrew yesterday. Here's some of his hair." Hearing Alvin's words, Sirius clenched his fist tightly, but he restrained himself. Alvin took a sip of tea and frowned. Did Sirius give him expired black tea? Why does it taste weird? But he didn't care about these trivial matters. "I have some more compound decoction for you. You recently used the identity of Peter Pettigrew to do some sneaky things, and then let people inadvertently find out." Sirius didn't understand what Alvin meant. Alvin was helpless. How could his mind still be so stiff after such an old man? You want to make people suspect that Peter Pettigrew is still alive. When this matter becomes more and more troublesome, you are standing up, and the Ministry of Magic will have no choice but to cover it up. Then you can also confront Peter Pettigrew in court and clear your name. Sirius' eyes lit up. He could still play like this. "Don't worry, I'm good at this kind of thing, and I will never go wrong." 35. Sirius said that he is absolutely good at being mischievous, and he secretly swore in his heart that if Peter Pettigrew's reputation is not smeared and everyone shouts and beats him, he will no longer be named Black. Alvin nodded. The words have been brought. As for how to act is Sirius' own business. "Okay, it's time for me to go too. Don't write to me if you have anything to do. The Ministry of Magic has sent personnel to guard Hogwarts, and all correspondence entering the school will be checked. 5. If there is any need for you, I will contact you at any time." 35. After Alvin finished his instructions, he got up and left. "Wait a minute." Sirius stopped Alvin and said expectantly, "You know what Harry likes? I want to give him some presents." Alvin tilted his head and thought for a moment. "Well, if you want to give a gift, the firebolt is a good choice." After speaking, he opened the door and left. Firebolt. "Jamie, your son is an excellent Quidditch player like you." 35. If I knew it, I would definitely smile Jochuan. After leaving Sirius' house, Alvin rushed to King's 10 Cross Station. When he got on the train, Chio and the others had already found the box. Inside sat Hermione, Luna, Chio, 3 people. "Why are you here so late?" Seeing that Alvin came in, Chio asked. "It's okay, I got up a little late. Why isn't Storia here?" Alvin made a random excuse, then asked about something else. "She said she wanted to be with her sister, but she didn't come. Harry and the others were in the box next door." Alvin nodded to show he knew. The train started quickly, and Hermione and Luna were arguing along the way. "Luna, the crooked snorer doesn't exist." "No, it exists. It's just that people haven't discovered it yet." "But since it hasn't been discovered, how do you know it exists?" Hermione tried to convince Luna, who handed her a drawing board. Look. 9. What is this? Curved horned snoring beast. How do you know it looks like this? I drew it from the description on the Quibbler, and I recommend you order a copy too, so you know the crooked snorer is real. Hermione was defeated. Alvin and Cho also find it interesting to watch from the side. Hermione and Luna are both stubborn, and neither can convince the other. Coupled with Luna's natural sense of being dumb, Hermione couldn't handle it at all. But the two of them didn't discourage them either. It's not bad to have such a good show to watch on a boring journey. The heavy rain outside the window kept falling, and the roadside scenery could not be seen at all. During the period, Malfoy also came over to say hello to Alvin, but when he saw the situation of 133 in the box, he winked and said a few words before leaving. Old Malfoy intended to tell him that he must pay attention to having a good relationship with Alvin, and Malfoy is now more and more careful when facing Alvin. The speed of the train gradually slowed down, and the wind and rain outside the window became louder. Are we here? Cho was a little puzzled, feeling that time passed very fast today. No, we've only set out for 2 hours. It's impossible to get there. Alvin denied Cho. He had found that some ice flowers had condensed outside the window of the train. Is it the influence of Dementors? Alvin thought silently what he wanted to say, and suddenly the body shook. The lights in the car flickered, and Hermione was a little scared and shrank to Alvin's side. And Luna's face was pale. Are you all right, Luna? Alvin saw her abnormality and asked with concern. Luna shook her head, indicating that she was fine. At this time, a black shadow was printed on the window of the compartment, as if looking inside. But the shadow still felt that it was not enough. A withered, scabbed palm opened the door of the box. Dementors, come in. When the Dementor came in, the temperature of the entire box dropped to freezing point. It took a light breath, and it seemed that something was sucked out besides the air. Alvin's face sank. He thought it was a normal search for Dementors. Unexpectedly, the other party would not only enter the house, but also absorb their emotions as nutrients. Mother. At this moment, Luna's slightly crying voice came, which instantly made Alvin's anger soar. At this time, the little witch curled up in the corner of the seat in pain, muttering sadly. Alvin stood up with a shh. At the same time, a silver gauze appeared on his body. He walked straight towards the Dementors. Raise your hand and make a fist. One punch slams into chaos beneath the Dementor's hood. The Dementor was originally a body that was as weak as a flutter and seemed to have suffered a great deal of pain. Alvin strode forward. The silver gauze on his body gradually solidified, and the phantom of a phoenix loomed behind him. He directly grabbed the Dementor's neck and lifted him up. After being touched by Alvin's hand, the black robe on the Dementor's body shattered layer by layer, and the hood gradually fell off, revealing an ugly long face. Stop! There was a hurried blocking sound from the side, but Alvin didn't pay any attention to it. He just kept pinching the Dementor's throat. The Dementor let out a silent howl, and then slowly dissipated into the air. Humph! After doing all this, Alvin retracted his arm and shook it vigorously, as if he had touched something disgusting. The gauze on his body gradually dissipated, and he glanced at the person who had just stopped him. It was a pale, middle-aged wizard with washed-out hair, and Alvin knew that this was Lupin. But he didn't answer, but turned around and walked back to the carriage to check on Luna's condition. Although Hermione and Cho didn't look good at this time, they were much better after the Dementor left. But Luna still curled up in the corner, burying her head in her arms. Alvin walked beside Luna, hugged the little witch in his arms, and warmed her with his own body temperature. Luna felt Alvin's breath and hugged him tightly. Alvin, I saw Mommy.
Oh.
Patting the little witch on the back, Alvin comforted and said, It's all right. It's all over. Luna didn't say a word, just drilled hard into his arms. What was that just now? I remembered the fact that I didn't get first place in social sciences in elementary school, and it felt terrible. Hermione asked Alvin aloud, and before Alvin could speak, Cho gave an answer. Those are Dementors, usually used to guard the worst prisoners in Azkaban, and I don't know why they're here. 99. At this moment, Lupin came in and handed him a piece of chocolate. "Give her some chocolate, sweets always bring joy." Alvin took it and said thank you. As soon as his mind moved, Furway's figure appeared in the carriage along with the firelight and cried twice. Phoenix's singing can bring courage and hope, and immediately everyone felt a lot better. Even Luna slowed down and sat upright in Alvin's arms a little shyly. It's just the tears that haven't disappeared on his face that make Alvin feel distressed. "I didn't expect you to have a phoenix." Lupin sighed and then said again, "But you were too impulsive just now. Just drive him away. You don't have to kill. Then the Ministry of Magic will trouble you." After listening, Alvin sneered. The Ministry of Magic came to trouble him? He is lucky for the Ministry of Magic not to block it. The Dementa outside the train also felt the presence of one of his comrades disappear. One after another black shadows drifted towards the inside of the carriage. Alvin felt this too, and some of his anger that had subsided a little bit reappeared. "Professor, please help me take care of them." 35. Handing Luna to Hermione and the others, Alvin said to Lupin, and took Fury out of the box. At this time, many little wizards had already walked out of the box, and they saw the shadows outside, all of them pale. Alvin glanced at the crowd and took out his wand. "God guard." As Alvin's spell was uttered, a silver-white phoenix and a unicorn sprang from the tip of the deviant's wand. Their size was so exaggerated that Lupin was dumbfounded. "Furway, you go too. Let them improve their memory." Feeling the master's anger, Furway spread his wings, flew out of the train, and charged towards the Dementa with golden flames all over his body. Two phoenixes and a unicorn run amok among a group of Dementas, and any Dementa that gets rubbed a little will burn with flames of gold or silver. In just a few dozen seconds, 5 or 6 Dementors had already dissipated in the air. The rest of the Dementors weren't fools either, and couldn't have stayed in place to allow Alvin to slaughter like this. They all fled, and decided to go to the Ministry of Magic to complain. "This job is too hard. It's just a routine check. How come so many brothers are sacrificed?" Many Dementors have regretted leaving Azkaban. The other little wizards were also stunned when they saw this scene. Possesses a phoenix, 2 patron saints, and drives away a large group of Dementas. Even if everyone has a certain immunity to Alvin's metamorphosis, it is still shocking. "Well, another classmate next door passed out, so I won't stay here for now, my father." Lupin's legs were a little weak at this time, and Alvin's performance scared him, and he thought it would be better not to stay here. Lupin wanted Alvin to be careful, but think about the fighting ability the opponent just showed. Lupin also regretted that he had agreed to Dumbledore to be a professor of defense against the dark arts. Is it too late for him to run now? After Alvin saw the Dementors fleeing, well, most of the depression in his heart dissipated, and then he withdrew the Patronus and walked into the box. Just in case Alvin discovers his werewolf identity, he can't even run. Alvin didn't think so much and smiled at Lupin gently. "Thank you for the chocolate just now." It's all right. It's just that the Ministry of Magic will definitely come to you in a while, and you have to hold back." Once the words hit the lips, they changed. Alvin nodded to Lupin, showing that he understood. Then he sat next to Luna. At this time, her condition has improved a lot, and the tears on her face have been wiped away. Only his face was pale. Alvin fed Luna the chocolate that Lupin had just given. The little witch obediently ate it, and gave Alvin a smile. Alvin knew that letting Luna sleep at this time was the best way to recuperate, so he cast a sleeping spell. In an instant, the little witch fell asleep leaning on Alvin's shoulder in a daze, but still held his hand tightly. The train also resumed running, but after a while, it stopped again. Alvin was a little impatient by these changes. Why is there so much trouble with such a short distance on the way to school? He secretly decided in his heart that he would apparate directly to Hogsmeade with the girls next semester, and then enter the school directly. The door was violently opened, and 2 wizards dressed as Aurors came in, one tall and one short. The tall Auror was about to open his mouth to say something when Alvin's eyes widened, and the silence spell was instantly released. The expressions of the 2 Aurors changed, and they drew out their wands vigilantly and looked at Alvin. Alvin made Hermione sit over and gently leaned Luna against her. This was the one who walked out of the box with the 2 oars. He waved Sure 133 to display a barrier, making sure that the conversation inside would not wake Luna, and then he said, "Okay, you can talk now. If you have anything to ask, just ask." His tone was full of impatience. The 2 Aurors were a little unhappy in their hearts, and they wanted to ask questions directly, but they remembered that Alvin just cast a spell without a staff and silently, still forcibly, suppressed the anger. These Dementors are on the orders of the Ministry of Magic to search for Sirius Black, and you have just killed 7 Dementors, seriously hindering the operation of the Ministry of Magic. 39. Alvin sneered. Did that Dementor just come to search? I think he came to eat. My friend was eaten by Dementors just now. I hope you will give me an explanation. The short Aura laughed angrily. You killed the staff of the Ministry of Magic, and now let us give you an explanation? Even if they overreacted, it would be easy to drive away those Dementors with your Patronus charm just now, right? Why kill them? Alvin sneered. Are you teaching me to do things? But before he could speak, Alvin spoke again. Forget it, Bah. Anyway, your level is not enough. I will tell Fudge directly when the time comes. Boy, who do you think you are, and you contact Minister Fudge directly? Why don't you say that the Ministry of Magic is yours? 35. The short Aura looked at Alvin amusingly, feeling that he was a little whimsical. Alvin looked at them half smiling. My name is Alvin Gaunt, and it's true that the Ministry of Magic was not run by my family. When the tall wizard heard Alvin's name, his face changed, and he hurriedly asked, The Alvin Gaunt who invented alchemical creatures? Alvin nodded, and the wizards smiled wryly, now that they had hit the iron. Other ordinary wizards just know that Alvin is very famous, but they don't understand the status of Alvin in the wizarding world today. In order to buy some alchemy creatures, many pureblood families told their clansmen not to provoke Alvin and to please each other when necessary. He is also from a pureblood family, and he was discussing with a group of people at home a few days ago how to get online with Alvin. I didn't expect to meet him today. He could only suppress the suffocation in his heart and squeeze out a gentle smile. It turned out to be Mr. Gaunt. Then this matter is a misunderstanding. We will go and talk to the Dementors. Alvin waved his hand. No, I said I'd tell Fudge in person, and if you have nothing to do, I'll go first. 35. After he finished speaking, he removed the barrier. There were already many little wizards outside, all looking at Alvin worriedly. Malfoy also stepped up and shouted deliberately, Alvin, it's all right, don't worry, killing a few Dementors is no big deal. I'll let my dad negotiate with the Ministry of Magic. Yes. If it wasn't for Alvin's shot just now, the Dementors would have all rushed up. The other little wizards were also excited. The 2 Aurors smiled bitterly. Usually, when they were carrying out their official duties, all the wizards who encountered them were nervous, respecting and fearing them. Has anyone ever been besieged like this? However, there are all Hogwarts students here, and if one is not careful, it will have a serious impact. The tall wizard also had to open his mouth to explain to the crowd. Don't get me wrong, classmates. We just asked Mr. Gaunt for some information, and we already know that the responsibility for everything lies with the Dementors. Don't worry, Mr. Gaunt is not only in no trouble, he'll be honored by the Ministry of Magic. After saying this, he saw that the emotions of the little wizards stabilized. Heaving a sigh of relief, the tall Aura hurriedly apparatted off the train with his companion. The little wizards cheered like victory, and Alvin smiled at them. The scene where everyone stood up to support him just now made Alvin a little moved. In an orderly manner, everyone returned to their seats, and Alvin also walked back to the box. At this time, Luna was still soundly asleep, and Hermione cast a questioning look when she saw Alvin walk in. Alvin said that everything was resolved, so she didn't need to worry. Cho and Hermione should be relieved. When the 2 women saw Alvin go out with Alvin just now, they were also very worried. But since Alvin said it was all right, they were relieved. And Alvin took out a piece of parchment and wrote something on it. After writing, he asked Fury to go to Fudge with the letter. Give this letter to Fudge. Remember, be arrogant. Fourway nodded and disappeared into the carriage with the envelope. After a few people got off the train, Alvin released Celestia and went directly to the school in a carriage. Alvin didn't ask Luna to attend the sorting ceremony, but asked Cho to send her back to the dormitory first, and he went and asked Professor Flitwick to take a leave for Luna. The little witch who had slept for a while was also in a much better mental state, and her eyes returned to that trance-like look.
Gee,
Alvin whispered to Fury. He was not joking with the two Aurors just now, but really wanted to settle accounts with Fudge. The next time, because Luna fell asleep, the three of Alvin didn't speak again. At the same time, Fudge also hurried to Dumbledore's headmaster's office and came to ask for his guilt. It was only after the train arrived at the station that Luna was woken up. Hogwarts, in the headmaster's office. Fudge took a few Aurors and broke in directly. At this time, I was constantly complaining to Dumbledore about something. Albus, your students attacked the Dementors on the train. 7 dead. They all work for the Ministry of Magic. What is that? A blatant disregard for the authority of the Ministry? Do you know how much energy I have to spend trying to appease those Dementors? Fudge's angry voice echoed in the office, but Dumbledore seemed a little indifferent and just listened quietly. Suddenly, Fawkes on the bird's stand stopped trimming his feathers and looked out the window. Dumbledore felt something and reacted the same way. Albus, did you listen to me? Fudge, who was chattering, saw Dumbledore's actions and couldn't help but get angry.
Wow.
An arrogant foaming resounded throughout Hogwarts. The windows of the office opened automatically. Furway flew in with golden flames burning all over his body and flew straight towards Fudge and the others. The expressions of several Aurors changed, and they clenched their wands and were ready to attack at any time. But Fury stopped 2 meters in front of Fudge, glanced at the group of Aurors disdainfully, and threw the parchment caught in the paw column. Fawkes happily flew to Fury's side, kept turning in circles, and invited Fury to eat some snacks of his own. Furway dismissed it, and she was used to high-end pet rations, but she couldn't despise those crumbs. Fudge picked up the parchment on the ground and looked at it. The more he looked, the more ugly Fudge's face became. Alvin's wording in the letter is quite unceremonious, not only asking why Fudge is so lax about the Dementors. He also questioned whether he could be a good minister of magic. Fudge looked very angry. But what's the use of him being angry? In the letter, Alvin said that he had told his old friends of these things. I hope Fudge will think about the punishment for the Dementors. The threat is beyond words. Fudge knew who the old friends were referring to, and even when he was angry, he could only bear it. Dumbledore was admiring Fudge's face-changing stunt on the side, smiling without saying a word. Seeing Lao Deng's smile, Fudge didn't have the face to stay here any longer. He only said a word to let Dumbledore restrain his students, and left in embarrassment. Looking at Furway, who was constantly entangled by Fawkes, a glint of light flashed in old Deng's eyes. Alvin's phoenix was stronger than he imagined, and even he had to be careful with the golden holy flame just now. The auditorium is now full of little wizards. Everyone was discussing what happened on the train just now. The terror of the Dementors, Alvin's phoenix, and those 2 giant patron saints. At this time, the professors had not come, and Fred and George had also crowded into the long table of Ravenclaw. Ivan, why do you have 2 patron saints, and they are both magical creatures? I remember that patron saints are generally ordinary animals, right? George was very excited to ask. They had just witnessed the whole process, and the scene of the 2 patron saints killing the quartet is still fresh in their minds. Probably because of Fury's relationship with Celestia. As far as I know, Headmaster Dumbledore's patron saint is also a phoenix. Alvin explained vaguely, but he was just guessing. We have to learn too. 55. Fred and George spoke in unison, and Alvin nodded in agreement. For the rest of the semester, the Dementors would roam the edges of Hogwarts, and he was going to teach Hermione the Patronus spell. But why can your patron saint still wear it? Hermione remembered the scene in the box, and a blush appeared on her face. Alvin directly transformed the Patronus into a piece of clothing, covering the whole body, which was so handsome. Alvin said patiently, "This is a small variant of the Patronus application. After your proficiency is high enough, The Patronus can not only defend against Dementors, but also use it to attack, and some wizards even use Patronus to convey information. The little witch nodded, hearing that the Patronus has so many functions. She also made up her mind to take good control of it. Soon, the professors appeared in the auditorium, and Hermione and the others returned to the long table in Gryffindor. The sorting ceremony was over soon, and many little wizards were gearing up for the next sumptuous dinner. But this time Dumbledore stood up. Nice to meet everyone and some new faces. But before you get confused by the food, I have to say something important. First, let's congratulate Mr. Gaunt, who has made great achievements in alchemy and received a Merlin First Class, and I am honored to have such a student at Hogwarts. After speaking, he took the lead in applauding, and the little wizards in the audience also responded with warm applause. Professor Flitwick's face flushed with pride, and he almost fainted. When the applause gradually subsided, Lao Deng also said the second thing. I'm sure you've seen them on the train. Dementors will be stationed at all entrances to the school to defend our school. 5. Of course, I don't think it's necessary. But the fact has already happened, so all the little wizards need to pay attention. Dumbledore talked about the fact that the Dementors would stay in the school for a long time, which made many little wizards change their colors, and they didn't complain when they were dissatisfied. Alvin also stared at Dumbledore, who just cast his gaze over and nodded slightly to Alvin. Then he gave a serious warning to the little wizards. Don't try to hide from the Dementors, leave the school. No tricks will deceive them. Not even the invisibility cloak. Speaking of the invisibility cloak, he deliberately glanced at Harry, who was apathetic. Harry was dumbfounded. The invisibility cloak was in Alvin's hands. He didn't carry the blame. So, everyone, don't get close to the area where the Dementors are. This is for your own good and, of course, for the Dementors' good. After Lao Deng said this, he naughty blinked his eyes. Before he came to the auditorium, he also negotiated with the leader of the Dementors. The leader of the Dementors repeatedly emphasized to him not to let the little wizard with the double guardian angels approach their entrenched place. Almost fell to Dumbledore's knees. The originally dull auditorium also burst into laughter. Everyone knows that the latter sentence refers to Alvin. Thank you for your subscription and various data support. The little author tries to update one chapter today. Plus, everyone knew Hagrid, and there was warm applause from the Gryffindor table to express their welcome to Hagrid. After the long speech, everyone finally enjoyed a sumptuous dinner. Alvin brought Chio to the kitchen quietly and brought some food for Chio to deliver to Luna. As for Lupin, this time because of Alvin's great power, Lupin didn't have the chance to show himself on the train. Therefore, the little wizard still held a skeptical attitude towards him, who looked a little shabby, and their applause was a little sparse. After talking about these things, Dumbledore introduced the 2 new professors this year to the students. After the dinner, the professors directly asked the prefect to bring the little wizards from various colleges back to the dormitory. But Lupin didn't care, got up to greet him, and sat down again. The next day, when Alvin saw Luna in the auditorium, the other party was completely fine. Luna also saw Alvin. She was sitting with Chio at breakfast and waved to Alvin, who was about to walk over. At this moment, one of Ravenclaw's male prefects came over and told him that Dumbledore had asked him to go to the office. Alvin is a little puzzled. Could it be yesterday? Then why didn't you call him over last night? When he reached the 8th floor, the statue at the entrance of the principal's office glanced at him and opened it without asking for a password. There was no change in the headmaster's room as before. Alvin swept around and did not see Dumbledore. The portraits of the previous principals on the wall greeted Alvin when they saw Alvin's arrival. A little wizard like Alvin who came to the principal's office every 3 to 5, 1, 3, 3, they naturally remembered it very clearly. The portrait of Principal Black also winked at him secretly. Alvin also responded with a smile. Fox flew over his shoulder and tilted his head, as if wondering why Fury didn't come with him. Angrily, he clicked the little head of this bird-licking bird, and he knew that he was thinking about his little phoenix all day long. Sorry, Gaunt. I was dealing with something that kept you waiting. Dumbledore's voice came from the right side, and Alvin turned his head only to find that there was an invisible door there, and old Deng came out of the door. Sitting in his place, Old Deng also motioned to Alvin to sit down. It seemed that he was in a good mood. After Alvin took his seat, he waved out tea and desserts. These are upcoming products from Duke B, and I'm their VIP customer, so I can get them early. 35. At this time, Dumbledore was like an old urchin, very proud of being a VIP customer of a candy store. Alvin didn't reject his offer, and he was called over before he had breakfast. Picked up a pink transparent candy and ate one. A fragrance of strawberry was introduced into the mouth, and it felt good. After taking another sip of black tea, Alvin got down to business. Did the professor call me here today because of the Dementors yesterday? Dumbledore shook his head. I have come to plead for Fudge today, and of course there are other things. 39. Plead? Alvin didn't understand. Dumbledore explained. What happened on the train yesterday, because of some of your actions, caused him a lot of trouble. And the Malfoy family and the Flint family are also putting pressure on Fudge frequently because of you, and I was talking to Fudge just now. In fact, Dumbledore didn't expect that Alvin could bring so much trouble to Fudge. More than half of the members of Sir Merlin's order had written a complaint letter to the Ministry of Magic last night, and what Dumbledore didn't even think about was that several pureblood families in Slytherin had also secretly put pressure on Fudge. In just a few short years, Alvin has become a wizard with great influence in his words and deeds. It was only then that Alvin learned of his own letters, which made the Minister of Magic exhausted. However, he would not sympathize with Fudge. After all, this was all brought about by the other party. Seeing that Alvin did not let go, Dumbledore persuaded again. Now that the wizarding world is full of events, we can't let Fudge get overwhelmed by these things. 99. Alvin saw that Old Deng really wanted to protect Fudge, and he sighed in his heart. Do you know that the person you are trying to protect now will completely turn against you in 2 years and treat you like the enemy who killed your father? But Dumbledore said so, and Alvin had to give face. Professor, it's okay to let him go, but Fudge has to be a little bit more expressive, right? 39. As soon as Dumbledore heard it, he knew that Alvin had agreed, and smiled to reassure Alvin that he would talk about compensation. Then he talked about another thing. Gaunt, I hope you can help me protect Harry this semester. If you can, it's best to let him learn the Patronus charm. He spoke to Alvin seriously, and repeated the story of Sirius. Of course, it is the version recognized by the magic world. Alvin was speechless after hearing this. Professor, with you at Hogwarts, there is nothing to worry about. Dumbledore sighed lightly, looking a little tired. I may be away from school for a long time, so Harry's safety is entirely up to you. 35. Alvin wanted to complain about something, but he couldn't speak. Of course he knew what Lao Deng was doing, and he must be looking for Voldemort's Horcrux. But the problem is that the Horcruxes outside have been cleaned up by Alvin, just a gold cup and a Harry. At this time, Lao Deng's rushing around like this is completely useless. But he couldn't say that either. He still needed a few years to develop, and it was better for Dumbledore to focus on Voldemort. Alvin nodded in agreement. Sirius wouldn't do anything to Harry anyway, and he didn't have to waste his energy. Dumbledore looked at Alvin with relief. He thought that Alvin agreed because of his friendship with Harry. That's all. Please come here, Gaunt. 35. Hearing the meaning of seeing off in Dumbledore's words, Alvin got up and went out. But Lao Deng remembered something and said suddenly, By the way, please don't expose Professor Lupin's identity. After all, our defense against the dark arts professor is really hard to find. Dumbledore knew that Alvin would definitely be able to detect Lupin's werewolf identity, so he reminded him. Alvin didn't look back, just waved at him, and left the office. Look at the time, it's almost time for the first class. Their first class today is Lupin's defense against the dark arts class. Alvin thought silently about Luna's question on the way. Luna's resistance to Dementors is particularly vulnerable because she witnessed her mother's death in her early years. It is necessary for the little witch to learn the Patronus charm, but if you want to learn the Patronus charm, it has to be practiced against a Dementor or Boggart. Alvin didn't want the little witch to be tortured again and again, and he was also in trouble. There was no clue until he walked to the classroom of defense against the dark arts. It was not long before class started, and the door of the classroom had not been closed. Lupin just saw Alvin outside and smiled at him. "You are not too late, please come in, Mr. Gaunt." Alvin nodded at him, walked into the classroom and sat beside Hermione, asking in a low voice, "Why are the Hufflepuffs and Slytherin students here?" Hermione's ears tickled at Alvin's breath, and she gave Alvin an angry look before answering in a low voice. "It is said that the professor's lounge is used, and the time is not easy to adjust, so let the 4 colleges have a class together and separate them later." 5. Alvin knew and estimated that this class was about Boggart. Boggart is a shape-shifting magical creature in the wizarding world. He can see through your heart and become what you fear most. Alvin would like to know, what is his greatest fear right now? After Lupin saw that everyone was gathered, he took everyone out of the classroom and went to the 13th staff lounge on the 2nd floor. They also bumped into Peeves on the way, but Lupin's brilliant catapult spell settled it. The little wizards seemed to have a lot more respect for Professor Lupin. When entering the lounge, there was only one professor, Snape. After seeing Lupin, Snape sneered. Then he stood up, walked to Lupin's side, and pointed to Neville, who shivered when he saw Snape. "Remember, Lupin, this is Neville Longbottom, and I advise you not to let him do anything difficult unless—" Snape glanced at Alvin, but didn't say the next words. Lupin raised his eyebrows. "Thank you for your reminder, but I hope Mr. Longbottom will be my assistant in the first stage." Hearing Lupin's counterattack, Snape frowned, but his expression returned. "If I were you, I'd give Gaunt 50 points. After all, you need to thank him well, don't you?" As Snape spoke, he glanced at Alvin, who was silent, and then left the lounge. "What does he mean by that?" Hermione asked Alvin curiously. She had just noticed that Snape gave Alvin a look. "Nothing. Maybe it was yesterday on the train." 35. Alvin leaned back in his chair and answered lazily. The little witch glanced at Alvin thoughtfully. She knew that Alvin was not telling the truth, but she did not continue to ask. Lupin took everyone to the end of the lounge, where there was an old wardrobe. He patted the wardrobe, and the wardrobe shook suddenly, and some timid wizards were startled. "Don't worry, everyone. Here is a Boggart who can introduce his characteristics." Hermione raised her hand high, and Lupin called her up. "It's a shape-shifting thing that can transform into what he thinks will frighten us the most." 35. Lupin nodded in satisfaction and added 10 points to Gryffindor. Then he introduced some ways to deal with Boggart, as well as the mantle spell. When it came to the practice stage, Lupin really let Neville come forward as a demonstration. "Don't be nervous, Longbottom." 35, he said comfortingly. "As I said, you just said you lived with your grandmother." 5. He patiently and persuadingly said, "Wait a minute, you imagine your grandmother in your mind. So?" "Professor Lupin." At this time, Alvin spoke up. Lupin's next words were interrupted, and he froze for a moment. "What's the matter, Mr. Gaunt?" Alvin stood up blankly, and the laziness just now was swept away. "Don't you think your words are too inductive? You just need to do your duty as a professor. As for what happened to Boggart, you don't seem to have to worry about it. Alvin is a little unhappy now, 1 or 2. They all think Snape is easy to bully, right? Neville just said that what he is most afraid of is Snape. This is normal. After all, Snape's attitude towards him was not very good in itself." But Lupin's words just now obviously induced Neville to build an image in his mind. When Boggart comes out and is hit by the burlesque, it will naturally become what Neville has in mind. Lupin's expression also changed. He didn't expect Alvin to see his little trick so easily. He forced a smile. "Mr. Gaunt, you're right. I'll leave the rest to Longbottom." After he finished speaking, he retreated to the cabinet and opened the cabinet door. Hook-nosed, stern-faced Snape came out of the closet, his eyes fixed on Neville. Neville was too frightened to speak, but he managed to cast the spell. Funny. After a noise, Snape seemed to trip, and then his clothes were unchanged, but the hat on his head had changed to what Neville had just described to his grandmother. Lupin was a little depressed. After being interrupted by Alvin, it was obvious that the image in Neville's mind was not three-dimensional, but Snape's appearance was changed a little. All he could do was get Neville to step back and call Parvati. What Parvati feared most was the mummy, and Boggart became a mummy full of blood. Funny. The mummy was knocked down and struggled to get up, but always tripped over herself, and finally lost her head. Parvati giggled when he saw it. Lupin called for another Ravenclaw student to come forward. Shockingly, the Ravenclaw student fears Alvin the most. Alvin is also very puzzled. Is his image among the little wizards so bad? What made him even more depressed was that after several little wizards went up in a row, there were some people whose bogot image was him. Is he the Lord of Hogwarts? Hermione next to her couldn't laugh anymore and was lying in Alvin's arms, laughing and twitching. After the little wizard stepped back, they also smiled awkwardly at Alvin. Most of these people were children of wizarding families who spent the summer berating their parents for using Alvin as a role model. Alvin is someone else's child in their eyes. There are also some students who came to Hogwarts in the same carriage as Alvin this year. They had seen Alvin get angry and kill Dementors mercilessly. The flowers growing in these greenhouses naturally regard the decisive Alvin as the most terrifying existence. Soon, Hermione walked up to Boggart. Alvin looked at her curiously, wondering what Hermione was most afraid of. Could it be that Professor McGonagall gave her a low score on the paper? Boggart exploded again, from a doll lying on the ground, instantly turned into Alvin's appearance.
Ugh.
What the hell? My girlfriend is most afraid of myself. Alvin couldn't spit out the old groove and almost fainted. Hermione was also a little strange. How could she be afraid of Alvin? The other little wizards were also excited and entered the melon-eating mode. Everyone knows about the relationship between Alvin, Hermione, and Cho, and seeing such a bizarre thing now can't help but be excited. At this moment, the Boggart-changed Alvin spoke up. Hermione, your hair is still so messy, and you have two big eyes, so ugly, I don't want you. 35. Hermione froze for a moment, then let out the biggest scream in her life. What? Lupin, who was closest, covered his ears subconsciously and shouted at Hermione. Cry the spell, Granger. Funny. Hermione shouted a spell almost like a roar. Boggart bang. 9 foot, turned into a bruised Alvin, lying on the ground. The whole place was silent. Pfft. I don't know who it is first laughed out loud, and then it was as if the switch was turned on and everyone laughed madly. Except for Alvin. At this time, Alvin clenched his wand, thinking about whether to give the whole school's 3rd graders a one-off. Yes, and Professor Lupin. With his strength, it should be very easy to do this. Shame. It's definitely the most humiliating time Alvin has ever been born. Even when he stumbled into the girls' bathroom when he was in elementary school, it wasn't so shameful. Although it wasn't him lying on the ground, he was holding his face. He walked beside Hermione with a dark face and pulled the little witch back to her seat. Boggart was also cast by Alvin into an ever-changing liquid. Hermione also recovered at this time, lying in Alvin's arms, and began to cry woo. Alvin, don't dislike my teeth and hair. Alvin was speechless and could only comfort him. You will be next, Alvin. Seeing that no one came forward, Lupin called Alvin's name. Alvin patted Hermione and signaled that she was about to come on stage. Hermione raised her head and looked at Alvin with rain. Going to Boggart. Boggart is also constantly changing, but this time it takes longer than any previous time. The little wizards also craned their necks to watch, and they were curious about what such a powerful Alvin would be afraid of. Even Hermione stopped crying and stared straight ahead. Finally, Boggart stopped transforming, but it was not a person or an item that appeared, but a vision. In the dark, cloudy sky, a figure flew up quickly, constantly hitting the highest point. However, the dark clouds in the sky sent out bursts of thunder and lightning, preventing his actions. After once, twice, countless times, the figure was desperate and finally stopped moving. Alvin looked at the scene in front of him silently, while the others were at a loss. Suddenly, without seeing any movement from Alvin, the screen exploded. A man with the face of Takakuni appeared, wearing a sports suit and holding a sea cucumber in his hand. Alvin looked at Lupin with a smile. Professor, I'm done. After speaking, without waiting for Lupin to react, he returned to his seat. Oh well. Lupin didn't react a little, but responded subconsciously. Others saw that Alvin didn't mean to explain, although it was a little regretful, but there was no way. The class continued, and the next little wizards did not make any mistakes and completed the spell perfectly. But Lupin didn't call Harry's name, as if he was avoiding something, which made Harry a little depressed. After class, everyone left the staff lounge, and Lupin left Alvin alone. "I'm sorry, Gaunt, that some of my instructions to Longbottom may have offended our professors. 5. However, you don't know when Snape and I—" "Professor." Alvin interrupted Lupin, who knew exactly what Lupin wanted to say. Nothing more than some grudges with Snape back then. "I actually know something about you and Professor Snape." 35. Lupin was a little stunned. He didn't expect Alvin to know this, but he didn't say anything and continued to listen to Alvin. "I just think that the fight between you and Professor Snape shouldn't involve Neville, right?" After saying this, Alvin turned around and left, leaving Lupin with a slightly ashamed face. "So, what exactly is that picture just now?" Inside the library, Hermione asked Alvin in a low voice, her eyes constantly sweeping around, for fear that Mrs. Pants would jump out. "It's nothing. I've been afraid of thunder since I was a kid. It's nothing strange," Alvin answered Hermione absently. In fact, at the beginning, he did not understand what the meaning of the picture was. But the scene of trying to break through the sky, but failing again and again, made his heart block again. It wasn't until the end that he was somewhat enlightened, and what he was afraid of was not being able to climb the highest peak of magic. That dark cloud represents the world. From Lee. He fears that his power is insufficient, and he cannot become an existence beyond the world. Of course, he couldn't tell Hermione these things. Hermione pouted, a little unhappy at Alvin's perfunctory answer. "Then you can always tell me what's so funny about the last man holding the sea cucumber?" "Where is it funny?" "Tick. Where?" Hermione also hit Alvin angrily. Mrs. Pants's angry voice came from behind, and both of them shrank their necks and stopped talking. Alvin was speechless. Women are really unreasonable animals. "Obviously you asked me first." Alvin looked at Hermione in surprise. "Don't you think it's funny?" "Isn't it funny? I blame you all. Now it's all right, I got caught. If you're talking, get me out of this library." The defense against the dark arts class quickly spread. The little wizards in Gryffindor were full of praise for Lupin and thought his class was very interesting. And it seemed that he still didn't deal with Snape. As long as you don't deal with Snape, that's their Gryffindor's good friend. But the little wizards from other colleges didn't care about Lupin. Lupin's tricks in class are debunked by Alvin. Many people know that Lupin deliberately guides Neville just to make Snape embarrassed. This made the Slytherin students angry. The Ravenclaw students also kept their distance from Lupin because of Alvin's attitude. As for Hufflepuff, they said, "I only eat melons and don't get involved." Snape also learned the news, and he gave Ravenclaw a lot of points in the potions class this week. It's a response to Alvin, and secretly added some ingredients to the medicine taught by a certain defense against the dark arts class. Guaranteed that Lupin will be paralyzed for a week after drinking it. Lupin was also very troubled, and the students' evaluation of him became polarized, which made the response of his next course to be mediocre. At this point, he also regretted stumbling Snape in class. 150. But it's too late to say anything. After the semester began, Alvin began to observe Filch. He wanted to figure out why the squib couldn't use magic. Alvin checked the information and found that the squibs are still very different from the muggles. Just like Muggle repelling charm cannot affect squibs and some special magical creatures muggles can't see, but squibs can. Just like in the original, a squib in charge of Harry's situation can see the Dementors. And Uncle Vernon's family saw nothing. Therefore, squibs are like a group of half-finished wizards, which are very valuable for research. Alvin, who was thinking, was awakened and glanced at the approaching person. "Harry, how did you become like this?" Alvin looked at Harry in Quidditch uniform with a broom in front of him. The muddy water on the clothes was dripping on the ground continuously, and a black hair was also wet by the rain. Harry looked at Alvin resentfully. "I told Wood that you had 2 firebolts. 35. Wood made us train like crazy. Who do you think is to blame?" Alvin laughed when he heard Harry's grievances. "Wood, he knows he is in 7th grade this year, which means if he can't win the championship this year, he never had another chance. It's no wonder that the frantic training started as soon as the school started, and it was really that Alvin put too much pressure on him. Rest assured, I've retired from the Quidditch team, so you still have a chance. Really? After hearing this, Harry's face lit up with joy and then quickly converged. Alvin is still here after all. Alvin wanted to pat Harry on the shoulder, but seeing his embarrassed appearance, he couldn't do it again. Really, I have a lot of things to do now. Quidditch is a waste of my time. I've already told Roger. Alvin is now eager to improve his strength, and there are still many problems that need a lot of time to study and solve. So, he didn't want to participate in Quidditch matches. Roger Davis also persuaded Alvin for a long time when he heard the news, but after Alvin repeatedly refused, he accepted his fate. The only thing that made Roger feel better was that Alvin agreed to lend his firebolt to the rest of the team. At that time, Ravenclaw, who has 2 firebolts, still has an absolute advantage. Mr. Filch, look this way. Suddenly, Alvin shouted and called Filch not far away. After Filch walked in, he saw that Harry was covered in mud dripping all over the floor. Immediately happy. Potter, you ruined the cleanliness of the castle, and I will punish you for cleaning the entire floor. Harry looked at Alvin in disbelief. I was just happy to hear that you quit the Quidditch team. Are you doing this to me? Tired. Destroy it. This world is hopeless. Glancing at Harry with a smile, Alvin watched Filch. After carefully perceiving Filch's whole body, Alvin still vaguely sensed a slight fluctuation of magic power in him. But it was too weak, so that he himself was not sure if he was wrong. Thank you, Mr. Gaunt, for letting me catch this unruly boy. Filch is still very polite to Alvin. Recently, Alvin sent him some nice gadgets in order to have more contact with him. This moved Filch, who was somewhat inferior, very moved. It's okay. It's our responsibility to take care of Hogwarts. I don't have anything to do here, I'll go first. Alvin smiled gently and left here, leaving Harry with no love left to clean the entire hallway. This semester, Alvin took only 1 course on the protection of magical creatures. Therefore, compared to the average student, there is still more free time. If not, the school requires that each student must choose at least 1 elective. Alvin reckons he wouldn't even choose to protect magical creatures. This Sunday we will start tutoring Hermione and the others again. The first lesson must be the Patronus charm. So Alvin also needs to prepare some teaching aids. And this teaching aid is the Dementor. Although there is no Dementor, you can use Bogut instead, but the only Bogut in the school was taken by Lupin as a teaching aid. Alvin was going to sneak over to see if there were any Dementors left alone. Dumbledore had set aside a large clearing for them, and the magical creatures who lived there had moved away. If there is no task, the current Dementors generally live in the Forbidden Forest. And the Dementors who were wandering in the Forbidden Forest were unaware at this time. In desperation, Alvin can only play the idea of those Dementors. At this time, it was still pouring rain outside. Although it was only in the afternoon, the sky was no different from the night. The little wizard, who caused them deep fear, was slowly approaching them. Alvin found a place where no one was around, cast a disillusionment spell, and walked outside the castle. Forbidden Forest, in a territory near the periphery. The temperature here is much colder than the surrounding area, and even the tree trunks are covered with a layer of frost. On the territory, there are no small animals anymore, and the whole area is shrouded in a sense of despair. At this time, there are more than 50 Dementors entrenched here. They drifted aimlessly in the air, and together with that black robe, they looked very strange. There are about 100 Dementors who left Azkaban and came to Hogwarts this time. All the Dementors were divided into 2 groups, who alternately guarded the entrances and exits of Hogwarts. After all, Dementors are living creatures, and they get tired too. The current batch of Dementors just came back from get-off work. A smaller Dementor floated beside the other. Brother, it's so frustrating here. Why don't you go back to Azkaban? 35. Another Dementor bumped into his little brother. Shut up. Do you think I'm not suffocating? There was some anger in his tone. In fact, the reason why this group of Dementors left Azkaban was because the prisoners inside provided less and less happiness. After all, since the arrest of a group of Death Eaters into Azkaban more than a decade ago. Few wizards have been sent there by the Ministry of Magic anymore. And those Death Eaters who have been imprisoned live in despair every day. And how can it generate enough happiness as food for the Dementors? This also resulted in many Dementors not having a full meal for a long time. So when they heard that they could come to Hogwarts, where the wizarding crowd gathered, they signed up enthusiastically. In the end, the stronger Dementors got the chance. But who knew that he met Alvin on the way to kill the star and solved several of their brothers, not to mention. It was also well warned by the Ministry of Magic. The Dementor's younger brother was not annoyed by being knocked away and floated back to his eldest brother again. Big brother, why don't we sneak into the school to do a vote? It's okay if we get caught anyway, their human wizards can't tell who we are. 5. I have to say, this Dementor brother is really a black belly, and even his own clansmen are pitted. The Demento elder brother thought for a while, but also rejected his younger brother's proposal. Do you think I don't want to go, but I'm afraid that I met that human dwarf last time, and if we are caught by him, it will really be over. Thinking of Alvin's ruthless means, he is still a little scared now. Hearing the words of his eldest brother, the Demento brother is also cowardly, and he is also afraid of it. The two Dementors sighed in unison. However, none of them noticed that some raindrops disappeared under the tree next to them without falling to the ground. Alvin was standing here, just overheard the conversation between the two Dementors. Although the Dementors speak the language of their own race, Alvin can understand the meaning. Most wizards can do this. It's just that when everyone faces a Demento, there's nothing but fear in their hearts. There is simply no ability to feel what the Demento is saying. And after listening to the Dementor's dialogue, Alvin's mood was a little subtle. How do you feel that these two Dementors are a bit social? And also calling him dwarf? Alvin looked at himself, 14 years old, 1.75 meters tall. Shouldn't it be short? Looking at the two Dementors, Alvin's eyes gradually became dangerous. But there are many other Dementors around, and Alvin won't do it right away. Dementors have no eyes, and their perception of humans is generally identified by smell and emotion. Alvin used magic to shield his own breath and used a clemency to prevent his emotions from flowing out. The Dementors were unaware of his possibility. It didn't take long for Alvin to wait, and these two very social Dementors felt a little hungry, leaving the tribe to look for some magical creatures in the distance. Although they don't provide as many emotions as humans, they can barely fill their stomachs. Alvin quietly followed. Along the way, all creatures that encountered the Dementor shivered. Alvin also saw two bunnies faint from fright. For Flowers 0. Brother, you see that these two rabbits are so fat. Are they not as good as us? The younger Demento floated above the two rabbits and said to his elder brother, Idiot. You are a Demento. What rabbits do you eat? The eldest brother's mood fluctuated a bit violently, and the robe on his body was blown loudly. He also served his little brother, since being bribed by a prisoner for a roast chicken in Azkaban. He is full of curiosity about human food. Don't mess around. We were warned by that very powerful old man with a white beard not to kill the creatures here. A little worried about his little brother, the Demento warned him again. 0. The younger brother agreed aggrievedly. Alvin, who followed behind, almost laughed. Why do these two Dementos look a little silly? Alvin decided he wants both. However, it seems that they are not the kind of fools who only know how to eat and even remember Dumbledore's warning words. The explanation is still a bit tricky. This is good. Alvin can also have a good communication with them. Alvin wanted the Dementors to control how hard they were sucking their emotions. In this way, when training Hermione and the others, they can also have a step-by-step process. Big Brother Dementus sensed something was wrong, stopped flying, and turned his head to look around in place. Finally, after walking a short distance, the two Dementors couldn't find any animals. The Dementor's younger brother suggested that his elder brother did not speak, but flew back directly towards the original road. An invisible barrier appeared in the air and instantly enveloped the two Dementors and Alvin together. At this moment, Alvin saw that it was almost time and secretly shot. Brother, there are no creatures in this area. Let's go back. The Demento younger brother was a little puzzled and did not understand why the elder brother suddenly stopped 10. If the Dementors were going full throttle as soon as they came up, Alvin was really afraid they wouldn't be able to withstand that kind of pressure. "Brother, what's wrong?" "There is an enchantment that blocks this area, and you fly to me." At the critical moment, the Dementor eldest brother was also reliable, knowing that he was covering his younger brother. Alvin did all this to make sure that the other Dementors wouldn't find out about this place for a short time. Also lifted the curse on the body. "Mr. Dementors, good afternoon." Alvin greeted the two Dementors with a smile. And when Alvin lifted the magic on his body, they also felt the familiar breath on Alvin's body. Big brother, that dwarf." The emotions conveyed by the Dementor brother were intermittent, apparently startled by the sudden appearance of Alvin. "Big brother Dementor. Don't call me, I'm panicking too." Alvin 150 turned black when he heard the younger brother call him short again. A silver-white ray of light emerged from his body, gradually shrouding the Dementor's younger brother. "Brother, help me." With a panicked mood, the Dementor brother frantically asked his elder brother for help. But the Patronus himself is the nemesis of their race. Even his elder brother is powerless. Fortunately, Alvin just wanted to scare him, not really want to do it. So just surrounded the Dementor brother with white mist in the middle, and there was no further action. "If you call me short again, it won't be so easy next time," Alvin said threateningly to the younger Dementor. Big brother Dementor had already seen that Alvin didn't intend to kill them today, so he was relieved. Instead of looking at his little brother, he faced Alvin with his empty face. "Respected human powerhouse, I don't know why you are looking for us this time. If nothing else, we will be looking for the fugitive around Hogwarts, as requested by the Ministry of Magic. 35. After listening, Alvin couldn't help but nodded secretly. This is a really beautiful statement, not only complimenting Alvin but also revealing that they are working for the Ministry of Magic. I hope that Alvin can throw some rattles. Based on these words, this Demento elder brother can be called the Wulong among Dementos. Unfortunately, Alvin wasn't going to be intimidated by him. "Nothing, I came to see you today because I need your help with some things." "Wulong, bah." When Brother Demento heard this, his nervousness was relieved. But the next sentence from Alvin almost made him fry. "I'm here this time. I just want you to help me practice the Patronus charm." "You still want us to die?" The Demento boss felt that Alvin was a demon. With the Patronus charm that Alvin showed last time, he and his little brother couldn't kill enough. Alvin also noticed that there was something wrong with what he was expressing and quickly added, "Not with me, but with a few of my friends. They still don't know the Patronus spell, so you don't have to worry." After listening to Alvin's words, Big Brother Dementor relaxed slightly, but he was still reluctant to take on this drudgery. In any case, the Patronus charm is extremely restraining their existence. Even some entry-level Patronus will make them feel uncomfortable for a while. Alvin saw the unwillingness of the Dementor's elder brother, and suddenly, the white mist around his younger brother began to roll and gradually shrink towards the inside. Big Demento looked at Alvin angrily. When did their Dementors also fall to this point? They were bullied by a human being in their infancy. If the prisoners in Azkaban knew about it, they wouldn't have to laugh at them. Just when he holds the belief that Dementors will never be slaves, he is ready to break the net with Alvin. Alvin did say something lightly. "By the way, if you are willing to help me with this little favor, I can give you a good meal." "Kindness?" Brother Dementor's heart moved, and he suddenly felt that this matter was not negotiable. "Is what you're saying true? If I help you train your friend, you'll let me eat?" 35 foot. Hearing his words, Alvin also stopped the movement of his hands and smiled. "That's right, Alvin, do what I say. As long as you help them practice the complete Patronus spell, don't say anything, it's fine." Hearing what Alvin said, Big Brother Dementor was a little moved. The Demento younger brother who was besieged was no longer afraid, and a thought came out. "Then can you give me some food from your school kitchen?" Receiving his thoughts, Alvin and Big Brother Demento were covered in black lines. Is this guy really a Dementor? His life was on the line, and his mind was still full of human food. The Dementor elder brother couldn't hang his face. He immediately agreed to Alvin, and asked Alvin to release his younger brother. Alvin also lifted the Patronus charm, and the Dementa brother rushed over and beat his younger brother hard. Brother, stop fighting. Brother, I know I'm wrong. It wasn't until the tattered black robes on the younger brother had fallen off that the Dementa stopped. Alvin also appreciated a wave of brothers' cannibalism drama. Okay, since you agreed, let's enter here first. It will be used for you in 2 days. Alvin took out the suitcase and let the 2 Dementors get inside. Now there are only the basilisks in the lake left in the suitcase, and I am not afraid that these 2 guys will cause any trouble. The 2 Dementors did not object, and they went in obediently. As for saying that the quality of Muggle sentiment is inferior to that of wizards, as for his promise of Dementa food, it's still a good solution. When Hermione saw him, she grabbed his hand and ran to the 2nd floor. It's okay, there are so many people, there will always be quantitative changes leading to qualitative changes. Alvin,
Come with me.
Snape and Professor Lupin are fighting in the hallway. The goal of 1.0 has been achieved, and Alvin will not stay here any longer. Just take them to a nightclub in the Muggle world, and you'll be able to feast on them. Just as Alvin walked slowly back to the castle, he happened to meet Hermione, who was anxious. After returning, he would also test the 2 Dementors to see if they could control their abilities.
Oh.
Hearing Hermione's words, Alvin was also taken aback. He just went out to find the Dementors for so long. How did the 2 of them fight? Alvin followed Hermione all the way to the 2nd floor. As soon as he reached the 2nd floor, Alvin saw a group of little wizards gathered together. Don't think about it, it must be there. Sure enough, when Alvin pushed through the crowd, he came to the front. I saw a scene with hot eyes. The 2 professors did not gracefully take out their wands and engage in a tense and exciting wizard duel as Alvin had imagined. Instead, they scuffled together on the ground like those street gangsters in the Muggle world. Professor Lupin stomped on Snape's chin. Snape rolled his eyes, as if suffocated by Lupin's athlete's foot. Resisting nausea, Snape bit Lupin's calf fiercely. Lupin let out a pained cry, retracted his feet unconsciously, and shrank into a ball. Snape chased after the victory, rode Lupin directly under him, and punched him in the right eye socket. 13, however, Lupin was a werewolf in the end, and he was just a little dizzy when he was punched, and then he pressed Snape down with a force. The 2 of you just punched each other, and I punched each other. The funniest thing is the students next to him, the little lion of Gryffindor cheering for Lupin. Not to be outdone, the Slytherin students frantically cheered for their dean. The scene was once extremely chaotic. Hermione tugged at Alvin's sleeve anxiously. Alvin, think of a way to separate these 2. Alvin waved at Hermione, saying that he hadn't seen enough. He even wanted to shout, "Stop hitting, don't hit, you can't kill people like this." Alvin also saw Colin, he and Harry's little brother. Borrowing the camera that Colin was carrying, Alvin frantically pressed the shutter. It is regrettable to stop until the hand in the camera is used up. Seeing that Hermione on the side was about to cry, Alvin made the move. On the scene, Snape was also suppressed by Lupin. After all, he had been a dean for so many years, and he was really no match for Lupin, who had been wandering outside in close combat. An invisible giant force pulled away Lupin, who kept punching Snape. Then Alvin hit the 2 of them with 2 petrifying spells in a row. That's what ended the fight. However, the 2 did not intend to give up. Even after being petrified, they still stared at each other, as if fire could burst out of their eyes. Okay, 2 professors look around, so many students are watching. Alvin spoke, making the 2 men calm down a little. He cast the spell with little magic power, and Snape and Lupin quickly broke free. Snape rubbed his red eyes and said fiercely, "You're also worthy of being that show-off stalker." Not to be outdone, Lupin wiped his nosebleed and opened his mouth to mock Snape. "Wash your panties first, slug." In an instant, the smell of gunpowder came up again. Seeing that the 2 of them wanted to do something, Alvin quickly grabbed Snape. "Professor, you are all wizards, so fighting like this won't prove anything. Just have a wizard duel." 35. It is good. The 2 spoke almost at the same time. Snape glanced at Alvin. "Gaunt, you're the referee." Alvin was delighted when he heard it, and immediately agreed. Alvin then chose next Wednesday night as the duel time. As for the location, it was set in the school's auditorium. At this time, there was a loud noise in the distance, and it turned out that someone called Professor McGonagall over. The crowd gave way, and soon Professor McGonagall walked over. When Mag saw the two people with blue noses and swollen faces, he almost fainted. A dean, a professor, fighting in front of everyone. She had never seen anything so outrageous in all her years at Hogwarts. 99. Professor McGonagall was speechless in anger, and Lupin and Snape's faces were a little bit suffocated now. They seemed to return to the way they were taught by Professor McGonagall when they were in school. Those who were reprimanded one by one did not dare to look up. Do you know that you are professors? Still fighting here. Why don't you go to the principal's office to fight? Professor McGonagall became more and more angry, gasping for breath, and his chest heaving violently. The little wizards next to them didn't dare to breathe. They have regretted joining in this fun, and now they don't have the guts to run. I'm going to give you points. Upon hearing this, Snape couldn't help but interject. Professor McGonagall, Lupin, and I are no longer students. Professor McGonagall was full of aura and immediately pushed Snape back. What's wrong with not being a student? You are embarrassing your own academy. 200 for Slytherin, 200 for Gryffindor. 200. Originally, Lupin was not the dean of Gryffindor, but Professor McGonagall wanted to be fair. With a cruel heart, he also deducted the same score of 150 for his own academy. Snape and Lupin did not dare to refute, but silently accepted Professor McGonagall's judgment. After the points were deducted, Professor McGonagall lost a lot of anger, and she looked at the two parties. This is the end of the matter, and you should also pay attention to your behavior in the future. Don't do things that are not in line with your identity. At this moment, a little wizard of Gryffindor on the side spoke weakly. Then, what about the duel next Wednesday? Professor McGonagall is a little lost. What duel? It's just that the two professors have made an appointment to duel in the school's auditorium next Wednesday. Alvin looked at the little wizard with admiration.
Gaunt.
You and Snape. And Lupin.
Go to my office now.
He turned around quickly, wanting to slip away. Warriors. Sure enough, Snape and Lupin looked at the little wizard, making him tremble with fear. Immediately, he said with a little weeping, Don't look at me. It was Gaunt who brought it up first. I heard Professor McGonagall's angry roar. Dare to speak at this time. Didn't this offend the three professors all at once? Alvin is numb. Half an hour later, Alvin walked out of Professor McGonagall's office with a calm expression on his face. At a glance, he saw two small heads popping out of the corner. It was Hermione and Autumn. Alvin walked over and asked with some doubts, What are you doing here? Of course, it's to see if Professor McGonagall treats you. Hermione said confidently, This time you are instigating a duel between two professors. If I were Professor McGonagall, I would definitely give you a hard lesson. Angrily, he nodded Hermione's little head. You can't expect me to order it. Cho persuaded the two of them. This is not the place to talk. Let's go to the auditorium. It will be troublesome when the professor comes out and sees us. Afterwards, the three of them came to the auditorium, and it was time to eat. After seeing Alvin coming, a lot of little wizards gathered around. Alvin, how's it going? Will Professor Lupin and Snape fight next Wednesday? George and Fred also came over from the long table in Gryffindor to join in the fun, looking at Alvin with gossip. Yeah. I don't think it should be possible to fight. You didn't see Professor McGonagall's angry look just now. I really didn't see it. I was in the library just now. The other little wizards were also talking a lot, and you looked at me and kept talking. Luna sat opposite Alvin and handed him a lamb chop, motioning him to eat something first. Alvin smiled at her and took it. Then he shouted to the crowd. Okay, stop guessing. Next Wednesday's duel is going on normally, and it's the opening performance of the duel club this semester. So just leave here if you have nothing to do. I have to eat first. Alvin said briefly, and blasted away the little wizards beside him. Seeing Alvin say this, the others also left happily. But I just saw that Professor McGonagall was very angry. Why did you finally agree to a duel? Others can perfunctory, but Miss Cho's question, Alvin naturally has to answer seriously. Actually, Professor McGonagall asked the two professors to cancel the duel at the beginning, but they have already agreed in front of so many people, and it is not easy for Professor McGonagall to make them go back. 99. You also know what the word duel means in the wizarding world. So, I can only put it another way, and it has become an exhibition match of the dueling club. 99. In the wizarding world, a duel is a very sacred thing. Once one party invites the other party to a duel, even if they don't fight, it is a cowardly performance. And after both parties agree to a duel, then no one can stop the duel from happening. Otherwise, you will offend both sides at the same time and tarnish their glory. Glory has nothing to do with life and death, but is higher than life and death. As for Malfoy's duel with Harry, that means that his father didn't know about it, otherwise he would definitely beat him to bed for 3 days. He asked someone to duel, and then released the pigeons himself, and he threw away the entire Malfoy family. Until now, Harry still used it to laugh at Malfoy, and every time Malfoy was mentioned, he would get annoyed with Harry. And this time, the two professors admitted to a duel in front of so many students. Even if McGonagall was the vice principal, they couldn't stop them. Not to mention McGonagall, even if Dumbledore came. After listening to Alvin's explanation, Cho suddenly realized. Alvin, who do you think will win? Luna was a little curious about the strength of the two professors and looked at Alvin with big eyes. It must be Snape. Alvin said his answer, without hesitation. Cho did not expect that Alvin would be so optimistic about Snape. Is Professor Snape that strong? Lupin is a defense against the dark arts professor after all, and his lectures are pretty good. 99. Everyone at the school knew that Snape had applied to Dumbledore several times to teach defense against the dark arts, but had been rejected. Alvin shook his head and said nothing. Although Lupin's strength had not been fully demonstrated, he was at the level of an elite Auror, so how could he compare to Snape? The news that the two professors were about to duel instantly ignited the entire school. For a time, theorists continued to analyze the strengths of Snape and Lupin. The Gryffindor Lion Cubs were naturally in favor of Lupin, and their arguments were obvious. Last year's Lockhart Snape couldn't beat him. This year's Professor Lupin looks much more reliable than Lockhart. Slytherin's little snakes are also dissatisfied, and his dean is a famous potion master in the magic world. How could this down-and-out wizard, who appeared out of nowhere, be his opponent? Although Lupin's class was good, his shabby image made many people scoff at him. The two sides quarreled endlessly, and even the smell of gunpowder that carried the whole school became stronger. There was even a brawl. Several students attacked two Slytherin students in the bathroom. Fortunately, they were not caught by the professors. Otherwise, you will inevitably get a confinement experience card. And the professors were inevitably involved. Flitwick was a fighting champion when he was young, and he had a very good temper and was very popular among young wizards. In the charms class, a daring little lion asked Professor Flitwick who he was more optimistic about. It's a pity that Flitwick has the idea that no one will be offended, so he can only vaguely say that the two professors are very good wizards. No specific answer was given, disappointing the good ones. The twin brothers who have always been able to do things have not missed this good opportunity. They secretly opened a game and let the little wizards bet. This time it was like ordering a dynamite den, and all students who had some pocket money on their bodies participated in it. Even Hermione secretly ran a letter, who Alvin was more optimistic about. When Alvin told her it was Snape, the little witch was still unhappy. Still, she followed Alvin's advice. In just 2 days, Fred and George closed the market. Because there are too many people betting, they are a little scared, and they are afraid that the professors will find out after the incident. The final odds were fixed at 1.8 to 1 for Lupin and 1.4 to 1 for Snape. In fact, this odds Alvin is not surprising. Slytherin snakes are generally richer. Even though they were relatively small, everyone topped the bets made by several Gryffindors. Naturally, Snape's odds were pushed down, and that made the snakes puffed up in front of Gryffindor's lion cubs for days. Make the little lions angry. But there is no way to do it. Who makes himself so little pocket money? I can only secretly scold the little snakes for being big dogs. After the potions class on Friday, Snape also told Alvin that during Wednesday's duel, Professor Flitwick would be the judge. Alvin is also happy to relax. Back in the bedroom, Alvin walked into the suitcase and went to see the two Dementors. "When are you taking us to dinner?" With grief and anger, the Dementor brother questioned Alvin. The Dementor brother has been feeling a little uncomfortable these days, but Alvin said that they can have a full meal. But it's been almost a week since they were locked in, and they're worse off than in the Forbidden Forest. At least the Forbidden Forest still has some magical creatures that can make them absorb some happiness. But here is a basilisk in the lake, and they can't afford it. So they are now hungry and losing their minds. Alvin was also a little embarrassed. He almost forgot about these two guys these days. If it wasn't for Hermione and the others to tutor on Sunday, Alvin now estimated that 150 would not be able to remember these two goods. "Well, I've been a little busy recently, and I accidentally forgot about you. I'm sorry. If there is a mistake, admit it." Alvin still has this courage. "Then why don't you let us smoke a little?" Asking Alvin with some anticipation, both Dementors floated in front of Alvin. But seeing the movement of Alvin taking out his wand, he immediately shut up. "Okay, now I'll take you to a meal." Alvin looked at the time, and there were no people in this nightclub, but with so many football teams in England, there must be games. Afterwards, Alvin asked Fury to apparate to London with him. As for the fact that he can apparate himself, why use Phoenix? Alvin said he was just lazy, so why not use the available labor force? Came to a place called White Hart Lane where a game was being held. At this time, the home team took the lead, and a large number of fans cheered and cheered for the home team. Alvin released the two Dementors. After they came out, they were still a little confused, but they felt that there was already a sea of joy around them. Suddenly, bah, came the spirit. But then it was all muggles at first sight, completely lacking the happiness and texture provided by wizards, and it was wilted again. Alvin looked at them with some hatred. "You fools. There are only so many wizards in total, and on occasions like here, there are countless muggle worlds. If one is not full, then eat more." 99. When the two Dementors heard it, they also felt that it made sense. Floating above the stadium, they slowly absorbed the joy that permeated the air. However, they also kept in mind Alvin's exhortation not to use too much force, to inhale slowly, and to stop immediately once they found that the emotional power was a little thin. And the fans on the court suddenly found that they were inexplicably not so happy, and even those who cheered for their own team were not so enthusiastic. The players on the court are also wondering why the sound is so small all of a sudden. At this time, Alvin also took two Dementors to several other courses. It's just that by the third time, the two Dementors couldn't eat it anymore. Big brother, I can't eat anymore." The Dementor's younger brother can't float steadily now, and his elder brother is not much better. "How is it? Are you satisfied?" Alvin looked at them with a smile, and the two Dementors nodded quickly. They never imagined that there is so much food in the Muggle world. Although not as delicious as the Wizarding world, but the amount is enough. They haven't eaten so full for a long time if there is another chance like this in the future. Not to mention being the sparring partner of a few little wizards, it's okay to let them be the Patronus charm teachers for the entire Hogwarts. Alvin is also very satisfied. The tool man is fed, and after a while, he can practice at will, right? Inside the trunk, Alvin had returned to Hogwarts with two Dementors. After eating and drinking, it's time to get down to business. Fumbling his chin, looking at the two Dementors floating in the air, Alvin suddenly asked, "Do you two have names?" The two Dementors froze for a moment, then shook their heads in unison.
"People.
Our Dementor tribe has no names, and we rely on breath to distinguish individuals. 35. That's it. From now on you'll be called Wulong, and your younger brother will be called Fengchu." Alvin clapped his hands and set a name for the two Dementors. "Wulong? Phoenix Chick." Big Brother Dementor reacted, and then he acquiesced. After all, Alvin was their boss now, and it was no big deal to give them a name, just like the Ministry of Magic used to be. As long as the boss who can keep them full is a good boss, he doesn't care about the rest. In fact, looking at it this way, Dementors are also very simple creatures, as long as they can satisfy their feeding needs. It is a pity that their food is too extreme, causing the wizards to fear them abnormally. And now Alvin has met their demands, and naturally he is obedient to him. Alvin looked at Wulong and asked, "Can you control your power with your ability to absorb emotions? And the aura of despair that you bring, can you restrain it a little?" When Alvin talks to Dementors now, he uses a clemency, otherwise it will be easily affected by their innate abilities. So they had to be controlled, otherwise Harry wouldn't even be able to pronounce the spell at first. Wulong heard Alvin's request and tried it. Dementors in the past all acted on their own instincts and never considered the issue of convergence. Now that Alvin says this, Wulong himself is not sure if he can do it. Then Alvin lifted the acclemency a little and felt it, just when Alvin was a little weird. Well, it's just a little depressing, but still acceptable. Afterwards, the younger brother Feng Chu did the same, but he was far worse than his elder brother. He tried several times before he succeeded. "Well, can you wait for a while? Feng Chu and I have had enough." But they did nothing. Wulong sent a message with some embarrassed emotions in it. Alvin ordered to the two Dementors. "Okay, let's try to suck away my happiness next. Remember that the power must be small." On Sunday, in house upon request, Hermione, Cho, and Fred were already inside. "Why isn't Alvin here, Hermione? Do you know what he's doing?" Harry waited a little anxiously, and it didn't take long to ask Hermione when Alvin would arrive. Hermione was also annoyed by Harry. "Harry, I've said it several times. He's looking for Luna and Astoria." Malfoy wouldn't let the taunting Harry's chance pass, and Harry's yin-yang tone sounded like he wanted to hit someone. "Potter, I know why you're in such a hurry. Don't worry, the Dementors won't go into Hogwarts. You still have 1 semester left." 35. Many people know that Harry fainted. Now that Malfoy said this, even if Harry's face flushed with anger, he couldn't refute it after all. In fact, this is also the reason why Harry is so urgent. Last time on the train, he was the only one who was frightened and fainted by the Dementors, and even Luna only showed great pain and did not faint. This makes Harry, who has a strong self-esteem, a little unacceptable, which is why he is so eager to learn the Patronus charm. At this moment, the door to the room of requirement opened. Alvin walked in holding a blonde loli in one hand. It was Astoria and Luna. At this time, Astoria's little face was full of confusion, and her eyes were a little unable to open, as if she had not woken up. Luna, on the other hand, was much better and greeted Hermione and Cho when she came in. "Okay, everyone is here, let's get started." Alvin was also helpless. He was delayed for so long because Astoria was sleeping late. He doesn't have any Slytherin female friends, and if he hadn't met Astoria's sister, Daphne, who happened to come out, he wouldn't know when he would have to wait. When everyone heard Alvin say this, they all came to the spirit. Alvin summoned a blackboard, tapped it with his wand, and all the essentials and casting techniques of the Patronus charm appeared on it. Using his wand as a pointer, he tapped on the blackboard, and Alvin began to explain. The Patronus is a very powerful spell and, of course, a very difficult spell. 99. Usually, only powerful wizards can display a complete Patronus, while ordinary people can only emit some white mist. Generally speaking, Patronus spells can only be used to defend against Dementors and Voldemort bats, but powerful wizards can use Patronus spells to do a lot of things. Speaking of which, Alvin waved the wand in his hand and whispered a spell. "God Guard." A silver-white unicorn ran from the tip of Alvin's staff. This is also the first time that everyone has observed a complete Patronus at such a close distance. Although they had already seen the unicorn patron saint last time on the train, they did not see the whole picture because of their huge size. This time Alvin deliberately controlled the size of the Patronus, maintaining it to the same size as Celestia. If it weren't for the wrong color, everyone would think it was a living unicorn. Controlling the Patronus to circle around everyone, Alvin continued to introduce. For example, I could use a Patronus spell to deliver a message. When Alvin spoke, the same sound came out of the unicorn's mouth, which surprised everyone. And when the Patronus is more powerful, it can be used to block the spell for you, or even attack the enemy. Alvin raised his wand, and the Patronus instantly rushed towards a target, smashing it into pieces. Okay, let me talk about spellcasting skills next. The Patronus Charm is a spell whose emotional power is greater than that of magic. 9. When you cast Patronus, you have to have in your mind the happiest thing you've ever experienced. This is the difficulty of the Patronus spell. The wizards will determine the upper limit of this spell. 66. After saying all the essentials in one breath, Alvin stopped talking. After saying this, Alvin also let everyone start practicing. He didn't take out Wulong and Fengqiu from the very beginning. It was meaningless. It's better to let everyone display a complete Patronus before letting them both go out. For Flower 0, for the next 2 hours, everyone kept trying the Patronus spell. However, everyone's progress was relatively slow, and only George and Fred took the lead in summoning a cloud of silver-white mist. And the best of the others was Hermione, and every now and then a wisp of silver could emerge from her wand. The two idiots Malfoy and Ron hoarsed their voices, their wands still unresponsive. Seeing the situation, Alvin also frowned. Clapped to stop everyone's practice, Alvin also took out the secret weapon he prepared. Delight Potion. This is a kind of medicine that can make people feel happy and stay excited, and it is very helpful for practicing the Patronus mantra. Point 0. Sure enough, after everyone took the Joy Potion, everyone's progress took a big step forward. Finally, not long after, the twins finally succeeded in summoning a complete Patronus. Although the figure is not very solid, it is very rare. Everyone also looked at their patron saint curiously, but they didn't know what animal it was. It's a magpie. Alvin definitely gave the answer. He also did not expect that the guardian angel of the twins was actually such a festive creature as a magpie. He also thought that with the characters of these two people, they must be animals like the horse monkey. So beautiful. You're fine too, George. Fred and George gave a happy high five. This is what Fred said. Nice job, Fred. When I cast the spell, I was thinking that after the last time I was caught by Filch, I said I was George. After the two finished speaking, they laughed out loud at the same time. Hermione said enviously, and the other girls nodded. Alvin also let two people share their successful experience, but what they said made everyone laugh and cry. And George glanced at Fred and said happily, "What a coincidence. What I was thinking was that last time Professor McGonagall deducted points for me, I used Fred's name. 99. Isn't the Patronus charm all that difficult?" Fred and George smugly made Alvin laugh. With the aid of the joyful potion, and without the interference of Dementors, you have practiced for a whole day to get the current effect. Does this start to satisfy? Should we practice it again? Alvin looked at the twins maliciously. Practical drills? 99. George and Fred were stunned. What is the actual combat method? Do they want them to trouble the group of Dementors in the Forbidden Forest? Thinking of this, the two also turned pale and hurriedly discouraged Alvin from giving up this dangerous idea. Alvin didn't speak, but picked up his suitcase and released the two Dementors of the Crouching Dragon and Phoenix. Soon, the temperature in the room dropped a bit. 150. Alvin, did you catch this? Harry stammered as he looked at the two Dementors, and the scene of that day reappeared in his mind unconsciously. Relax, don't you think they're less scary today? Hearing Alvin's consolation, Harry also reacted, and he did not feel the hopeless feeling that he had when he encountered a Dementor on the train. Alvin pointed to Wulong and Fengqiu and introduced them to the crowd. This is the teaching aid that I specially found for you. The bigger one is called Wulong, and the other is called Fengqiu. Don't let me down on my hard work. Alvin's words are not nonsense. He suffered a lot yesterday in order to let the Dementors control his abilities. These two Henins had no concept of control at all at first, and they were taught by Alvin little by little. The consequence of doing this is that at 12 o'clock in the morning, Alvin was lying on the bed, silently suppressing the clouds. It wasn't until this morning that he was back to normal. So, if Harry and the others don't practice well, don't blame Alvin for being rude. Everyone was dumbfounded, and they didn't say a word for a long time. Unexpectedly, Alvin actually carried two Dementors. Finally, Chi-Chi gave Alvin a thumbs up. These Dementors, who were disgusted in the magical world, became their teaching aids when they came to Alvin's mouth. Admire, flow batch. Alvin, won't the Ministry of Magic trouble you by doing this? Chio on the side asked worriedly. After all, Dementors are employees of the Ministry of Magic. Alvin just kidnapped 2 of them, which is already a very serious violation of the rules. Don't worry, Chio, the 2 of them followed me voluntarily, right? 95. After speaking, Alvin turned his head to look at Crouching Dragon and Phoenix, and the 2 Dementors quickly nodded in agreement.
Chio is relieved.
George, Fred, which of you came first? Looking at the twins, Alvin said with interest. Hearing Alvin's words, both of them had a bitter face, and finally George stood up. Alvin pushed the others back, leaving the floor space for George. Wulong, as I said yesterday, use a level of strength. Yesterday, Alvin divided the abilities of Dementors into 5 levels, with the first level being the lowest and the 5th level being full strength. Now to deal with George, 1 gear is basically enough. Hearing Alvin's order, Wulong nodded, and then let go of some momentum. And George, who was standing opposite him, immediately felt that it was difficult to even breathe. He held his wand over his shoulder, reminiscing over and over the happy times he had with Fred. God guard. George chanted the spell with difficulty, but unfortunately this time he failed to summon his Patronus. Only a wisp of white smoke came out. Dementors that are simply unable to block effectively. When George was about to suffocate, Alvin stopped Wulong from moving and put them away temporarily. And George was also wearing rough clothes, and his clothes were soaked in cold sweat. Fred, who was on the side, quickly stepped forward to support him, and Alvin handed over a piece of chocolate for George to eat. After a while, George recovered. How about it? Do you still think you have practiced the Patronus charm? Alvin looked at them with a half-smile, and everyone on the side covered their mouths and snickered. Especially Ron. He had never seen these 2 older brothers who had been playing tricks on him since childhood have such an embarrassed side, and now there is a flower on his face. The twins were a little embarrassed to say, and Alvin stopped teasing them. Okay, it's not too early now, let's go here today. You have to practice more after you go back. Looking at the time, I found that it was time for dinner, and Alvin ended today's training. When everyone heard him say this, they nodded and left the room of requirement. On Monday, today's Alvin followed the little wizards of Slytherin and Ravenclaw to Hagrid's hut. This is his first lesson on protecting magical creatures this semester. Hagrid looked a little excited. Today, he deliberately dressed up and washed his moleskin coat. After seeing that all the little wizards had arrived, Hagrid led everyone to the Forbidden Forest in front, and Yuya followed them. Okay, everyone, open the textbooks we're going to use. 35. The little wizards looked at Hagrid, and they all tied up the book, the Monster Book of Monsters, for fear that the book would go crazy and bite themselves. Seeing that no one moved, Hagrid was a little disappointed, but he still taught everyone how to open the book. Hagrid, didn't you prepare a batch of hippogriffs? Let's see. Before long, he came over with a few animals. It's just that he seems to be a little nervous, and his speech is always stumbling 1.0 and mechanically reading the original text in the book. Hagrid glanced at Alvin gratefully, turned and walked into the Forbidden Forest. These animals are very tall, with eagle's disclosure and wings, but the body is a horse-like body. Alvin couldn't stand it any longer, mainly because Hagrid was so boring in this class, so he made a suggestion. The Slytherin student next to him let out a sneer, which made Hagrid's face flush. After asking everyone to turn the book to the page introducing the hippogriff, today's lesson also began. These animals were tightly bound by Hagrid's chains, but when the little wizard saw them, he was so frightened that he hurried back a few steps. Look, they're cute, aren't they? A question mark popped up all over the head of the little wizards, even though they admitted that these monsters did seem to have some kind of heroic feeling. But it can't be associated with cuteness anyway, right? Okay. Next, I'll teach you how to get closer to them. Hagrid didn't notice anything unusual about the little wizards. He felt better now than before, and he wasn't so nervous. After Hagrid explained all the precautions, he asked eagerly, "So, who wants to try it next?" Everyone was a little scared, and no one wanted to move. Then Alvin stepped forward. Very well, Gaunt. 10 points for your courage, Ravenclaw. Hagrid breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that no one would step forward, but now that Alvin stood up, he was relieved of his worries. But Alvin didn't bow to the hippogriff like Hagrid taught him, and he didn't have the habit of bowing to other people, let alone just a magical creature. Looking directly at the sharp orange eyes of the hippogriff, Alvin looked at him so quietly. Suddenly, the hippogriff slowly lowered its head, and its forelimbs were slightly bent, expressing friendliness to Alvin. Alvin stepped forward and touched its head, and the hippogriff was also very cooperative. Well, it doesn't feel as good as your own little unicorn. Very good, can you see it? Gaunt succeeded easily. Hagrid was a little stunned, but he didn't expect Alvin to be recognized by the hippogriff without bowing. But he still warned the little wizards, "You must pay attention, bow, and stare at them until they approve of you before standing up." "Then why don't Gaunt need it?" An unconvinced voice came from the Slytherin team. Alvin looked over and found that it was Crabbe, Malfoy's former valet. "Shut up, Vincent." Malfoy stopped Crabbe sharply, then gave Alvin an apologetic look. "If you can also get a Merlin first-class medal, maybe you can do that too." Hagrid's sarcasm drew a lot of laughter from the little wizards, even many of the little wizards in Slytherin. Ignoring Crabbe's unconvinced eyes, Hagrid called a little wizard to step forward. According to Hagrid's teaching, the little wizard was also successfully recognized and successfully picked up the feathers of a hippogriff. The success of 2 people in a row made the others eager to try, and Hagrid also divided them into several groups to try. Alvin also specifically instructed Malfoy to be more disciplined. In the original book, it was Malfoy who was a mess, causing Hagrid a lot of trouble. By the way, Alvin didn't mind helping Hagrid either. Alvin came to the hippogriff who had recognized him just now and asked Hagrid, "Can I fly around on it?" 9. "Of course, Gaunt, but you have to be careful." Hagrid agreed to Alvin without thinking. Alvin had helped him so much just now, and now such a small request is naturally no problem. Alvin rolled over onto the hippogriff and beckoned to Hagrid. "Thanks, Hagrid." After he finished speaking, he folded his legs and rose into the air. The hippogriff's flying speed was very fast, and it took Alvin to a very high altitude in one fell swoop. Looking down from here, there is a sense of looking down at the mountains. Hogwarts Castle, Black Lake, Forbidden Forest, and even Hogsmeade not far away. They were all caught in the eyes of Alvin at this time. This was the first time he had seen this Hogwarts view from this perspective. The wind whistled past, making Alvin's robes rattle. Alvin felt like something was about to burst out of his chest. "What?" With a long whistle, the winged beast under the seat also felt his mood, and the speed that was not slow was accelerated a bit. In this way, Alvin flew around the entire Hogwarts and then slowly flew back to Hagrid. But when he landed, he found that there were many fewer people, and Hagrid was no longer here. What happened? Alvin looked at a Ravenclaw student beside him. Just now Crabbe of Slytherin didn't follow the professor's command and wanted to touch it. As a result, he was severely grabbed by the hippogriff, leaving a lot of blood on his chest. Then the professor took him to the school doctor's office and let us move freely. The little Ravenclaw wizard pointed to a winged beast and explained to Alvin what had just happened. His tone was full of disdain. As Ravenclaw, they look down on people who do things like this. Alvin was speechless after hearing this, but he didn't expect to remind Malfoy, but Crabbe got caught. Could it be that this is the 150th catastrophe that Hagrid could not escape? Shaking his head, Alvin fed a bucket of fish to the only winged beast who flew with him just now, and after eating it, let it return to his own group. The other little wizards didn't want to play anymore. Crabbe's appearance just now was very miserable, which made them a little scared. Alvin shook his head. Hagrid should be fine. Dumbledore will definitely keep him. Hagrid will be all right. Buckbeak is innocent. It was obviously that idiot Crabbe who provoked it first. 99. The next day, Crabbe appeared in the auditorium deliberately covered in bandages, and a group of Slytherins surrounded him like a hero. Soon, many people knew about the protection of magical creatures, and an incident of magical creatures attacking students occurred. Harry couldn't help it, turned his head and said angrily. In the spell class, Hermione was a little worried about Hagrid, and Harry and Ron in front of them also pricked up their ears and listened to their conversation. But the hippogriff wasn't so lucky. Not long after, Hagrid also came back and said a few words in a panic, ending today's class. Alvin glared at Harry, who immediately shriveled. "What's the use of you telling me this? It's only effective if you talk to the Law Enforcement Division at the Ministry of Magic." Harry scratched his head in embarrassment. "How can I do that, Alvin? You know so many great people in the wizarding world. Can't you just get Buckbeak down?" He looked at Alvin expectantly. In Harry's mind, Alvin was omnipotent. Whether it's defeating Voldemort in first grade or getting the Merlin medal next, this is not something he, who only has the name of a savior, can do. Apart from Dumbledore, it can be said that the person Harry admires most is Alvin. But Alvin refused his request. "Harry, this isn't just Crabbe alone. It's Buckbeak breaking the rules of the wizarding world." "Rule?" Harry didn't understand what Alvin meant. Alvin went on to explain to him. The moment Buckbeak hurts Crabbe, his end is already doomed. In the final analysis, the magic world is still the world of wizards, and if these magical creatures do harm to wizards, there is only one result that awaits them. Alvin didn't finish his sentence, but Harry already understood what he meant. Hearing that even Alvin said that, Harry was completely helpless. A few people saw Harry's sad look and didn't say anything more. Sure enough, on Wednesday, there was news from Slytherin that the Crabbe family had brought this matter to the Ministry of Magic. But perhaps in order not to let Dumbledore come forward, they did not mention Hagrid's problem and only demanded that Buckbeak be punished. But this is just a small episode for all the students. Tonight, the duel between Snape and Professor Lupin is the highlight. After dinner, Professor McGonagall waved his wand and set up the auditorium as the venue for a dueling club. Slytherin and Gryffindor flags hang on all four walls, indicating who the protagonists are tonight. The little wizards were also very excited and kept discussing how exciting the duel would be for a while. During this waiting time, Professor McGonagall found Alvin. Explain?" Looking at Alvin's surprised eyes, Mag nodded affirmatively. "Gaunt, the duel between the two professors will definitely be very exciting, but many students may not understand the skills. Even Albus is amazed by your mastery of spells, so we all agree that you are the best fit." Hearing Professor McGonagall say this, Alvin could only nod his head and take the errand. The time quickly came to 9 o'clock, and the figures of Snape and Lupin also appeared on the duel stage on time. Snape was still in his usual bat attire, while Lupin had changed into a burgundy wizard robe. Compared to his usual shabby one, it was better. For a while, there are some vicissitudes of Uncle's style. Professor Flitwick, as today's referee, and commentator Alvin stood below the duel stage. Casting an amplifying spell on himself, Alvin's voice appeared in everyone's ears. "Good evening, classmates. I'm Alvin Gaunt. I will explain the details of the duel between the two professors today, and Professor Flitwick next to me is the referee tonight." Let's give a big round of applause to Professor Flitwick and the two professors who are about to duel. 35. Immediately, the little wizards off the court responded enthusiastically, especially the students of Gryffindor and Slytherin academies applauded as fiercely as they competed. "Gaunt." Professor McGonagall's head was full of black lines, and she regretted letting Alvin go up to explain. Hearing Professor McGonagall's reminder, Alvin also reacted. Those who step on the horse are blamed that Lee Jordan's commentary has brought him too much influence. Okay, without further ado, today's duel officially begins. After saying this, Alvin and Professor Flitwick looked at each other, took out the wand at the same time, and released a large protective shield together, covering the entire duel stage. Snape sneered at Lupin. "Now you don't have Potter's help." Harry in the audience heard a question mark. When did he help Professor Lupin? Lupin didn't speak. He was still under a lot of pressure now. They used to bully Snape casually when they were in school, but that was also because of their crowd. He knew in his heart that he was weaker than Snape. It is estimated that Potter or Sirius only have a higher level to compete with Snape. Thinking of Sirius, Lupin's heart was a little sad again. "Both salute." Flitwick reminded them. Both of them made a reluctant look on their faces. The moment he got up, Snape hit Lupin with 3 consecutive spells. Alvin explained quickly. Professor Lupin didn't show weakness either. He directly used the Iron Armor charm to defend against the Shattering charm, and then used the Flying charm to summon a table to block Snape's attack. Have you seen it? The shape-shifting spell will also have a great application in duels. The 2 professors used the shape-shifting spell to attack and defend at the same time. So the students should also learn the transformation spell well in class, which can effectively improve their combat effectiveness. Snape, on the other hand, made his sleeve extremely hard, raised his hand to block in front of him, and blocked Lupin's attack. The disarming charm and the fainting, Delease, mystery charm are at the same speed, blocking the space where Professor Lupin was hiding. Using the shattered table, Lupin directly used 10,000 bullets to stab at Snape. Professor McGonagall nodded in satisfaction after hearing Alvin's explanation. Professor Snape deliberately controlled the speed of the spell. The crushing spell was the fastest, and it was the best choice for breaking the armor spell. Professor Snape took the lead in launching the attack. The 3 spells of crushing spell, disarming spell, and stun spell were released almost simultaneously. The duel on the field continued, and the battle became more and more intense. During the arrangement, Professor McGonagall deliberately left some tables and chairs by the side. It is to facilitate the use of the 2 when casting spells. And now the situation also happens to use these tables and chairs. Since the last round of offense and defense, the 2 have entered the stage of using the transformation spell to compete. Various deformed animals appeared on the duel stage, and the little wizards were dizzying to watch. Lupin made a rhino. Professor Snape used a boa constrictor to bite off one of the rhino's legs, successfully breaking the attack. Everyone pay attention. The 2 professors keep changing their positions on the field. The purpose is not to stay in the same position for a long time. This can effectively avoid being attacked by the enemy. 35. Lupin and Snape on the field will also suddenly cast a cold arrow to a disarming or petrifying spell when they are in a shape-shifting spell duel. Alvin is still spreading some knowledge for the little wizards in the spare time of explaining. For example, it can be judged by the voice of the opponent chanting the magic spell, which is a feint, and which is the real killing move. Judging the shooting direction of the spell by the amplitude of the enemy's wrist shaking. All the students were fascinated by what they heard. And Snape seemed to be tired of this endless temptation. He waved his wand in a big way, and under the explosion of magic power, he swept the shape-shifting creatures that were constantly entangled on the stage to the stage. Oolong dispatched. With a loud shout, 3 huge pythons emerged from the tip of Snape's cane, rushing towards Lupin. Professor Snape used a very common summoning magic, but the size of the 3 snakes he summoned was not comparable to Malfoy's last term. 5. Malfoy, who is mentioned by Alvin, could not wait to find a crack in the ground to get in. Explain, why must he bring it? Lupin's expression changed when he saw the 3 poisonous snakes. Taking a deep breath, he waved his wand out of the afterimage. The 6 spells were instantly released by Lupin. 3 petrification spells and 3 crushing spells hit 3 giant pythons with precise angles. Professor Lupin's hand is very exciting. Ordinary wizards can't cast the same spell multiple times in a short period of time. Like after casting an iron armor spell, if it is broken immediately, most people cannot cast it again immediately and need to use other spells for defense. 35. And Professor Lupin can cast so many identical spells with precision and speed, which already involves the skill of multiple casting. 35. And this is also a very important part of the OR assessment. Students who are aspiring to become ORs must have the opportunity to ask Professor Lupin the skills of multicasting. 35. Alvin commented more and more vigorously. He found the job quite fun, and he even wondered whether to go to Professor McGonagall and tell him if he could comment on a Quidditch match or 2. Alvin, will you? Not knowing that the little wizard shouted. Everyone looked at Alvin curiously. Alvin smiled lightly. Yes, but it's not necessary. This is not Alvin's outfit, but to the point where he is now, the upper limit of the spell's power has long been broken. For example, Smashing Charm, Others may use it to smash objects into small pieces, while Alvin or Dumbledore can easily smash the target into slag. Snape on the field suddenly merged with his robe, evading Lupin's spells like fluff. Then, taking advantage of the opportunity when Lupin's old strength was not exhausted and his new strength was not born, 2 invisible air blades hit Lupin's arm silently. 2 bloodstains immediately appeared on Lupin's arm. "Accept your weapons." A red light knocked Lupin's wand into the air, ending the duel. "The duel is over. Professor Snape wins." Professor Flitwick shouted and announced the result, followed by a burst of enthusiastic cheers from the direction of Slytherin. Lupin clutched his injured arm and smiled bitterly. In fact, he had already noticed just now that Snape had left his hand. If Snape had used the means just now, he would not have been able to hold on to it now. What's more, Snape was the backbone of the Death Eaters back then, and today he didn't even use black magic once. "You win," Lupin said to Snape, but Snape ignored it, tapped his arm lightly, and walked straight off the duel stage. Although the little Lions of Gryffindor were a little disappointed, no one could say anything wrong with Snape about the wonderful duel just now. They also gave warm encouragement to Professor Lupin. This also made Lupin feel a lot better. Madame Pomfrey hurriedly pulled Lupin off the duel stage to observe his injuries, but Lupin's wounds had already healed. "I don't understand. It's just a duel. Does Severus need such a heavy hand?" Complaining again and again, Madame Pomfrey washed the blood on Lupin's hands again and again. "Thanks to the 2 professors for bringing us a wonderful exhibition game. Now enter the free practice time." After saying the last sentence, Alvin also released his loud voice and successfully completed today's commentary task. The little wizards boarded the duel stage excitedly, and now they have completely ignited their enthusiasm for the duel. Countless magic spells danced on the field, causing a lot of accidental injuries. At 10:30 in the evening, Professor McGonagall called off all the students and ended today's club activities. Everyone dragged their tired bodies back to their respective bedrooms. And Alvin was pulled by Hermione. "What spell hook did Professor Snape use at the end?" Pinching Hermione's cute little face, Alvin spoke to her earnestly. After speaking, Alvin turned upstairs and went back to the bedroom, leaving Hermione alone to ponder. Hermione looked up at Alvin, who didn't explain Snape's combo in detail. Hermione exclaimed and then asked again. "But the book says that performing apparition in battle is a very dangerous act, which may cause the separation of the body. Continuous casting like Snape's is even more ineffective. Possible. Create your own spell. Apparate. It's a spell created by Snape. The name is Shunfeng Wuying, and it's a very dangerous magic. As for the quick move, it's a short-distance apparition. 5. Nothing is impossible for a great wizard." Alvin yawned, and he was a little tired now after explaining that for so long, but Lise had to answer the little witch's question first. The duel between Snape and Lupin continued for more than a week. During this period of time, both Snape and Lupin became the focus of attention, and some dared to ask them about duel skills. But after Snape gave a cold face and deducted points from the curious little wizards a few times, everyone was honest. Professor Lupin did not refuse. As long as the questions asked by the students were related to the duel, he would answer them wholeheartedly. When he heard the students retell Alvin's explanation of their duel, he couldn't help but admire that Alvin's words were very correct, which could be called a slap in the face. One morning, Alvin came to the cafeteria to eat and saw Chio and Luna getting together, little head still. "Do what?" Alvin's voice startled the two, and they handed the newspaper to Alvin.
Shocked.
"A thief has appeared in the magic world, and 5 wizarding families in Hogsmeade have been stolen. The robber turned out to be a pervert? Listen to what Mrs. Luzin has to say." 39. After reading the title, Alvin had a bad feeling in his heart. Then he looked at the content of the report. The Daily Prophet has learned that in recent days, 150 residents of Hogsmeade villages have been stolen frequently, all of which are committed by one person, and 5 families have already submitted complaints to the Ministry of Magic. Surprisingly, the property stolen by the thief was not very precious. Most of them were common items, and even the Gustav family lost only 1 turkey, which was their dinner that night. However, According to Mrs. Lutzon's latest intelligence, the robber appears to be a pervert, and Mrs. Lutzon claims that the robber was peeping outside the door while she was taking a shower. 35. At present, we have not obtained the specific information of the thief, only a back photo obtained by accident. Alvin looked down, and a chunky and obscene-looking background was printed on it. This is not Peter Pettigrew. Who else could it be? Alvin didn't expect Sirius to move so fast, and in less than a month, he was noticed by the Daily Prophet. But what the hell is this voyeur? Could it be that Sirius was locked up in Azkaban for too long, and then when he reached middle age, he had nowhere to vent his energy and finally went to Alvin? Alvin? Cho called Alvin several times, and he recovered from his reverie. Oh, I was just thinking about it. I didn't expect a thief in Hogsmeade. We have to be careful next time we get it. 35. No, I'm showing you another report about Lockhart. Only then did Alvin realize that Cho and the others were not watching news about theft. Then he looked at a report in the corner. Lockhart has been promoted to Deputy Head of Legal Enforcement at the Ministry of Magic. So capable? Alvin was a little surprised. Alia had written before that Lockhart would be promoted in the near future. It's just that Alvin didn't expect him to jump to such a high position all of a sudden, which is called a rocket-like jump. You must know that the Law Enforcement Division is the real power department of the Ministry of Magic. 9 times out of 10, the Minister of Magic is selected from the Director of the Law Enforcement Division and the Auror Director. I didn't expect Lockhart to become so powerful after leaving Hogwarts. Cho was also sighing on the side. Alvin told her something about Lockhart at the time, and she also knew that Lockhart was already Alvin's subordinate. And one of Alvin's men has reached such a position in just a few months. Compared with outsiders, Cho, whose parents both work at the Ministry of Magic, knows more about the gold content of this position. After breakfast, Alvin went to the classroom of defense against the dark arts. Hermione helped him stand early, next to Harry and Neville. Strange, why isn't Professor Lupin here today? Harry on the side asked a question. Usually, Professor Lupin came earlier, but he didn't show up since it was almost class today. The bell for the class remembered that a figure stepped in from outside the door, but it was not Lupin. It was Snape. Everyone was a little surprised when they saw Snape. Snape ignored everyone's eyes and directly announced, "Lupin is a little uncomfortable today, and I will take the place of today's class. Next, turn your textbook to page 368. What we're going to learn today is werewolves." 99. Harry couldn't help it and stood up straight. "Professor, we learned about Boggart. Red Hat, it should be now." "Shut up, Potter. 10 points from Gryffindor." Snape interrupted Harry's words and said sarcastically, "I don't expect Lupin's teaching level. It's hard to imagine you in 3rd grade learning to deal with these childish creatures." 99. Eyes fixed on Harry until Harry staggered his gaze before Snape continued, "This is my class, and I will teach you what I think you need to learn the most." 99. After saying this, Snape stopped paying attention to Harry and started his lecture. However, Hermione glanced at Snape thoughtfully and then looked at Alvin, who was boredly flipping through a book. "I strongly suspect that Snape attacked Professor Lupin. You know, he has coveted this position for a long time." After class, Harry complained to Alvin, "Harry, you should know you made mistakes in first year, and Snape can win without sneaking up on Lupin." 99. Alvin wondered if he wanted to meet Sirius, and casually blocked Harry's words back. Hermione next to her didn't say a word, which made Harry a little strange. "Hermione, what's the matter with you today? I've seen you distracted during class."
"Ah?"
Hermione reacted and hurriedly replied, "It's okay. I'm just thinking about how to write the thesis left by Professor McGonagall." When he heard this, Harry shut up. As a scumbag, he didn't want to discuss any papers with Hermione. On the way to the Transfiguration class, Hermione's footsteps gradually slowed down, and at the same time, she also pulled Alvin and kept a distance from Harry in front of him. She grabbed Alvin's sleeve and asked quietly, "Alvin, is Professor Lupin a werewolf?"
"Yes."
Alvin answered without thinking. After getting a positive answer, Hermione was not surprised at all. Since the last time in the staff lounge, Snape had asked Lupin to thank Alvin well, and she had vaguely had some thoughts in her mind. Add in all the characteristics of werewolves mentioned in Snape's class today and today's date. Hermione was basically certain that Lupin was a werewolf. Then why did Headmaster Dumbledore let him come to the school? Hermione found that this seemed unfair to Lupin and hurriedly explained in a low voice. I mean, it's not that Lupin is bad, but if other students find out, it will be a lot of trouble for either Headmaster Dumbledore or Professor Lupin.35. Alvin spread his hands and looked a little gloating, because the principal can't find other more suitable candidates. Think about our professors in the first 2 semesters. But don't tell anyone this news. Dumbledore told me not to let it go. 35. Hermione thought about it for a while, and it seemed that it was really like this. A Death Eater, a liar, a werewolf like Lupin is really not wrong. Seeing that Hermione was still a little worried, Alvin also comforted her. Don't worry, I have developed an improved version of the wolf's poison potion, and the effect is better than the original version. This time, it is estimated that Snape has avenged his personal revenge. Alvin really guessed right. Snape added some condiments to the wolf poison potion, and now Lupin is lying weakly. The two chatted in a low voice and soon came to the Transfiguration classroom. After entering the 3rd grade, the students have gradually come into contact with the high-level transformation spells that turn dead things into living things. Professor McGonagall announced in the first class that the content of this semester's final exam is to turn a teapot into a mouse. Although this is nothing for Alvin, it is already a big problem for many students. Neville is one of them. It's almost a month since school started, and now he can only make 2 whiskers appear on the teapot. Professor McGonagall was standing behind Neville, and when he saw his performance, he shook his head helplessly. Boom! An explosion sounded, and no one responded, even Professor McGonagall. Because everyone is used to it, this must have been created by Seamus. For more than 2 years, the name of Seamus Blasting Genius has gradually spread, and last semester, there was a great achievement in bringing down Snape. So now, everyone consciously stays away from Seamus whenever they are in a class where they need to wave a wand. Alvin also looked into the reasons carefully, but he couldn't find anything. The explosion can only be regarded as Seamus' bloodline talent. After class, Professor McGonagall stopped everyone. Please wait a moment. This weekend is your first visit to Hogsmeade. Students who didn't give me the application form, please, ASAP. There was a burst of cheers in the class, and they had long wanted to go to Hogsmeade to find out. Dukeby Candy Shop, Joko Joke Shop. These are the center of topics when the students gossip. At this moment, Alvin raised his hand. Professor, I don't have an application form. Can I go? Of course, Mr. Gaunt. We are aware of your situation. Professor McGonagall nodded towards Alvin. Teach, Professor. I may have thrown away the application form. Neville said tremblingly, causing a burst of laughter. Your grandmother has given me the watch. She thinks it might be safer. Professor McGonagall said, but she also told me to tell you not to go to Hogsmeade alone. She is afraid you will get lost. When she finished speaking, the whole classroom laughed even louder. Afterwards, some students made up their application forms and left. Harry stayed until the end and seemed to have said something to McGonagall. After dinner, Harry went outside the Ravenclaw lounge and called Alvin out. Alvin, can you lend me the invisibility cloak? Alvin was speechless, reminding Harry, Harry, the invisibility cloak is yours, not mine. Oh. It was only then that Harry reacted, and he said a little embarrassedly, Actually, I originally planned to give you the invisibility cloak as a Christmas present this Christmas, but I didn't react for a while. For Flower Zero. Alvin was also a little surprised to hear this. This invisibility cloak was one of the few things Harry's parents had left him, and now he actually wanted to give it to himself. Inexplicably, Alvin was a little moved. Harry, this is not only your parents' relic, but also one of the 3 Hallows of the Dead, but it is very precious. Alvin pointed out the preciousness of the invisibility cloak and wanted Harry to understand its value. What are the Deathly Hallows? Harry looked at Alvin in confusion, and in desperation, Alvin also explained to Harry. After listening to Alvin's introduction, Harry still didn't change his mind. I think you may need him more than I do. As for the 3 holy artifacts of death, Our Potter family has held them for so many years and has not discovered any mysteries, so it may not be related to us." Seeing that Harry insisted so much, Alvin did not persuade him any further. Harry borrowed the invisibility cloak, and Alvin also guessed the reason it must be going to Hogsmeade. Back in the dormitory, took out the invisibility cloak and gave it to Harry. Alvin gave his own advice. "You can't activate the true effect of the invisibility cloak, so you can't hide the Dementors, so I suggest you go to George and Fred. They'll tell you some secrets." In fact, Dumbledore said at the banquet that the invisibility cloak couldn't hide from the Dementors, but it wasn't that the invisibility cloak couldn't. It means that Harry has no such ability. The fat lady's portrait is torn up. Sirius Black is in. 10. The invisibility cloak needs to be activated with a specific magic pattern. As long as the method is appropriate, the invisibility cloak can not only be completely invisible, but also cover all the breath and smell. When Alvin and Harry came to the auditorium and saw that most of the students were already here, Harry grabbed Ron's hand and asked why. After Harry heard Alvin's words, he also nodded, indicating that he understood. What happened? Just as Harry was about to return to Gryffindor's lounge, a sudden burst of bells rang out in the corridor. "Everyone, assemble in the school's auditorium now." Professor McGonagall's voice resounded throughout the castle and could be heard by little wizards wherever they were. What? Harry and Alvin were taken aback. Harry was frightened by the name Sirius Black. On the other hand, Alvin was very angry. He clearly agreed with the other party not to act rashly, but he still forced his way into Hogwarts. If it weren't for the inconvenience now, he would have liked to find Sirius directly and clean up him severely. Soon, Professor McGonagall and several other deans came to the hall. Quiet. Professor McGonagall stopped the commotion and maintained the order of the auditorium. Everyone was quiet when they saw Professor McGonagall speak, and Dumbledore suddenly appeared beside Professor McGonagall along with Fawkes. Alvin's sharp eyes found that the professor seemed to be a bit dusty, obviously coming back from his 163 other place. Alvin had rarely seen Dumbledore at school this term, and the last time he met was when Dumbledore pleaded for fudge. Mag whispered a few words in Dumbledore's ear, and Old Deng also frowned. Then he looked at the students, the professors, and I will conduct a thorough search of the castle. At this time, Professor McGonagall and Flitwick had already waved their wands and closed the door of the auditorium. I asked the prefects to stand guard at the entrance to the auditorium, and the student council presidents were in charge. Dumbledore continued to arrange matters for tonight, and Percy looked proud when he heard it, as if he had been entrusted with a heavy responsibility. He waved the wand in his hand, summoned hundreds of purple sleeping bags, and left the auditorium with a group of professors. In an instant, the auditorium was filled with excited Wungming, which was the little lion of Gryffindor delivering a message. It was Peeves who told us that the fat lady wouldn't open the door for Blake, so he destroyed the fat lady's portrait. Fred described the scene to Alvin and Harry. "Did you say Blake is still in the castle?" Hermione said quietly, her tone a little anxious. "I don't think no. No one is stupid enough to stay at a crime scene after committing a crime, especially when Dumbledore is here." Cho obviously didn't believe that Blake would stay here and replied casually. "You said how he came in quietly. There are so many Dementors at the gate of the school." A Ravenclaw girl also joined in. Apparently it had become a small tea party. "It must be apparition," Ron said firmly, but it was met with unanimous contempt from the others. Harry pulled Ron and motioned him to stop saying. "You forget, Alvin said before that there is no way to apparate at Hogwarts." Ron blushed. He forgot about it. Others were also talking. Some said he flew in, some said he came in with makeup on. The answers are also varied. "Lights out now." Percy yelled, "I want every one of you in your sleeping bag and stop talking. Look, the majesty of the male boss." George said sarcastically, which drew a burst of sneer. Hermione and Cho looked at Alvin next to him without speaking and called him. "I'm fine. I'm just thinking that Professor Dumbledore and they're going to be doing nothing tonight." In fact, Alvin was just sending a message to Sirius, asking him to meet at the Screaming Shack this weekend. He'd have to figure out why Sirius came out like this. After the lights went out, the topics of the students gradually shifted from Blake to other places. Many people are a little excited, and there are not many opportunities for people from the 4 colleges to get together and chat in the evening. Fred and George fully enliven the atmosphere, telling everyone interesting stories about their night tour at Hogwarts. Percy had come over several times, but he didn't catch their presence, so he could only give a weak warning. Alvin brought a few little witches to the corner of the auditorium, and he cast a barrier to ensure that the outside voice would not disturb them. Until late at night, most of the little wizards fell asleep, and the professors would show up in the auditorium every hour to see if everything was okay. At 3 o'clock in the morning, all the professors gathered together to share the information they had obtained, and they were standing not far from Harry. "Have you found the portrait of the fat lady?" Hiding in the map of Angel County on the 3rd floor, she was so frightened that she was temporarily unable to do her job as a caretaker. 99. Professor McGonagall said worriedly. Obviously, this time, Sirius brought great harm to the fat lady. Dumbledore nodded. "Severus, do you have any clues over there?" "No. I went to the tower on the west side and all the classrooms below the 3rd floor and found no traces. As for the rest, you can ask Filch." "Well, I don't really think Blake is going to linger. How did he get in? Have you ever thought about it? With the defense of Hogwarts, if there are no outsiders." "Okay, Severus, 1.0, Lupin is still resting in his office. There seems to be something wrong with your potion this time." Dumbledore reassured him, obviously wanting to end this time conversation. "Yes," Dumbledore's voice was a little cold, "but as long as I serve as the headmaster for one day, Dementors will never be allowed to enter the school. They have lost 2 clansmen recently, and I need to have a good talk with them." "Talk? Are they going to help too, sir?" Having said this, he took a deep breath. The relationship between Lupin and Black, don't you think it's a bit too coincidental? One person just escaped from prison, and the other person came to Hogwarts. The goal is Potter. I need to go to the Dementors now. I told them I'll let them know. What they didn't know was that, not far from them, Harry opened his eyes and listened to all their conversations. After speaking, Dumbledore just left, while Snape stood for a while with deep anger on his face and left. "Severus," Dumbledore interrupted Snape. "I don't think anyone in this school would want to help him. You need to try to trust everyone." 55. Snape was a little unconvinced. "Yes, I used to believe in everyone, well, until you appointed Lupin." At this time, Harry's mind was a little confused, and the conversation between Dumbledore and Snape just brought him too many doubts. What is the relationship between Professor Lupin and Blake? Why did Snape give Professor Lupin and the potion? After thinking for a long time, Harry also had no clue and could only go to sleep with these questions. For the next few days, although the professors did not let the students sleep in the auditorium, they let the prefects strengthen their control over everyone. There is no permission to enter or leave the castle at will, and every time you go to class, there will be a prefect escort. The fat lady's portrait had also been taken down from the wall, and in his place was Sir Cadogan, who seemed so excited that he changed his password twice a day. Neville was the biggest victim of this incident, and he couldn't remember the passwords that were changed so frequently. Thankfully, the school didn't cancel this weekend's trip to Hogsmeade, so many were relieved. Alvin took Cho and Hermione to Hogsmeade on Sunday, and before leaving, he gave Harry a look. "Did you help Harley go to Hogsmeade?" On the way to Hogsmeade, Cho keenly observed the interaction between Alvin and Harry just now. Alvin didn't mean to hide, and nodded as a matter of course. Yeah, Harry inflated his aunt, so he can't go to Hogsmeade in a normal way. So I asked him to find George and the others for help. But Sirius's target is Harry, and it's dangerous for you to do so, Harry.
Cho didn't understand.
Now everyone in the magic world thinks that Black's goal is Harry, but why does Alvin do this? Isn't he worried about Harry's safety? Cho, sometimes things can't be seen on the surface. If Black's target is Harry, then why didn't he escape from prison when Harry entered 1st grade? Cho was speechless when asked by Alvin. At this time, Hermione interjected. It may be that he only thought of a way to escape from prison a few years ago, or that he only learned about Harry this year. Cho nodded, agreeing with Hermione's statement. Alvin had to admire Hermione's intellect. She guessed half of the truth almost at once. It's just that Blake didn't get news from Harry, but from the traitor Peter Pettigrew. The longer you stay in Azkaban, the weaker the prisoner's body will become, and it will be very difficult to escape naturally. So obviously, Black's idea of escape is only a recent idea, and naturally his goal is not Kazakhstan. Profitable. Hearing Alvin's analysis, the two women nodded and agreed with him. Alvin accompanied the two of them around Hogsmeade and bought some gifts for Luna and Astoria in the castle. Originally, Alvin wanted to bring Luna out to relax, but the little witch was mysterious and did not agree to Alvin's invitation. After lunch, Alvin separated from Cho and Hermione and agreed to meet at Duke B's candy store. And he himself went to the Screaming Shack. The closer you get there, the less populated it becomes. In fact, Screaming Shack has a deep relationship with Sirius. When Lupin was studying at Hogwarts, Dumbledore asked Lupin to transform here every night of the full moon. Sirius once also tricked Snape over and almost let Snape be killed by Lupin, who was in a transformed state. That's why Snape knew Lupin was a werewolf. When Alvin walked into the dilapidated shack, Sirius was already there. At this time, he maintained his AF*CK Gus form, and after seeing Alvin, he split his mouth and turned into a human form. Long time no see, Alvin. Sirius seemed happy, not sneaking into the shadow of Hogwarts' failure at all. Alvin ignored the enthusiasm of the other party and said angrily, "Come on, you seem to have forgotten what you promised me?" Sirius smiled embarrassedly. This was indeed what he did wrong, and he couldn't refute it. He could only explain the reason to Alvin. "Actually, I just wanted to see Harry, not to catch Peter Pettigrew." Hearing him say this, Alvin's face softened. "Then you can also inform me in advance. Didn't I give you a contact tool?" Alvin had previously given Sirius an alchemy prop, similar to a cell phone in the Muggle world of later generations. When Sirius used magic to write some characters on it, Alvin's side could see it too. Sirius scratched his head. In fact, this incident also exceeded his expectations. He accidentally met a fat cat and quickly became a good friend. The cat helped him steal a note with Gryffindor's password written on it, and he didn't want to bother Alvin, who knew that he was so unlucky that the password on the note was actually incorrect. After listening to his story, Alvin also understood the reason. That note belongs to Neville, and only he can write down 163 orders with a note. It is estimated that the stolen note for you on Crook is expired. 99. Crooks Haynes. Well, that fat cat's name, that's my girlfriend's pet. Sirius suddenly realized. Neville, is that the Longbottom's child? Hearing Neville's name, Sirius' expression also became a little sad. Both he and Neville's parents were members of the Order of the Phoenix, and he also learned that the Longbottoms had been tortured to insanity by the Death Eaters. You steal, I can understand, but what happened to the newspapers that you peeped at Mrs. Lucian? Speaking of this, Sirius became obviously excited. For him now, avenging James is his most important thing. Most of these people are the ones who have seen Peter Pettigrew. Then he looked at Sirius with a strange expression on his face. Every time he goes to steal something, he turns into Peter Pettigrew, and the family he chooses is very particular. But soon he also packed up his mood. And taking care of Harry comes second. Have you seen the news in the Daily Prophet? It is estimated that some people will soon suspect Peter Pettigrew's death. Alvin nodded, indicating that he saw it. That's fart. Sirius uttered a foul language in anger. I didn't peep at all. Mrs. Lucian is already an old witch in her 60s. Sirius tried his best to explain to Alvin, but the more he said that, the weirder the way Alvin looked at him. Over 60 years old, do you still watch? That's because Mrs. Lucian's child was Peter Pettigrew's best friend. I just wanted to show her face in Peter Pettigrew's form. Finally, when Sirius wanted to commit suicide to clear his name, Alvin believed him. Relax, Sirius. I believe in you. Alvin comforted Sirius for a few words and then prepared to leave. Sirius does have something to tell Alvin, though. Can you tell Lupin about me? Sirius thinks that Alvin alone is helping him, which is still not enough. If Lupin can be pulled to his side, it can also be an extra helper. Alvin didn't deny it. Are you sure Lupin will believe you? Sirius was a little silent, and he was also a little uncertain. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. The Marauder's map, that's a map we use to make, and it can show everyone's information at Hogwarts as long as you tell him. He will definitely believe me. Alvin shook his head. I once got the Marauder's map, but I didn't find Peter Pettigrew's name on it. Sirius did not expect that Alvin had seen this map, and was a little surprised. He thought about it, and then confirmed it. Peter Pettigrew is also one of the creators of this map. He knows this map very well, and must have erased his traces. But James and I have left a back door, as long as you... Sirius told Alvin how to operate, and Alvin said he could try it when he went back. The two then agreed to bring Lupin here when he found out, and Alvin just left. Looking at the time, Alvin was planning to go to the Three Broomsticks for a glass of butterbeer before the time he had agreed with Cho and Hermione. After entering the bar, Alvin saw a few acquaintances. Dean, Professor McGonagall, hello. At this time, Flitwick and Mag were sitting in front of the bar, and there were a few people beside them. They were talking about something. After seeing Alvin coming, Flitwick happily let him sit next to him, and Mag nodded at him with a smile. Good afternoon, Mr. Gaunt. Fudge was here too, but just now with his back to the entrance, and Alvin didn't see him. Nodding to Fudge, Alvin's attitude was a little cold. But Fudge did not care at all. Bring me a butterbeer and a mead. 35. Alvin greeted Ms. Rosamerda, and the professors and Fudge ignored Alvin's underage drinking. In their opinion, Alvin can no longer be treated with their attitude toward students, and a drink is no big deal. Ms. Rosamerda quickly brought Alvin's wine, but she did not leave, but sat at the bar and chatted with everyone. Did you know that the Dementors have raided my tavern twice? Speaking of which, she was obviously angry. Those guys have seriously affected my business. Fudge couldn't resist. Honey, I don't like them either, but it's a necessary precaution. He hurriedly changed the subject. Mr. Gunter, let me introduce to you. The one next to me is Mr. Barty Crouch, the director of the International Magic Exchange and Cooperation Department. He's here for a big move at Hogwarts next year. Sitting next to him, the meticulously dressed wizard with a very serious expression nodded to Alvin and forced a smile. Mr. Gaunt, nice to meet you. Alvin also greeted him. The Triwizard Tournament? I know. Crouch's expression became serious again. Yes, we still have a lot of preparations to do, this time just to discuss the process with Dumbledore. A few people chatted a few more times, and the topic was brought back to Blake. I can't believe Blake would do something like this. He and James Potter had a good relationship and made me laugh a lot. Ms. Rosmerta recalled the time, and Alvin's eyes glanced in the direction of a decorative tree. Who said no, I thought they were brothers. Professor McGonagall agreed, and then she sighed again. Who would have thought that Black would betray Potter in the end for two people with such a good relationship? In the end, Mag, who has always been calm, actually choked a little. Okay, Minerva, let's stop talking about that. Flitwick, who was sitting on the side, comforted her. We don't want to do this. Obviously Potter believes in Black so much. Maybe this is fate. Alvin sat there without saying a word, just sipping his wine. The decorative tree next to it seemed to sway a bit. The next semester will be eventful, and as a friend, Alvin also hopes that Harry can have a certain amount of self-protection. Alvin didn't speak. He just glanced at Harry, and Harry froze. The petrified Harry couldn't move. He could only watch Alvin help him put on the invisibility cloak again, and then go away. About an hour later, it was almost the time he and the girls had agreed upon, and Alvin said his goodbyes. Harry, with your current strength, if Sirius is really the culprit who killed your parents, you are definitely not his opponent. 5. After walking a few steps out of the tavern, he suddenly said into the air, Come out, Harry, I know you heard it. Harry's figure suddenly appeared beside Alvin. His eyes had turned red. I'm going to kill him. Alvin did not tell the truth, but hoped that Harry could train hard and improve his strength as much as possible. Over the next month, Harry changed dramatically. In Alvin's remedial classes every week, he is the hardest one to train. Alvin is also happy to see this kind of change in him. Strength is a person's most important confidence. Others also learned the reason from Alvin, and they were also very angry. They all said that they would help him catch Blake and let Harry avenge his parents. Alvin was a little dumbfounded, but Harry was very moved. This month, everyone's Patronus charm has made great progress. At present, except for Harry and Luna, all of them have been able to summon the physical Patronus. Of course, this is done without Dementors interfering. But even that is amazing. As for Harry and Luna, the progress was a little slower because of the shadows of childhood, but it was just the end. Alvin stared dully at a golden card floating in front of him. Today, he was a little itchy. Looking at his savings of more than 10,000 gold coins, he decisively chose to go for a bike and turn it into a motorcycle. It's a pity that after 163, 100 draws, there are only 2 gold guarantees and not a single diamond card. One of the gold cards is a Bloodline Awakening Potion, which further developed his bloodline and increased his magic power. And another, name Nagini, quality gold, gender female, talent blood-cursed orcs. Introduction. The side effects of the blood-cursed orcs have been completely eliminated, and Nagini can switch between humans and snakes at will. Please be careful of the host. Alvin didn't expect that he actually pulled Voldemort's last Horcrux, but what does the last sentence of the system mean? Now Nagini is not Voldemort's Horcrux. She became Voldemort's Horcrux after the end of the Triwizard Tournament and Voldemort's resurrection. Nagini is a human witch, and her family has a strange curse that allows all female members of the family to turn into animals, like AF***CK Gus. But as they get older and over time, they will lose control and be trapped in the animal's body forever. However, the system has already helped Nagini to eliminate this defect. At this time, Nagini can be said to be a wizard who has mastered the powerful AF***CK Gus. Alvin crushed the card in his hand, and a huge viper with a length of about 4 meters appeared in front of him. The viper was stunned for a while, as if sensing something. Its body twisted violently. Her snake tail began to change, and a pair of white human feet appeared, and then went from bottom to top. Smooth calves exposed on white feet. Up. Ahem. Actually wearing clothes, Alvin thought with regret. Finally, Nagini completely transformed from a snake into an extremely beautiful human woman. He has long black hair and a strange makeup on his pretty face with a hint of bewitching beauty. The black and red lipstick did not make her terrifying, but had a charm that made men feel hot. A silk dress showed his figure to the fullest, especially the wrinkled waist, which made Alvin drool. This is the real snake waist. Su Xian, I blame you wrong. Nagini is confused about her situation. Why is she here at this time? Shouldn't she flee to Albania to avoid Grindelwald? Looking at this very handsome wizard in front of her, she actually had some kind of feeling. Owner. The words that came out of her mouth made her stunned. Alvin admits that it feels good to be called the master by such a beautiful snake demon, but now is not the time for him to be sober. Nagini, how much do you remember? Nagini was stunned for a moment. His brain that had not been used for decades, did not respond for a while, and then he tried to recall. All I remember is that Credence took refuge in Grindelwald, then I fled to Albania, and I don't remember anything after that. 99. Master. What year is it now? Has Grindelwald won? Nagini looked at Alvin nervously and called the master for the second time. She had already said a lot. Through the contract that appeared in her mind, she already knew that Alvin had rescued her from the endless abyss. Afterwards, Alvin popularized the common sense in the magic world to her, giving Nagini a preliminary understanding. So, Dumbledore won? Nagini muttered to herself, thinking of her good friend at the time, Credence, who didn't know what happened to him now. Even Alvin couldn't answer this question. After all, when he crossed over in the last life, he didn't even release the magical animals in the 3rd volume. However, according to his understanding of the magical world over the years, he never mentioned any other family members of Dumbledore. Not even a record of his brother Aberforth Dumbledore. But with Credence's silent physique, it's hard to have a good end. Looking at the enchanting beauty in front of him, Alvin was in trouble for a while and didn't know how to arrange her. Is there any place you want to go? Alvin asked Nagini's opinion, frowned slightly, and Nagini shook his head in denial. I don't know. The world is still too unfamiliar to me now. I'd better stay by your side. 5. Alvin nodded in agreement. He suddenly remembered something again. Do you remember Voldemort? Nagini looked blankly at Alvin. Voldemort? What is that? Seeing that she didn't know anything about it, Alvin guessed that after she completely turned into a snake, the other party lost all memory. Nothing. That's another Dark Lord after Grindelwald. Hearing this, the beauty in front of Alvin's eyes also became complicated. One Grindelwald is not enough. There is another Voldemort in the wizarding world. This world is really a disaster. In the villa in the suitcase, Nagini packed a room, and Alvin also told her not to look at the basilisk in the lake, and tell him if you need anything. The other party also nodded in agreement. Looking at the room that Alvin prepared for himself, although it is not big, it has all the internal organs. She caressed the soft bed lightly, feeling mixed feelings in her heart. As a blood-cursed orc, it is the favorite of black market wizards and can usually sell for a high price. In the past, she had been escaping the pursuit of wizards and had no chance to enjoy such a warm room. I never imagined that I would still be able to live in such a good life in a few decades. Albania, in a wild forest. A little snake less than 1 meter long hid in a small pothole, roaring frantically. Voldemort was furious at this time. His companion, the future pet, suddenly disappeared after he slept. Since he failed to steal the Philosopher's Stone 2 years ago, Voldemort has returned to the wild forests of Albania again and accidentally met Nagini. He also discovered that the other party was also a snake transformed from a human. This made Voldemort involuntarily raise a little bit of contempt for Nagini. In the past few years, Voldemort was even weaker than a mouse. If it wasn't for Nagini's help, he didn't even know how miserable he would be. It can be said that they're dependent on each other. Not long ago, he fell into a deep sleep because of weakness, but when he woke up, he found that Nagini, who had always been by his side, had disappeared. Reluctantly used a little magic power, sensed the surroundings, Voldemort didn't find the slightest trace. How could this make him not angry? Alvin, who is far away in England, knows nothing about it. Great, Luna, you made it. Alvin looked at the little witch happily. Just now, Luna successfully displayed a complete Patronus. It was a lively little bunny. After being summoned by Luna, it kept circling around the two of them, leaving a little bit of starlight behind them as they ran. Alvin, thank you. Luna opened her eyes wide and looked up at the young man in front of her with a strange color in her eyes. Rubbing her little head, Alvin felt the fragrance from the girl's hair and said gently, "This is all your own efforts. I just offered a little help." Alvin is telling the truth. Apart from the fixed practice time every Sunday, Luna also regularly performs extra training, and Alvin sees her hard work. The current two are where they first met in the Forbidden Forest. This has become a small secret base for two people. Besides practicing magic, they will also chat here. The two of them tacitly did not tell anyone else about this place. The good things and memories here are their common secrets. Luna stretched out her slender fingers and touched Alvin's lips, signaling him to stop talking. "No, Alvin, I thank you for not teaching me the Patronus spell." Luna murmured softly and slowly lay down on Alvin's chest. Alvin's body froze. He didn't expect Luna to make such a bold move. Her voice increased a little, and a bright smile like sunshine bloomed on her delicate, pretty face. "Alvin, thanks to you, I can have the joy of casting the Patronus charm, or rather, you are my Patronus." At this time, Luna was completely different from before. Her eyes were no longer erratic as usual, but stared at Alvin very seriously. With a tap of her toes, Luna kissed Alvin's lips, which was icy cold. Armed with the little witch, Alvin saw that Luna was so unfamiliar and also instructed her some skills. It was not until the little witch said that she had completely learned it before she let go. At this time, Luna was already pretty blushing, not as bold as before. Back in Ravenclaw's lounge, Joe immediately understood what was going on when he saw the two still clasped hands. As for Luna, Chio was already mentally prepared. Alvin's attitude towards Luna was very special at first, and he almost offended the Ministry of Magic by killing Luna on the train. So seeing the state of the two, Chio was not surprised at all, and even felt that Alvin was a little slow to start. But she wouldn't give Alvin a good face. She pinched his waist fiercely until Alvin grinned before letting go. You still think about how to explain it to Hermione. After leaving such a sentence, Chio took Luna back to the girls' dormitory. Alvin's face was bitter. He had passed the Chio level, but as Chio said, Hermione gave him a lot of headaches. Hermione's temperament is extremely strong, and she is still a little vinegar jar. If not handled properly, Alvin will suffer. Sure enough, when Hermione learned about this, she immediately pushed Alvin away angrily and returned to the lounge. 4 flowers 0. Alvin was ignored for over a week. The little witch was very angry. She already had her and Chio, and even had a fiancé in France, but Alvin actually provokes Luna again. This time, Hermione is determined to teach Alvin a lesson, otherwise she will not know how many sisters she will bring to her in the future. Alvin also understood this truth, so he shyly wrapped around Hermione's side every day, and the love words in his mouth were sent out like those who didn't want money. Harry accidentally heard a few words, and all of a sudden goosebumps appeared all over his body, and he didn't eat all day in disgust. Even Astoria came to join in the fun. Alvin, how can you do this? Don't you already have Cho and Hermione? Running over angrily, Astoria questioned Alvin angrily, making him look bewildered. What's the matter with you here? He pinched Astoria's little face and pulled it towards both sides. Alvin unexpectedly found that Astoria's little face was quite elastic. A thin melon seed face was almost pinched into a steamed bun face by him. Of course it's true. Alvin smiled. Hermione and Cho all know about this, so it's no surprise that there is one more Luna. 99. After finishing his scumbag declaration, Alvin went to the Quidditch pitch. Huh. It was Astoria's turn to be dumbfounded. Is what you're saying true, Alvin? Slapped away Alvin's mischievous hand, Astoria said righteously. Today is a Quidditch match in Ravenclaw and Gryffindor, and Alvin is going to cheer Autumn. Alvin shook his head amusingly. If I told you that I have a fiancé in France, would you be more angry? It doesn't matter. I am good friends with Chio and Hermione. You can't live up to them. Oh, wait for me, Alvin. Some Astoria, who was shocked by Alvin's shameless words, shouted from behind and followed 10 like a little tail. On the Quidditch pitch, Alvin sat in the audience. Luna and Astoria sat on his left and right sides. Why are you sitting here with us, Ravenclaw? Looking at Astoria next to him, Alvin was a little puzzled. Without Slytherin today, of course I can do whatever I want, Astoria said with her chest raised, her eyes still looking at Luna on the other side. Looking at the 2 blonde little beauties, Alvin was also dumbfounded. Obviously, Astoria is competing with Luna, and the 2 people's beam seems to have been forged since the entrance ceremony last year. Astoria, like Hermione, thought Luna's search for the Crooked Snorer was whimsical. Although the relationship between the 2 people is not bad in normal times, they will always compete in inexplicable places. Alvin also ignored her 163. This was the first time Alvin watched Ravenclaw's game in the stands. How should I put it? It felt pretty good. Gryffindor and Ravenclaw also gave warm applause when the players of the 2 teams walked out of the tunnel with sweepers. Go Ravenclaw! Gryffindor wins. The little wizards on both sides worked hard to cheer for their academies. Alvin waved his wand, and a Ravenclaw emblem with a blue eagle fluttered in the wind. Oh! In an instant, Ravenclaw's voice grew louder. After Chio saw Alvin and the others, he also smiled and waved in this direction. Luna stood up and held up the drawing board in her hand, which were filled with words of cheer for Chio. Wood of Gryffindor was a little nervous at this time. He saw Ravenclaw's 2 firebolts appear here. One was in Cho's hands, while the other was assigned to a chaser by Roger Davis. Harry, it's all up to you. Shouting at the front, Wood had already pressed the treasure on Harry's body. No way, the pressure brought by Firebolt is too strong. As an avid Quidditch enthusiast, Wood knew that the Firebolt's parameters far surpassed all contemporary brooms. Now, he can only hope that Harry's flying skills are better than Chio's, and he can catch the golden snitch as soon as possible. Harry nodded firmly to Wood. At the beginning of the game, players from both sides also took off one after another. Today's weather is a bit bad. The wind is blowing continuously, and the dark clouds are heavy on everyone's heads. Sure enough, in the 10 minutes of the game, heavy rain came as promised. Alvin wanted to cast a spell to change the current weather, but it was too late. If he shoots now, it will interfere with the progress of the game, and Ravenclaw will be directly punished to lose the entire game. The players on the field struggled against the bad weather. Harry watched Cho's movements closely, but the storm and the almost cloudy sky made visibility extremely poor. He could only barely see Cho's blurry figure. What no one noticed was that the dark clouds over the Forbidden Forest became more and more dense, like ink that had been overturned. And it kept surging in the direction of the Quidditch pitch. "Did you feel a little cold all of a sudden?" A little wizard asked his companion, and at the same time, he couldn't help tightening his school uniform. But his companion did not answer him, but stared blankly at the dark cloud. "It's a Dementor. Here comes the Dementor." As he shouted loudly, the people around also noticed it and looked at this scene in horror. Harry was flying like a headless fly in the sky, and suddenly, a familiar and terrifying cold snap hit him again. A cold, desperate, yet unforgettable memory came to his mind. The woman's begging voice and a sharp laugh made him unable to hold the broom in his hand at this moment. "Harry!" He fell from the sky. The sharp-eyed little wizard discovered Harry's condition and shouted loudly. Naturally, Alvin saw it too and shook his head sadly. Originally, he wanted to use this opportunity to force Harry to see if he could learn the Patronus charm, but unfortunately it failed. Alvin had long anticipated that the Dementors would be unbearable to move out today. After all, the Quidditch pitch was like a piece of fat that was far away from the sky, and the Dementors couldn't help it. Dumbledore has left since the last serious invasion, so he has to do it too. Call God Guard. Alvin's voice was clearly audible in the storm. A dazzling silver-white brilliance cut through the almost night sky. The originally panicked little wizards also felt a warm force, and the panic was dispelled a lot. They all set their sights on that ray of light. 35.
Wow.
2 beast calls came out, and the silver-white brilliance quickly converged into a phoenix and a unicorn. The light emanating from them dispelled some of the dark clouds in the sky and gave courage to many. Gradually, senior students, led by the 2 guardian angels, also took out their wands. Call God Guard. Several high-achieving senior students summoned their own Patronus, followed behind the unicorn, and rushed among the Dementors. The phoenix flew by at a low altitude, accurately catching Harry, who was falling from the sky. The Dementors at this time were already numb, and when they saw the figures of the unicorn and the phoenix, they only remembered it. The fear that was dominated by these 2 patron saints at the beginning. A group of patron saints led by the unicorn rampaged, rushing hordes of Dementors into pieces, and soon they were broken into pieces and fled in all directions. And the little wizards below cheered. Gaunt. 1.0.
Gaunt.
39. And Astoria was standing beside Luna, with a sly smile. Gaunt. No, Alvin never murdered me. 9. Although Astoria and her are in the same grade, they are like a little child. I don't know who started, and the audience was shouting Alvin's surname, which made Alvin dumbfounded. Luna looked at the little fox like Astoria, a little helpless. She was the one who started it just now. If Dumbledore saw this, he must have thought he was the next Voldemort. Saying these words arrogantly, Astoria smiled and pulled Luna to find Alvin. If you do, Alvin will be angry. 35. When the crowd cheered, the Gryffindor Quidditch team members anxiously surrounded Harry. Harry is fine, it's just that the Dementor was too close to the Dementor this time, and he was more affected. George and Fred nodded at Alvin's voice. Hearing what Alvin said, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Alvin glanced at the Slytherin seat, where Snape stood in a rain cloak. He could clearly see that the wand was clenched in his hand, and if he didn't do it, it would have been Snape who would have saved Harry. Snape also noticed Alvin's eyes, looked at him for a few seconds, then turned and left the court. and Professor McGonagall also hurried from the castle. During Dumbledore's absence from the school, Professor McGonagall had a lot of extra work out of thin air. As a result, she didn't even have time to watch Quidditch, which she loved most. When they arrived, the little wizards chatted and explained the situation to her. The angry Professor McGonagall directly took several deans and rushed into the Forbidden Forest to find those Dementors. Looking at the gleam of silver light emerging from time to time in the Forbidden Forest, Alvin can be sure that the deans and the Dementors should have a pleasant chat. The next day, Harry's figure appeared at the long table in Gryffindor, but his face was still a little pale. Harry looked a little sad at the moment, as in the original book, his broom still flew beside the Beating Willow and was torn to pieces by the angry Beating Willow. Yesterday's Dementors' forcible entry into Hogwarts was published today in the Daily Prophet, and the newspaper scolded Fudge in a bloody way. We have no way of knowing if one day the Dementors will force their way into each of our homes as they did at Hogwarts. Hopefully Fudge will come forward and say that the Dementors are still under the control of the Ministry of Magic. The last sentence can be called a heart-wrenching remark, and Alvin looked at the author's name. Rita Skeeter, the reporter who showed up during the Triwizard Tournament? Alvin looked at the familiar name and tried to recall some memories about the name. Cho also gloated on the side. My mother said that the Ministry of Magic was flooded with red roaring letters yesterday, and they had to set aside a room for centralized destruction. Cho successfully caught the golden snitch in yesterday's game, but she was not satisfied with this victory. What she wanted was a decent win over Gryffindor, not an off-court victory. Professor McGonagall refused the request for a rematch in autumn and praised her greatly. And this also won the favor of many little lions, and for a while they lost a lot less depression. In the end, Fudge made a public apology and made an end to this matter. And Fudge also took this opportunity to cash out the compensation he had promised Alvin before. Cho's parents have been promoted and are currently in charge of the Philo Network administration of the Department of Magical Transportation. Luna and Fudge had the Ministry of Magic ordered 10 years of the Quibbler as compensation. It has to be said that Fudge is still very skilled in buying people's hearts. Even Cho's impression of Fudge got a lot better when he learned that his parents had been promoted. As for Harry, Fudge sent him a Nimbus 2000 again, but Harry refused and passed it on to Wood. He would rather ride a sweeping 7 stars to participate in the competition, and he is not willing to use another Nimbus 2000. Harry was very annoyed that he had passed out again, which made his desire to learn the Patronus all the more urgent. But often the more anxious, the more will have the opposite effect. As Christmas approached, Harry still had no progress at all. With the interference of Dementors, he could only summon a powerless cloud of white fog. Harry, I suggest you stop studying the Patronus spell first. Alvin rubbed his forehead. He didn't expect this process to be so difficult. Sure enough, in the original book, Harry was hooked, right? Alvin had just coached Harry alone for another morning, but unfortunately, there was still no progress. Hermione almost fell asleep listening to Harry chanting the spell.
Why?
I feel like I'm on my way. 35. Hearing Alvin say this, Harry was also a little anxious. He thought Alvin was going to give up on him. Pressing his hands down, Alvin first asked Harry not to get so excited before he said, My suggestion is that you should learn another kind of magic first, a clemency. A clemency? Harry, who was a scumbag, looked dazed, and Hermione next to him answered him. A clemency is a kind of magic that resists the penetration of the outside world. The purpose of Alvin's learning is to resist the influence of Dementors on you. 9. Alvin nodded and patted the little witch's head in encouragement. Harry didn't care about the dog food the two of them sprinkled. He was very excited when he heard such a magical magic for the first time. I can't wait to learn a clemency immediately. Alvin copied an occlumency teaching material for Harry to train him well this Christmas. Don't worry, I'm not going anywhere during the Christmas holidays. I'll just learn this occlumency. Harry swore a promise and then got a little gloomy. But after Alvin's interruption, Harry felt that his emotions were not coherent. Seeing that Harry's mood was a little down, Alvin also hurriedly comforted. It's okay. Aren't there still a group of Dementors with you outside the school? Even Ron and the others are not staying at school this year, and it seems that I am the only student in the whole school to stay at school for Christmas. 5. Even the Weasleys were like this. The Weasley brothers in the past would stay at school until the summer vacation. Harry's and Hermione's lips twitched at the same time. Was he so comforting? Maybe this is Alvin's unique way of comforting. And Harry couldn't go back to Uncle Vernon's house, or rather, everyone thought Harry was the safest at Hogwarts now, so that Sirius wouldn't have a chance. Of course, he himself didn't want to go back to that nasty place. Many people are reluctant to spend their Christmas holidays at school because of the Dementors. Diagon Alley, Arya Manor. Today is the second day of Christmas. At this time, Alvin is sitting by the window board, enjoying the snow outside the window. Holding a cup of hot tea in his hand, Alvin's thoughts drifted to nowhere. He suddenly found that life after leaving Hogwarts was so boring. Without a few little girls around, and without the funny Weasley brothers, life suddenly became dull. In particular, Arya has been on the right track, and there is absolutely nothing that needs his efforts. This made him feel even more empty. At this moment, Alia pushed open the door and walked in. "You've watched the snow scene all morning, aren't you bored?" Getting herself a cup of tea, Arya teases Alvin. Stretching, Alvin stood up. "No way. Who made you so capable? I found it unnecessary for me to appear here." Hearing Alvin's compliments, Arya was also very useful. Everyone wants their achievements to be recognized by those who value them, and Alvin's words are the biggest compliment to her. Although she thought so in her heart, Arya was still very humble. "You have won the prize. I'm still far behind. At least there is still some darkness in England that we can't touch." Alvin was a little speechless. He didn't expect the witch in front of him to be so ambitious. In today's Knockturn Alley, the Arya family can be said to be covering the sky with one hand, and even many pure-blooded nobles now have to look at her face and act. The most obvious example is Borgenbach. As a pure-blooded 28th family, Bogenbach, as long as he wants to continue doing business in Knockturn Alley, must obtain Arya's consent and give her a portion of the profits. But he didn't want to worry about it. Anyway, no matter how Arya developed, it was the power he had in the end. Seeing Alvin's bored appearance, the witch invited. "Anyway, you have nothing important right now. Why don't you accompany me to patrol Knockturn Alley?" Every month, Aaliyah will visit all the businesses in Knockturn Alley to check the operation of each shop, or whether there are any violations of their rules. Of course, this invitation to Alvin also meant to show him his credit. Alvin has never interfered in her affairs since he helped her conquer the other two families. Although this kind of boss was her dream, Alvin's indifferent attitude also made the witch a little depressed. Just take this opportunity to let Alvin know how well-organized Knockturn Alley is. Hearing Arya's invitation, Alvin nodded and agreed. "It's a big New Year's Eve, and I'm also idle when I'm idle, so it's better to go out for a walk." After changing into a black robe, Alvin and Arya left the manor. Walking down the street that turns into the alley, the situation here is very different from when Alvin first came. The rubbish that used to be everywhere, the wandering wizards sleeping on the streets, have disappeared. Instead, clean floors and clean walls. If it weren't for the pedestrians on the street, it was still hidden and there were not as many people as Diagon Alley. Alvin almost thought it was Diagon Alley. These people respect you very much. Along the way, all the shopkeepers or principals who saw Alvin and Alia would come forward and say hello respectfully. There's no respect, it's just fear. Arya laughed to herself. Being able to manage this group of wizards with complex composition and orderly management is not something that can be achieved by the respect of others. Blood and fire along the way are also essential. Alvin naturally understood what she meant, but he didn't say anything. Arya is not a weak woman and doesn't need other people's comfort. Has the Ministry of Magic noticed any changes here? It is said that the changes in Knockturn Alley should be seen by all interested people, but the Ministry of Magic has indeed been slow to act. This also makes Alvin somewhat incomprehensible. Hearing Alvin asking about this, Arya's face really became weird. Actually, the Ministry of Magic has already sent someone. Hearing this, Alvin was a little surprised. Why didn't he hear her say it before? Afraid of Alvin's misunderstanding, Arya hurriedly told what happened. Actually, I wanted to report to you back then, but it was Lockhart who was sent by the Ministry of Magic to investigate. 35.
What?
Could there be such a coincidence? Is this the person the legend sent me to investigate me? Seeing Alvin's unexpected expression, Arya nodded in confirmation. I was also surprised at the beginning, but this is also a good thing. Lockhart greeted us in advance, and let us make a gesture of cooperation between the three major families to fool the Ministry of Magic. It was simple after that. We gave Fudge some galleons and we promised nothing would go wrong, and it was over .99. Nodding, Alvin also understood everything he said with certainty. Is it something to do with Lockhart's promotions so quickly after that? You're right. That's it. It's a blessing in disguise. Sure enough, it would be a waste for Lockhart to be a liar teaching or something. He was born to be a politician. Just as the two were walking and chatting, Alvin suddenly felt that the resurrection stone that he used as a pendant became a little hot. Pushing open the door, Alvin walked straight in. An illusory figure was absorbed by the resurrection stone, and the speed was so fast that he didn't even react. Finally, after he stopped and walked for a while, he came to an abandoned house. What is this? Arya asked curiously. Looking around, Alvin didn't notice anything special. But when Arya saw this house, her face changed. I took out the resurrection stone and found that the color of the soul-killing stone, Duonghao, had not changed, but it was flashing a strange red light. Walking around tentatively, Alvin found that the temperature of the resurrection stone was also changing. Alvin didn't answer. It was the first time he saw the resurrection stone in this state. The temperature of the resurrection stone no longer changed after approaching the house, and Alvin was probably able to determine that the reason for the change in the resurrection stone was inside. Alvin was stunned. He immediately thought of something and asked Arya next to him. What happened here recently? After a moment of hesitation, Arya said, there has been a Death Eater living here, and about a week ago, because he killed a customer who came to Knockturn Alley, we solved it. Arya is still a little ashamed to talk about this matter. After all, this is considered her negligence. Alvin has set a strategy for them a long time ago to ensure the safety of customers in Knockturn Alley, so as to attract more people to shop here. The troublesome thing is that the personnel composition in Knockturn Alley is very chaotic, and some people who need to do business here for a long time to make a living are fine. Like this Death Eater who was killed by Arya and the others just to avoid the pursuit of the Ministry of Magic, living in anonymity here is very difficult to control. Instead of questioning Arya, Alvin asked her to take him to the place where the customer died. Sure enough, not far from the place where the man died, Alvin saw a silver-white phantom again. He deliberately closed the surrounding of the resurrection stone, so the phantom was not absorbed immediately. Upon closer inspection, this phantom is somewhat similar to the ghosts of Hogwarts, but only a human figure can be seen blurred. With a thought of 163, he released the restraint of the resurrection stone, and the phantom was also absorbed. It's all right, let's go back. After speaking to Arya, Alvin took Arya's hand and Opperat back to the manor. After that, he hurried to his laboratory. Arya, who was left confused, stood where she was. She didn't see any phantom just now, so she didn't know what Alvin found. At this time, she thought that Alvin came back in such a hurry to investigate her fault. Unexpectedly, he left without saying anything. Inside the laboratory, Alvin rubbed the resurrection stone and probed into it. The two phantoms that had just been absorbed immediately appeared in his perception. Alvin was already 80% sure that this phantom was the soul, but these phantoms were too vague, and he also left 2 points of other possibilities. At this moment, two phantoms thirst for Alvin's magic power, and they instinctively wanted to absorb the magic power that came in. Alvin tried to input more magic power. After the conversion of the resurrection stone, the magic power became a strange substance, which slowly repaired the two souls. Is this what the Philosopher's Stone really does? Repair the soul. Muttering to himself, Alvin's eyes flashed with excitement. With the addition of strange substances, they gradually condensed into shapes, and the outlines of the 5 views appeared on their faces, but Alvin couldn't stand it anymore. In just a few minutes, he has output nearly 200 scales of magic power. I drank a few bottles of potions to speed up the recovery of magic power and waited until the magic power was full. Alvin chose a soul to instill this time, and after repeated several times, he finally succeeded. The state of the soul at this time is somewhat similar to the Voldemort that Alvin saw in his first year. The restored soul was released from the resurrection stone, and he soon woke up. When the soul saw Alvin, there was a surprise on his face. He opened his mouth and seemed to want to say something. But there was no sound, only a wave of thought fluctuations passed into Alvin's mind. Save me. Someone is going to kill me. He also found out that he was wrong, raised his hands and looked at it. The soul looked at Alvin in disbelief. You found out too? You should be dead. Alvin spoke very calmly, as if it were as simple as saying, "What have you eaten?" Dejectedly putting down his hands, this soul also recalled everything and accepted the fact that he had died. Can you hear me? Alvin asked again, and Soul nodded. Tell me your name and answer me some questions, and I can help you fulfill a last wish. Alvin offered his own price, and he always likes to trade for equals. Soon, there was another wave of fluctuations in that soul. My name is Bruce Alexander, 5. What are you doing in Knockturn Alley? I'm in the potions smuggling business. I heard that there are always high-quality potions for sale in Knockturn Alley. I plan to buy a batch and sell it to Croatia. Alvin nodded and continued. Can you describe to me in detail what happened after your death? Bruce hesitated for a long time, as if thinking about how to express it. Finally, when Alvin was a little impatient, it was he who heard an idea intermittently. I fell under the curse of the Dark Wizard, and finally died because of excessive bleeding. When I died, my perception was to leave my body, and at the same time, two choices emerged subconsciously in my perception. Choice. Alvin thought, but did not interrupt Bruce's description. Go on or stay. 99. I don't know who gave the two options. Of course, I chose to stay. I didn't want to die. My soul stayed where it was. I watched others remove my body, but my soul couldn't move. I thought I would become a ghost and stay in this world, but my soul has become weak with the passage of time. Gradually, many memories left my mind. I can't even remember my wife. Until just now, I got my lost memories back. Alvin fell into deep thought after listening to Bruce's story. The choice that Bruce just mentioned reminded Alvin of some things he had asked the ghost of Gryffindor. He once asked the nearly headless Nico why he could stay on Earth and become a ghost, when very few people can do that. Wizards can leave their mark on the world, so that they can walk powerless as ghosts where they have lived and walked. Few wizards choose this path, because they themselves are not afraid of death. They are just remembering other existences in this world. Sometimes I also regret choosing this path and become an existence that does not accept in the underworld and does not accept in the world. In fact, I don't belong to this side, and I don't belong to that side. When he heard these words, Alvin actually didn't understand. Even if there were few people who were afraid of death, the number of ghosts would not be so rare. As far as Alvin knows, there are less than 100 ghosts left in the whole of England. But now, after listening to Bruce talk about all the things that happened after his death, Alvin has a general understanding. Recovering his mind temporarily, Alvin looked at Bruce, who was a little uneasy. Bruce, thank you for your cooperation, but I still need your help with some things. You can tell me your last wish first, and I will help you complete it. 35. Thanks. Hearing Alvin's words, Bruce repeatedly thanked and finally said his request. I just hope that you can give my wife some gold galleons, as long as it is enough for her to live a stable life. I am the sole breadwinner for the family, and now that I am dead like this, her life will be very difficult for her. Alvin agreed to Bruce's request without hesitation. For him, it's just a matter of hand. Recording Bruce's family information, Alvin also re-entered him into the Resurrection Stone. The information provided by just one person is still too little, and Alvin re-expends his magic power to restore the soul of another Death Eater and wake up. At first, the Death Eater didn't want to cooperate with Alvin, but after a few crucifixes, he became honest too. Don't think that ghosts or souls can't be harmed by magic. In the original book, Nico, who is almost headless, was also petrified by a basilisk. Just because ghosts are in a special state of non-life and non-death, looking directly at the magic eye will not lead to death, because they themselves do not have the concept of death. After answering Alvin's question obediently, the Death Eater was also put away. Calm returned to the house. The information revealed by the Death Eater is similar to Bruce's, the only difference being that his soul dissipates more slowly. Alvin guessed that it may also have a certain relationship with everyone's strength. Later, Alvin used the Death Eater's soul to do some experiments, but the process was a little cruel. In the magical world, there is still too little research on the soul. Among them, the most deeply researched should be the despicable Hirebo, who invented the Horcrux and made it successfully. And another person, Voldemort, who made 6 Horcruxes, can also be said to be a master of soul research. At this time, Alvin regretted a little. Why did he destroy Voldemort's Horcrux so quickly? Wouldn't it be delicious to keep it for the present to study the soul? It's a pity that it's too late to say anything, and the hard-working Alvin can only make a comparison with the current Death Eaters through his previous impression of Voldemort's Horcrux. In the next few days, Alvin also did some tests using the souls of the 2 and the Resurrection Stone, and came to several conclusions. First, those who do not hold the Resurrection Stone cannot see the existence of the soul. Voldemort's kind is an exception. He who has a Horcrux cannot die until all the Horcruxes are destroyed, so his soul will be in a state of being able to act in the world. Second, even if he does not provide magic power, the Resurrection Stone will automatically warm the soul, but the recovery speed is very slow. Third, once the soul is freed from the shackles of the Resurrection Stone, it may dissipate at any time. When Alvin lifted the shackles of the Resurrection Stone on Bruce's soul, he felt that he could leave this world. Looking at his achievements, Alvin has some ideas in his heart, but he still can't find the key point. In the end, he decided to release Bruce's soul. Alvin wanted to know the final destination of the soul. Is it the legendary underworld? We have delivered Jean Jalom to your wife, and every year after that, she will receive a certain amount of money. You can rest assured. Late at night, Alvin said to Bruce's soul body. Bruce bowed respectfully to him and finally glanced at the world with nostalgia. The silver-white body gradually became blurred, and a vortex suddenly appeared above his head and gradually sucked him into it. Alvin took a deep breath, attached a trace of magic to Bruce's soul, and was sucked in together. When the vortex disappeared, he could no longer perceive his own magic power, but he had already obtained the spatial coordinates of that place. In learning to apparate, wizards are exposed to the existence of spatial coordinates. Therefore, only when a wizard has been to a place or obtained space coordinates after observing a certain place with magic power can apparition be performed. And now, Alvin got the coordinates of where Bruce's soul went. Although ethereal and looming, he can be sure that this coordinate is real. Ask for flowers, point 0. However, if you want to directly apparate in the past, it is a fantasy, not to mention that this is the coordinate of another space. That is, the distance that cannot be expressed in numbers. It is not something that can be done by apparition. Apparating to a mountain range, Alvin was fully armed at this time. Holding the Deviant's wand in his hand and wearing the invisibility cloak, Avalon's defenses were fully deployed. Alvin wanted to make a bold move. He wants to break the shackles of space and find the location of the underworld according to the coordinates in his mind. He drank all the buff potions on his body, and he felt that his power was stronger than ever before.
Host, Alvin.
Magic scale, 256, 480. Looking at his attribute panel, his magic power almost doubled. Even if Dumbledore was standing beside him with the Elder Wand at this moment, he was confident that the opponent could not find the north. Take a deep breath and raise the wand in his hand. Heaven and earth are deviated, the star of development. Saying the release language of the deviation mode, Alvin's magic power poured into the wand like a tide. The magic wand shines brightly. The body of the wand suddenly grows, and the lines of red and gold are distinct. One after another, lines that even Alvin couldn't understand appeared on it. Alvin threw it forward hard, and a red-black crescent-shaped magic wave shot out, slashing into the air fiercely. The wind stopped, The trees were silent, and everything around seemed to have pressed the mute button. Wherever the magic power passed, everything turned into nothingness, and the trees that were rubbed against it did not even leave ashes. When the magic wave reached the point that Alvin aimed at, the space seemed to be about to shatter glass, with dense cracks appearing. But to Alvin's disappointment, in the end, the glass was not completely broken. Until his attack disappeared, it only made more cracks. Is it still not enough? Sitting on the ground, Alvin lay down straight, with no image at all. The attack just now could be said to be his strongest attack so far, almost draining all the magic power on his body. It's a pity that it still falls short, and it's just a little bit to break the space 10. Lying on the grass, Alvin gasped heavily. At this time, he was completely powerless, and his mind was blank. This was the sequelae of the attack that had just been controlled with all his might. It took a lot of energy to hit such a powerful attack precisely on the spatial coordinates he calculated, which Alvin did not expect. Right now, he just wanted to get a good night's sleep. Forcibly lift a little spirit and summon Furway. Chirp. 55. As soon as Furway came out, he saw his master in a state of embarrassment and cried out anxiously. "It's okay. Fury, apparate me back, I'll just take a rest." Reluctantly opened his mouth and said a paragraph. Alvin was completely out of strength. Furway nodded and landed on L163, Wen's hand, then turned into a vortex of flames and disappeared in place. Alvin slept well into the afternoon the next day, before he opened his eyes. Violently stretched a lazy waist, the joints in the body snapped, and then heaved a sigh of relief. This is the complete life. The magic power in the body has been filled, and the mental state has recovered by most of it. His awakening also made Furway, who had been by his side, relieved a lot. Chirp. 35. Thank you, Fury. Flapping Fury's wings, Alvin praised. After returning yesterday, Alvin slept directly, looking at his little phoenix looking tired at this time. He also knew that Furway must have been guarding him all the time. I was groaning with hunger and was about to go out to find something to eat when there was a sudden knock on the door. Boom, boom, boom. "Come in," Alvin shouted. The door was pushed open, and Arya walked in. Seeing that Alvin was okay, she was also relieved. "You finally woke up. What happened last night?" "As soon as I get close to you, this phoenix will start." There is deep concern in the words. In the morning, she wanted to come and talk to Alvin about something, but before she could reach the door, a scorching flame stopped her. Then Furway's figure appeared in front of her, watching her vigilantly. If it wasn't for her subconsciously taking a step back, she might have been burned. "It's nothing. It's just that I was too tired to study magic last night, and I slept relatively dead. Furway was also worried about my safety, so he didn't let you approach." 99. Caressing Fury's feathers, Alvin explained the reason, and then asked Arya why she was here. "What's wrong with you coming to see me?" Arya just remembered the business, took out a contract, and handed it to Alvin. "Romanian Dragon Farm?" Looking at the content of the contract, Alvin was a little puzzled. How did the title deed of this dragon farm appear in Arya's hands? Arya smiled slightly. "This is the Christmas present I prepared for you. I know you don't lack anything, so I have prepared a dragon farm. You can also go there for vacation when you are on vacation." Alvin is silent. A dragon farm? Just for his vacation? Arya then introduced. "This dragon farm currently has 2 Dacia fireballs, 1 Australian protein eye, 2 Norwegian ridgebacks, 3 Hungarian wasps, and 1 Ukrainian iron belly. In addition, I also asked people to collect other kinds of dragons for you from all over the world, and strive to have more than 2 of each kind." Listening to Arya's introduction, Alvin also felt the other party's intentions. "Thank you. I like this gift very much." Hearing Alvin's words, a smile appeared on Arya's beautiful face. She also spent a lot of thought on this gift. Originally, the owner of this dragon farm didn't want to sell it, so she still used the dark side to get it. All along, Alvin took some materials and Jean Galleon from her, which is really insignificant compared to what he brought to himself. This time, the dragon farm is also her little thought. Since the other party likes it, Arya said that she will collect a copy of all the magical creatures in the world in the future and give it to Alvin. Suddenly, she remembered something again and said to Alvin, "Forgot to tell you, the previous owner of this dragon farm once signed a lease agreement with the British Ministry of Magic, and there will be 3 dragons next year. Taken away. If you are not satisfied with this, we can pay the liquidated damages and cancel the transaction." Hearing this, Alvin understands that this is what the Triwizard Tournament needs. Unexpectedly, the random acquisition of a dragon farm was linked to the Triwizard Tournament. He rejected Arya's proposal. "There is no need for this. Since the agreement has been signed, let's implement it." 35. Arya nodded, and now that Alvin has spoken, she won't do anything more. "Is there anything else?" Looking at Arya, Alvin asked aloud. The witch shook her head. "On this matter, there is nothing else to trouble you, so I will leave first." After saying a slight bow, she just exited the house. His eyes narrowed. Alvin had time to think about what happened last night. Although yesterday Alvin was not able to successfully break the space. However, from the nearly broken crack, a breath of dead silence permeated, but he was keenly aware of it, which confirmed the conjecture in his heart. After a wizard dies, the soul goes to the underworld. Since the underworld exists, the legend of the 3 holy artifacts of death is basically true. As for the god of death in Legend 1.0, Alvin didn't dare to guess what the opponent's strength was. He is still too far from that level now. With his current strength, he can't break the space with a single blow. According to his own speculation, Alvin expects to need more than 500 scales of magic power to break the space. And it can only be achieved with the help of the Deviance Wand's characteristic of tearing space. The average person holding the Elder Wand needs 1,000 ticks of magic power to hope to do this. And 1,000 magic power is the minimum threshold of the legendary realm. Don't think about it so much. Work hard to improve your strength, and after you can break through the space, let's find out. Set a small goal for yourself in the heart. The magic power reaches 500 scale. Alvin is also full of confidence in this, and this day will come soon. North Sea, a lonely island. A dilapidated castle, sitting on the only hillside on this small island, was shrouded in thick fog. If someone can get close to here, they will feel a lot of negative emotions in the air, and even faintly hear some intermittent mourning or crazy roars. This is the most terrifying prison in the wizarding world, Azkaban. Alvin's figure appeared silently on the island. Wearing an invisibility cloak, Alvin carefully bypassed the 2 Aurors who were routinely patrolling in front of the castle and sneaked into the castle quietly. Yes, Alvin is in Azkaban, but this time his target is not a Dementor, but a wizard. After the last failed attempt, Alvin has realized that his strength is still not strong enough. So he needs more system gold coins to draw cards. However, this spicy chicken system has since released the main quest, The Road to the God of God, and 13 has the prerequisite quest to ascend to the God-long rank, but there is no more movement. This made Alvin have to turn his smart little head to find some ways to earn gold coins. Apart from the daily quests that won't get him some gold, so far, only some achievement quests and Voldemort's Horcrux have given him some gold. But the problem appeared again. Voldemort's Horcrux now only has 2 gold cups, Harry and Hufflepuff, which are non-renewable resources. So Alvin remembered an idea that came to his mind before: let Voldemort make some Horcruxes, and then he came out to harvest a wave of leeks. Now Voldemort hides pitifully in the forests of Albania, and even Nagini, who has been protecting him, was taken away by Alvin by drawing cards, and he has no ability to make Horcruxes at all. So Alvin came to Azkaban this time to help Voldemort find a helper. Well, the action code is called Voldemort Leek Cultivation Project. There are not many Dementors on the island, so Alvin easily found a neutral position and entered the interior of Azkaban. Along the way, he saw a lot of prisoners. The expressions on everyone's faces were numb, and they were paralyzed there motionless. Alvin drank a bottle of potion, and his body began to change. Small watery eyes, dull hair, and some baldness are exactly what Peter Pettigrew looks like. He walked to a cell and cast a soundproof barrier before taking off the invisibility cloak. Bellatrix Lestrange. Inside the cell, A woman who looked crazy raised her head and looked at him. Peter Pettigrew? Bellatrix said uncertainly. This is not the place to talk. Peter Pettigrew's small eyes rolled around, constantly scanning the surroundings. He took out his wand, cast a lockpicking spell, and opened the cell where Bellatrix had been imprisoned for more than 10 years. Pulling Bella into the invisibility cloak, he whispered, I know you have a lot of questions. We'll go out and talk about anything. Bellatrix watched Peter Pettigrew warily, but obeyed his orders. The two dodged all the Dementors and Orcs along the way. It was not until he walked out of Azkaban's enchantment that Peter Pettigrew took Bellatrix to a pre-prepared ship. Taking advantage of Peter Pettigrew not paying attention, Bella took the wand pinned to his waist in her hand with a swoosh, and then pointed to his heart, with agile movements that didn't look like a weak prisoner at all. Peter Pettigrew, why did you save me? 35. Staring fixedly at Peter Pettigrew's eyes, Bellatrix would release the spell without hesitation as long as he found that there was a possibility of him lying. Peter Pettigrew raised his hands tremblingly. His tone was very frightened. Bella, don't be so excited. I'm also a Death Eater. Bella still looked at him suspiciously and did not believe it. Really? I betrayed James Potter's information to the Master. 35. Hearing this, Bella's eyes turned red. It turned out that the Master who killed this guy disappeared into the magic world. The current owner desperately needs our help. That's why I took the risk and rescued you. All Bella's attention was instantly attracted by Peter Pettigrew's words. Her tone was very eager. How is he now, Master? What do you mean by that? Remove the wand first. 35. Peter Pettigrew carefully pushed aside the wand that was aimed at his heart and was talking about intelligence. Until now, I have been lurking by Harry's side, and I already know that the diary is the Master's Horcrux. Not only that, Dumbledore has been frantically searching for the Master's Horcrux, Ravenclaw's crown, Slytherin's locket, and the ring of the Gaunt family, all of which have been found by him one by one. 95. Impossible! You liar! Bella snapped at Peter Pettigrew. Master is the greatest Dark Lord in the world. How could he be beaten by a first-year wizard? Speaking of which, Peter Pettigrew swallowed a mouthful of saliva, as if something terrible happened behind him. Since I betrayed James Potter, in order to hide from the Order of the Phoenix and Dumbledore, I turned into a mouse and hid in Weasley's house until 2 years ago, when Harry Potter appeared in Hogwarts. Peter Pettigrew looked at Bellatrix sincerely. Bella, the Master is now in a very dangerous situation. He must need a loyal servant to help him now, and among so many Death Eaters, I believe you. Peter Pettigrew didn't refute. He just continued to tell the story after that. Just last year, the owner's diary suddenly appeared in the school, and it was discovered by Harry Potter again, and he gave the diary to Denbrider. And that year, I also saw the Master at the school. He was very weak and possessed the body of the Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts at that time. Unfortunately, before I could meet the Master 163, the Master was once again arrested. Harry Potter defeated, and Dumbledore seems to have discovered the secrets in that diary, and he destroyed that diary. Owner, Bella whispered in pain, tears falling from her eyes. She didn't expect that Voldemort's life would be so miserable now. Damn Dumbledore, he must be afraid of the Master's return. This is to take advantage of the Master's weakest stage to remove the Master's backhand one by one. And Malfoy, when the owner handed over the diary to him, it was his great honor, and he actually lost the Master's Japan. Peter Pettigrew doesn't know. Bellatrix knows who threw that diary at Hogwarts. Bella scolded Dumbledore and Malfoy in her heart again, and she was unavoidably concerned and worried about Voldemort. Yeah, now only you can help us, the Master. Those people are unreliable. Peter Pettigrew leaned over to Bella's side and spoke kind words very flatteringly. Bella's eyes lit up, and her mood became high. Yes, only me. Only I can offer unreserved loyalty to the Master. The current Master must need me very much. Staring at Peter Pettigrew, Bella already believed most of his words, but she still doubted his identity. Peter Pettigrew, how do you prove your loyalty to your Master? With his eyes rolling subconsciously, Peter Pettigrew undid his shirt, revealing the dark mark on his left chest. Bella completely believed him and put down the wand in her hand. "Do you know where the master is?" Bella asked about Voldemort's news, and she wanted to rush over as soon as possible to stay by her master's side. "The owner seems to have appeared in the forests of Albania. You can try it there." Peter Pettigrew replied quickly, "But I can't go there. I have to stay by Harry Potter's side to steal information for the master." "Bella, after seeing the master, be sure to say something nice for me." Bellatrix glanced at the coward with disdain. She knew that Sirius's escape must have stimulated the mouse, so he would try his best to help him escape. In this way, the Dark Lord can return with his own help, and he does not have to face the pursuit of Sirius. "If what you said is true, when I see the master, I will naturally say a few good words for you." Although she was disdainful, Bella still agreed to Peter Pettigrew's request. Bella apparat and left with the wand she snatched, completely disregarding Peter Pettigrew's life or death. Shortly after she was gone, Peter Pettigrew's figure gradually changed into that of Alvin. Looking at the direction the other party was leaving, Alvin also had a satisfied smile on his face. The plan was very successful, and Bellatrix, a foolish woman, believed his words so easily. In fact, in Alvin's words, the biggest loophole is the information about Horcruxes. Even if Dumbledore valued Harry again, he would never tell him about the Horcrux. But in order to give Bella a sense of urgency, and to let Voldemort know that his Horcrux was nearly destroyed, Alvin had to take the risk. If Bella finds his flaw, then he still has an alternative, that is Barty Crouch Jr. Fortunately, this idiot's feelings for Voldemort far exceeded her wisdom, and when he heard the news of Voldemort's death, he couldn't care about anything. Alvin has set up tracking magic on Bella's body so that he can better find Voldemort in the future. Work hard and try to make more Horcruxes. When I become a god, I won't forget your credit." Whispering softly, Alvin seemed to think of Voldemort as a Horcrux maker rather than some fearsome Dark Lord. If Voldemort knew what he was thinking, would he vomit 3 liters of blood on the spot? The method I am proud to use for immortality is actually being used as a cash machine by you? Glancing at Azkaban in the distance, Alvin also disappeared in place. Back to school tomorrow, Alvin still has a lot to pack, being one of the best students Hogwarts has ever seen. Going to school is his main business, and it can only be said that he is interested. Alvin had said before that he would no longer be doing the Hogwarts Express to school. After making an appointment with Cho, Hermione, and Luna to meet in Diagon Alley in the afternoon, Alvin apparat to Hogsmeade with a few girls. When they walked slowly to the main entrance of the school castle, several Dementors covered in black robes were floating in the sky. When they saw the figures of Alvin and the others, they wanted to come up and check it out like they always searched for those who came in and out of the school. But when they were halfway through the flight, they stopped suddenly, because they already felt Alvin's breath. "Da people come, little dwarf, run." The leader only left a string of messages, that is, he flew to another place immediately, and the others quickly followed. Alvin glanced at the distant Dementor with a half-smile. The 3 girls also looked at Alvin with strange eyes, who could make the Dementors so scared, and Alvin was the only one in the magical world. At the dinner, everyone was talking and laughing. After holiday, everyone had endless topics to talk about. Dumbledore also rarely appeared in a classroom seat. Since this semester, the number of times he has appeared in front of students is very small. After playing flying chess with Luna for a while, Alvin was helplessly defeated, and the little witch's chess skills were not very good. But she can always rely on her intuition at critical moments to make moves that AI, Deeming Wong Hao, and Erwin feel a little amazing and finally turn the tables and win. Luna's almost super intuitive talent, even he is extremely envious. After returning to the bedroom, Alvin also entered the suitcase. Nagini also waited at the door early. Owner. Nagini has been living here ever since he was summoned by Alvin, and there is no sense of boredom. For her, having such a safe place to live was the life she dreamed of in the past, so how could it be boring? She also learned some skills in serving people. Every day after Alvin came in, she could take a good bath under her service to relieve the fatigue of the day. Gradually, Alvin stopped sleeping in his bedroom. After all, there is a snake demon maid beside me who takes care of me tenderly and considerately. Isn't it more fragrant than being alone in the bedroom? On the second day back to school, Bella's escape from prison is revealed. In the end, the Ministry of Magic did not fail to put the lid on. I don't know which link went wrong, but the reporter of the Daily Prophet got the news. As a result, the news of Bellatrix Lestrange's jailbreak made headlines today. On the cover of the newspaper, 2 pictures of Bellatrix and Sirius Black occupy almost all the space. Coupled with their prison uniforms, the crazy expressions on their faces made everyone who saw these 2 photos tremble in their hearts. Ministry of Magic, Office of the Minister.
Boom.
Fudge slapped the table hard and roared loudly at the officials in front of him. Who the hell spread the news? You all take my words as farts, don't you? 35. Words beginning with F kept popping out of his mouth, and Fudge really couldn't hold back this time. After Bellatrix escaped 2 days ago, Fudge quickly got the news and blocked the spread of the information as soon as possible. But it was only 2 days ago that the Daily Prophet published this news. When he received the newspaper this morning, Fudge almost fainted out of breath. As soon as he came to the Ministry of Magic, he called several officials who knew the details to Office 163 and questioned them one by one. But in the end, everyone said that they were tight-lipped and didn't tell anyone. Fudge could only be incompetent and furious to vent the anger in his heart. Collapsing on the chair, Fudge was also tired of scolding at this time. He looked at the people in front of him and asked, "How do you plan to solve this matter?" A bald official said quickly, "I have sent someone to find Rita Skeeter, and as long as we pay a certain amount of gold galleon, she will beautify this a little bit." When Fudge heard Rita Skeeter's name, blood rushed to his forehead again. This person has covered countless Ministry of Magic stories, and every time it's justified, so that the trouble Fudge is trying to find her can't be found. I can only choose to break the bank and avoid disaster, but I didn't expect that this time it was her who broke it again. Waving his hands weakly, Fudge signaled his subordinates to do just that, and then let them go out. First Sirius Black, then Bellatrix, and if it goes on like this, Fudge feels that his position will not last long. Hogwarts. The little wizards in the school also knew that another prisoner had escaped from Azkaban, but they were already used to it. After all, there is already a Sirius Black, and there is no big deal in Bellatrix. There's just one guy who reacts a lot to this, and that's Neville. Neville has become abnormal since he saw the newspaper in the morning, and he is a little lost. Even in potions class, when Snape was standing behind him, he wasn't in a daze. Neville's parents were tortured insane by this man and another Death Eater, so it's normal for him to have such a big reaction when he heard the name. Alvin explained it to Hermione and the others. Although everyone sympathized with Neville, no one could help in this matter. And Alvin is also a little guilty. After all, he let people out. He decided to let Bella go a little more painful at the last time, and then cured Neville's parents, which could be regarded as some compensation for him. Alvin. Professor McGonagall asked you to come to her office. Fred and George ran over panting, grabbed Alvin and ran. The 2 of you on the road explained the reason in a sentence, and I explained it in a sentence. It turned out that Harry received a firebolt at Christmas, but the package did not specify who sent it. Professor McGonagall was also worried about Harry's safety and temporarily confiscated the firebolt for a test. And the members of the Gryffindor Quidditch team, quit their job after knowing the news. It was the firebolt. If Harry had the firebolt, their hopes of winning the championship this year would also be greatly increased, but it was confiscated by the dean. They ran to Professor McGonagall's office to intercede. In the end, Professor McGonagall couldn't take it anymore and said that as long as the other deans and Alvin checked it to make sure there was nothing wrong, they would allow Harry to use it.
This is what happened just now.
When Alvin came to the office, the 4 deans were already here, and Harry was looking forward to watching them. Several people surrounded the firebolt, discussing something in a low voice. Gaunt, come take a look too. Seeing Alvin walk in, Professor Flitwick smiled and waved to him. A few of us have checked it out, and although we said that we didn't find any traces of being cursed, but for the sake of safety, we still have to listen to your advice. 95. Several deans know some of Alvin's level, and it can be said that it is not inferior to them, or even better. If Alvin said there was nothing wrong, then Harry could use the broom too. Harry looked at Alvin, his eyes pleading. Alvin took the broom and checked it casually. He had long known that Sirius had given it to Harry, so he had nothing to worry about.
Just can't say it.
After pretending to check several times, Alvin summoned fury again. Professors, if there is a curse attached to it, the nature of the phoenix will definitely express disgust to him. 35. And Snape's face darkened again, because the next game in February was Slytherin against Gryffindor. Several deans agreed, and even Snape nodded. As an avid Quidditch fan, how could she not wish her team had a firebolt? Alvin asked Fury to stand on the firebolt for a few minutes, saying that the broom was perfectly fine, and the professors agreed that Harry would use the firebolt. When Professor McGonagall put the firebolt in Harry's hands, he almost jumped for joy. Dumbledore's bird disliked him very much, and as a party, he still had a say. Use this broom well, I look forward to your performance. Harry nodded excitedly and hugged Firebolt tightly. Professor McGonagall was also very happy. She was so strict before because of Harry's safety. Alvin walked out of the office, and there were already quite a few little wizards around here. Many people know that Harry received a firebolt, and it is to see the result at this moment. Roger Davis was the most impatient and asked directly, "How about Alvin? Can Harry use the firebolt?" His mentality is a little anxious. At present, only Ravenclaw has 2 firebolts. If Harry's one can be used, then Gryffindor is undoubtedly a formidable enemy. Roger is in 7th grade this year, and he wants to get this year's Quidditch Cup for Ravenclaw as a gift for him to leave school. Well, it has been tested just now, and it can be used in the next game. After Alvin said these words, the Slytherin Captain Marcus turned green. In the next game, wouldn't that be hitting them? Ignoring these people, Alvin comforted Roger and left. Back in Ravenclaw's bedroom, Alvin was suddenly stopped by Ravenclaw's ghost, Lady Grey. "Hello, what's the matter?" Alvin has been at Hogwarts for 2 or 3 years, and he has basically never communicated with Miss Grey, the ghost of his own academy. The other party suddenly stopped him today, and Alvin was a little surprised. Miss Grey's face was cold, and there was a sense of nobility in her words. "Gaunt, at 10 o'clock at night, come to the tower of the observatory to find me." After saying this, she just floated away, leaving a confused Alvin. "What's this about, Miss Grey? It's mysterious. Am I so handsome that the ghosts can't hold it anymore?" Alvin thought rather narcissistically, and then returned to the bedroom. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Alvin came to the tower, and Miss Grey was already here. "Miss Grey, what do you want to tell me?" Alvin got straight to the point, went straight to the topic, and had a date with a ghost in the tower at night, which still made Alvin a little weird. "Have you acquired the Slytherin heritage?" 95. As soon as the words came out, Alvin's face changed. He didn't tell anyone about this. Why did Miss Grey know? Seeing the change in Alvin's expression, as if explaining it, Miss Grey said lightly, "As the daughter of the founder of the academy, I still have some privileges in this school." Alvin silent. Miss Grey, formerly known as Helena Ravenclaw, is the daughter of founder Rowena Ravenclaw. Helena didn't have a good relationship with her mother when she was young, but she admired her mother very much. She wants to be like her mother, smart and wise. It was in such a contradictory state of mind that she stole her mother's crown and fled to Albania. Rowena Ravenclaw was seriously ill and sent Helena's fiancé, Barrow the Blood, to bring her back. After sobering up, the blood man Barrow was also very sad and took his own life. Since then, the two have become ghosts in the academy. Yes, I accidentally acquired the Slytherin heritage last year. Alvin didn't lie, because there was no need for it. He was only shocked by how the other party knew about this matter, not the inheritance itself. For him, a Slytherin heritage, he is not too secretive. Hearing Alvin's reply, Miss Grey nodded with satisfaction, but her expression was a little angry again, and she snorted lightly. "Actually, when you got the inheritance token, I just knew about it." Alvin was a little confused when he heard this. It has been more than a year since he got the inheritance. Why did he find him now? Seeing what Alvin was thinking, Ms. Gray also gave her own answer. I have been watching you for more than a year. I want to see what kind of people can make Slytherin pass the inheritance to a man. Ravenclaw wizards. Ms. Gray is telling the truth. She has been paying attention to Alvin since Alvin's inheritance, but until today, she is in a showdown with Alvin. Okay, so do you want me to give this inheritance to Hogwarts? For Flower Zero, Alvin's tentative inquiry. In fact, he also thought of passing it on to Hogwarts, but he has seen all the things left by Slytherin. In the current Hogwarts, the forbidden area can only be doubled, and it can't bring any benefits to the little wizards at all. On the contrary, it will be cheaper for those who may go down the wrong road. It is also for this reason that Alvin has not handed it over. Ms. Gray said disdainfully, It has nothing to do with me whether you hand in those things or not. I'm already a ghost. I don't care about these things. I just think that a little Ravenclaw wizard has obtained the inheritance of Slytherin, but has not been looking for the inheritance of his own academy. Isn't he despised? At the end, she looked a little angry. Alvin's eyes lit up, and he already understood the meaning of Ms. Gray's words. You mean, do you have any clues to the Ravenclaw heritage? Certainly. Ms. Gray replied proudly. Then can you tell me where exactly? Alvin looked at her expectantly. Didn't you already go? Alvin was stunned for a moment. He had been there. A flash of inspiration flashed in his mind, and he blurted out his debut. House of Requirement. Ms. Gray didn't speak, just glanced at him, turned and floated away. Laughing at himself, Alvin's figure also disappeared in place. Is this just empty Treasure Mountain without knowing it? Alvin didn't leave. His brain was spinning like crazy. Or rather, the House of Requirement itself is an anomaly. Today, after Ms. Gray's suggestion, Alvin suddenly realized that he already owns a golden mountain, but he is using the gold on this golden mountain as a hoe. If there's one place in this school that's as magical as the Chamber of Secrets, it's the Room of Requirement. However, he is also a frequent visitor to the Room of Requirement, but he has never noticed anything unusual there. I need a room where Rowena Ravenclaw lived. I need a Rowena Ravenclaw's room. I need a Rowena Ravenclaw's room. 35. On the 8th floor, Alvin paced back and forth 3 times in front of the white walls of the Room of Requirement, feeling very nervous. Finally, when he uttered his request for the 3rd time, a door with bronze lace appeared in front of Alvin's eyes. Nice. With a hard punch, Alvin was thrilled. It's been a month since his conversation with Ms. Gray, and in this month, he's tried countless ways to get into the heart of the Room of Requirement. What I'm looking for at the heart of Hogwarts, what Ravenclaw's Chamber of Secrets, what Ravenclaw's library. 163. For various reasons, Alvin tried no less than 100 kinds in a month, but unfortunately most of the time, the Room of Requirement did not respond. After a few successful chats, he only gained some Ravenclaw notes and experiences. He also entered the Room of Requirement and observed the room inch by inch, trying to find some clues, but without success. Alvin wondered if Ms. Gray was playing with him. Just now, he used the last chance to go to the secret room, met with a puppet Slytherin left in it, and asked about the Room of Requirement. House of Requirement? What is that? Slytherin looked bewildered. He had never heard of such a place at Hogwarts. But with Alvin's description, he also suddenly realized. You said the room on the 8th floor. That's Rowena's bedroom. It's also where she usually reads and rests. Rowena is very lazy. In order to save more time for reading books and researching magic, she casts magic in her bedroom, and that room will meet her various needs based on the conditions of Hogwarts. Because I am the owner of this castle, I also provided a little help during the renovation. Speaking of which, Slytherin still has a little pride. He claims that he is the only man who has entered Ravenclaw's bedroom. Godric, the founder of Gryffindor, does not have this honor. At the beginning, Rowena Ravenclaw conquered the hearts of many outstanding wizards at that time with his wisdom and beauty. Slytherin and Gryffindor are also suitors of Ravenclaw, but unfortunately, Ravenclaw finally chose a very ordinary wizard and gave birth to a daughter with him. This made Slytherin and Gryffindor also cut off the idea, and several of them became good friends and founded Hogwarts together. Alvin got the news he wanted, and also listened to some gossip about the 4 founders. He excitedly came to the room of requirement on the 8th floor, and tried it. Holding the bronze door knocker that was somewhat similar to the Ravenclaw lounge, Alvin pushed open the door. The space inside the door is not too big. There are a few tables and chairs, a big bed, and a whole row of summer vacations against the wall. It can be seen that Rowena Ravenclaw is a wizard who does not care much about the quality of life. Walking to a round table with a crystal ball placed on it, Alvin gently picked up the crystal ball and injected magic power. A message flowed into his mind, and he also understood the role of this crystal ball. Tell the crystal ball what you need or the scene, and you can reshape the layout and objects in the house. At this time, this bedroom began to change. Like a dimensionality reduction, except for Alvin and the crystal ball in his hand, the entire bedroom was compressed into a piece of paper, which was laid flat under his feet. A dazzling white light appeared, and the empty space continued to expand with the white light. At the end of the line of sight, a figure walked slowly from an unreachable place. Rowena Ravenclaw, 35. When the figure walked towards Alvin's face slowly and quickly, the two looked at each other, and Alvin slowly said her name. A storm surged in Alvin's heart. At this time, Rowena Ravenclaw actually existed in the form of a soul body. Alvin, who owns the Resurrection Stone, knows the difference between souls and ghosts. The ghost itself has a dead energy, which makes people feel dull after seeing it, and the soul body is a temporary state in which the wizard does not go to the underworld and does not become a ghost after death. Little wizard, you seem to have discovered my secret. Ravenclaw spoke, with a peculiar hoarseness in her voice, and she looked at Alvin with interest. The little wizard not only awakened her, but seemed to know her current state. After calming down some agitated minds and giving an elegant salute, Alvin paid tribute to the founder of his own academy. Hello, Ms. Ravenclaw. I'm a third-year student at Ravenclaw, Alvin Gaunt. When I wake up, I will automatically know your information. No need to say this. Tell me quickly. You know the existence of the soul, right? Ravenclaw's eyes sparkled with a thirst for knowledge that made Alvin feel like he was facing Hermione. The little witch looked like this when she asked him for advice. However, she said that she automatically obtained my information. Is it the function of the Book of Admission and the Pen of Acceptance? Alvin had seen some records of these 2 items in the Forbidden Area, but had never seen them. Yes. Have you survived in the form of a soul? Alvin retracted his mind and replied to Ravenclaw. You really know the existence of souls, which is very good. Ravenclaw looked at Alvin with admiration. She was also very pleased that such an excellent 1.0 wizard appeared in the academy she founded. However, as far as I know, after the soul is separated from the body, it will gradually become weaker until it leaves this world, unless... Alvin's words mean something. Unless a Horcrux is made, right? Ravenclaw said what Alvin wanted to say without hesitation. I'm not going to live up to the present in that lowly way. In fact, my soul can only exist in this room of mine. Once I go out, I will leave this world. 5. And I also need to maintain a long hibernation in order to maintain my memories and not let them drain. Sorry, I was thinking about the follow-up plot development today. The update is a bit late. Alvin nodded, agreeing with Ravenclaw's statement. Little wizard Helena, is she okay? Ravenclaw mentioned his daughter, and his voice softened. Alvin thought for a while, and said somewhat uncertainly, Ms. Gray, she should be pretty good, although she looks a little arrogant, but she often helps little wizards solve their own problems and is very popular in Ravenclaw Academy. Alvin is telling the truth. In Ravenclaw Academy, although Ms. Gray does not seem to be very talkative, as long as someone asks her questions sincerely, she will still answer them with all her heart, but the tone is not very friendly. Probably the legendary Tsundra. Hearing Alvin's evaluation of his daughter, Ravenclaw also smiled knowingly. She used to be like this. She looked like a proud peacock, but she was very kind and a little timid. 95. Yeah, Alvin added. I'm here because of her reminder. Alvin told Ravenclaw 13 what happened in the tower that day. She looked a little sad. After all these years, is she still reluctant to see me? I never sensed her entering my bedroom. Ravenclaw has stayed in this world for nearly 1,000 years, and a large part of the reason is to see her daughter's side again. Once Lady Grey enters this room, her soul will automatically wake up. Alvin also has some headaches about the conflict between their mother and daughter, which belongs to the category of family ethics drama, and he has no experience. Fortunately, Ravenclaw also knew that some things could not be solved by Alvin. She also restrained her emotions and said sternly, "Since you have found this place, it means that you are eligible for my inheritance. Extraordinary wisdom is the greatest wealth." Ravenclaw said his famous words again, "I don't have any treasures or books for my heirs. My guidance is the greatest wealth." At the end of the day, the general aura of contempt for the world radiated from Ravenclaw's body. "What do you mean? You'll be mine in the future?" 35. Alvin said in surprise, and suddenly Ravenclaw's momentum stagnated and glared at Alvin fiercely. This little wizard is a real skin. Alvin was also joking to lighten the mood. But he also has to admit that with Ravenclaw's guidance, it is an opportunity that no amount of treasure can exchange. What makes Alvin even happier is that Ravenclaw's research on the soul is very thorough, giving Alvin a lot of inspiration. "Haven't you thought about resurrection?" Alvin finally couldn't help himself and asked his own question. Ravenclaw smiled bitterly. "I once thought about resurrection, but since my soul was separated from the body, it was like rootless duckweed. Even if I recreated a body, my soul would continue to disintegrate." A move in Alvin's heart, the soul bound by the resurrection stone, even if it is not inside the resurrection stone, will no longer dissipate. However, after he cut off the connection between the soul and the resurrection stone, they would return to their original state. "Okay, let's talk about it today. It's been my limit to appear for so long. If I stay any longer, I will be in danger. After 2 months, you can come again, and I have 15 minutes to answer your questions." Ravenclaw hurriedly explained 2 sentences, and the figure disappeared at the end of the space. Alvin smacking his lips regretfully. He still has a lot of questions to ask. This Ravenclaw is a bit fake. After charging for 2 months, can it be used for a quarter of an hour? But Alvin has no choice but to come back when the time comes. As for the inclusion of Ravenclaw in the Resurrection Stone, he is still considering this matter. After all, this is only the first time the two have met, and there is nothing to trust. Moreover, once bound by the Resurrection Stone, Ravenclaw's life and death will be in his mind. With Ravenclaw's pride, it is another matter to answer or not. After exiting the room of requirement, Alvin also went to find Miss Grey. "Why? Have you obtained her inheritance?" Seeing Alvin coming to her, Miss Grey also guessed something and said forcibly calmly, "Yes, I have successfully obtained Lady Ravenclaw's treasure." Seeing Miss Grey's nervousness, Alvin didn't expose her. Well, knowledge is also a treasure, and it's okay for Alvin to say that. "What is it? A pile of books? A crown-like treasure that enhances wisdom?" There was some disdain in her tone, but Miss Grey also wanted to know what her mother had left behind. Alvin shook his head gently. "Ms. Ravenclaw left her soul behind, and she always wanted you to find her." Miss Grey looked at him in shock, and asked again in disbelief. Until she got an affirmative answer from Alvin, 2 deep tears had already drawn on her face. "Mother, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have stolen your crown. I shouldn't have disobeyed you. If I could have come back with Barrow 39. Silver-white tears fell from her body, and when they touched the floor, they disappeared directly. Alvin observes this phenomenon with great interest. Can ghosts cry too? For her proud, silent companionship may be the most useful comfort. Hearing the change in her name to herself, Alvin also showed a happy smile. Alvin knew that the conflict of the millennium would finally be resolved in the near future, and that was enough. "Can you take me to see her?" After Miss Grey vented the depression in her heart, her face returned to calm, and she gratefully looked at Alvin, who was ignoring what happened. Miss Grey nodded. "It's all right, 1,000 years have passed. 2 months are nothing. Thank you this time, Alvin." It's not that he doesn't have compassion and doesn't know to comfort Miss Grey. But some things, if you can't empathize, don't say some slander in your own right. Alvin understood her mood. "Sorry, Miss Grey, Ms. Ravenclaw has fallen into a deep sleep for answering so many questions and will not wake up until 2 months later. Ms. Grey's heart was untied, and Alvin's life returned to normal. From Ravenclaw, Alvin also gained a lot of knowledge about the soul, and there is a Death Eater soul in his hand, which can be used for experiments. Alvin's main research goal now is how to revive a soul and become a living human being. Sirius and Bellatrix are still at large, and the entire English wizarding world is frantically arresting them both. Oris and Bellatrix are said to have encountered each other, and there was a fierce battle between them. Unfortunately, in the end, she was allowed to escape. Alvin hates it a little bit. After such a long time, hasn't this idiot Bella escaped from England? But he looked at the paper, and the Aurors seemed to have found her near Gringotts. Alvin guessed that Bella felt that Gringotts was not so safe anymore, and she was going to take Voldemort's Horcrux with her. The chaos outside the school did not affect the tranquility in Hogwarts. Since the beginning of the school year, Hogwarts has not been attacked in any way, and even the Dementors are honestly staying around the school, not going in and out at will. Everyone has gradually forgotten these two fugitives. If you have the spare time, it is better to care more about the Quidditch match. Just last week, Harry appeared on stage with his Firebolt. With his superb flying skills and the excellent performance of the Firebolt, he easily caught the Golden Snitch. Unfortunately, because of the equipment and strength of other members of the Gryffindor team, Gryffindor finally won the game 200-80 and did not draw too many points. This also gave Roger Davis a sigh of relief. Alvin often complains about the rules of Quidditch matches, not to mention catching the Golden Snitch to end the game. After all, culture dictates that individual heroism prevails in this country. But the way to win the Quidditch Cup is not by how many games you won, but by your total score. This means that even if Harry catches the snitch every game, if their total score is too low, they will still lose this year's Quidditch Cup. Wood also understood this truth, so although he won the game, there was no smile on his face. One day, Hermione suddenly handed Alvin an invitation. The pink envelope was wrinkled and looked very worn. "What is this?" Alvin didn't open it, but asked Hermione curiously. "Hagrid asked me to give it to you. He asked you to come to him for afternoon tea on Friday afternoon." "Just leave me alone?" "No. You can go with Cho and Luna, and Harry, and the others will come too." 35. Alvin nodded in agreement, but he knew in his heart that it was probably about Buckbeak. Perhaps to divert attention, the Ministry of Magic brought Buckbeak's attack on the students to the fore. Although there is no mention of Hagrid, the whole article is attacking Buckbeak, but it is enough. After all, there are many families in England who have children attending Hogwarts, and they are also very concerned about the safety of the school. On Friday, Alvin led Cho and Luna to Hagrid's cabin. Astoria didn't know where the news came from and clamored to follow. So, an invitation. Alvin brought 4 girls. Hagrid was waiting at the door early, very happy to see them coming, and waved at them. And his hound Fanya also happily ran forward and circled around Alvin. Reaching out and rubbing the dog's head angrily, Alvin threw some snacks to Fanya, and the dog obediently ran to the side to eat. The weather in February was still a bit cold, and the few people didn't stay outside and entered Hagrid's hut directly. Who are these two? Hagrid had never seen Luna and Astoria, so he didn't know what to call them. This is Luna, this is Astoria, and they will also choose to protect magical creatures next year, so I brought it here to let you know in advance. Hagrid greeted them happily, but his mood dropped again. The strong man over 3 meters had a look of grievance on his face, and Alvin looked a little cold. "I actually don't know if I will continue to be a professor next semester, and many people say my course is too bad." Hagrid was very aggrieved. He clearly prepared textbooks for these students very carefully. Why are so many people dissatisfied? Alvin fell into silence, and he was no longer able to complain about Hagrid's aesthetics. Look at what magical animals Hagrid introduced in class. Fire crabs, goblins, poisonous spiders. None of it is normal. It's no wonder the little wizards like it. As a normal person, do you like to give a fire crab a new nest, or do you like to learn how to protect a pumpkin from goblin attacks? If it wasn't for Dumbledore's backing, it is estimated that Hagrid would have been overwhelmed by the complaint letter long ago. But Alvin wouldn't watch Hagrid lose his job just like that. After all, many of his cherished materials were found by Hagrid from the Forbidden Forest for him. Hagrid, have you ever thought about arranging magical animals according to the students' preferences? Alvin tried to change Hagrid's mind when there was a sudden knock on the wooden door of the hut. It's Harry and Ron here. Hagrid opened the door and let Ron and the others in. Sorry, the divination class is a bit far away from here. Harry panted, and it seemed that the two of them trotted all the way. It's okay, we just arrived. Alvin waved at them. What were you talking about just now? The room was a little hot, and Harry took off his jacket and asked casually. I was just about to persuade Hagrid to change a batch of magical creatures to use in class when you came. Alvin shrugged, and Ron next to him lit up and gave Alvin a thumbs up. He and Harry had already thought about it, but they were afraid to speak out, which would affect Hagrid's state of mind. Alvin, what magical creature do you think I should use? Hagrid looked at Alvin expectantly for his advice. Alvin smiled and said his answer. What do you think, Sniff? Sniff. Scratching his messy hair, Hagrid was a little puzzled. Are you sure everyone will like this kind of ordinary-looking magical animal? Of course. 39. Hermione said excitedly, the Sniffles are so cute. If you can get a few Sniffers for class, the students will be very happy. Cho also nodded in agreement. For girls, this cute creature is easy to get their love. What is Sniff? Harry, who lacks common sense, looked at everyone in confusion. Is he the only one who doesn't know? The know-it-all Hermione despised Harry's ignorance, but still gave him an introduction. Sniffer is a creature that can dig the ground. They can easily find treasures. Newt Scamander has a sniff, which is very powerful. Alvin cooperated with Hermione to turn a stone cup into a sniff, winning a sweet smile from the little witch. Harry looked at the deformed sniff and nodded affirmatively. Hagrid, just use the sniff. It's definitely better than you were before. He was also a little annoyed by the many-legged lizards and fire crabs, and he also burned a school uniform by fire crabs during the last class. Hearing what everyone said, Hagrid also made up his mind. I know there are a few Nyo-Nyo in the Forbidden Forest, and I will find them when I look back. However, Sniff can only last a few classes. What about the rest? Alvin thought for a while, and then deformed the other cups separately. Puffy Fluffy, Badby *** sich, Cat Raccoon. Cute animals appeared one by one, instantly attracting the girls' attention. Alvin and the Crooked Snorer. Luna pulled his sleeve and said expectantly, Alvin was a little worried, but according to Luna's description, he also transformed into a horned snoring beast and handed it to the girl. Luna looked happy and carefully held the horned snoring beast in her hands. Hagrid looked at these magical animals and took note of them carefully. Most of them can be found in the Forbidden Forest. Only Purong was a little troublesome. Puffy Velvet is generally found in wizards' homes and is a scavenger, and you should be able to find some in school kitchens. The girls are each holding a cute little animal, full of love. Alvin Transfiguration is enough, to achieve the effect of the Real. Watching Hagrid absorb the advice, Alvin knew that the next class on the protection of magical creatures would be dominated by these cute animals. On the other side, Hagrid looked at Alvin hesitantly, and he was really embarrassed to speak. Alvin had helped him a lot, and he was just helping him find something in the Forbidden Forest. Seeing Hagrid's embarrassment, Alvin also took the initiative to say, "It's probably because of Buckbeak." "Yes," said Hagrid hesitantly, blushing. "I know this is embarrassing for you, but Alvin, you are the only one who can help me now." 39. I've been informed that at the end of April, the Ministry of Magic will send someone from the Dangerous Creatures Disposal Committee here to deal with Buckbeak, and even Fudge will come. The 3-meter-tall strong man's eyes were a little red when he said this, and it could be seen that Hagrid and Buckbeak had a really good relationship. The rest of the people also have a heart, and they all looked at Alvin subconsciously. The meaning is self-evident. Alvin shook his head secretly. Do these people think of themselves as saviors? If he interfered in this matter, he would be against the order of the wizarding world. Even if his old friends would not say anything, he would still owe him a lot of favor. Moreover, Fudge has used the Buckbeak incident as his life-saving straw, and he is relying on it to attract people's attention so that they will not pay attention to Sirius and Bellatrix. If he just jumped out like this, Fudge would definitely fight him. However, he does have some solutions. Hagrid, the decision of the Ministry of Magic cannot be changed, and even Dumbledore won't take his face away from Fudge for such a big fight. After all, he's still the Minister of Magic. 55. Hearing Alvin say this, Hagrid lowered his head sadly. Don't worry, I haven't finished yet. Alvin took a sip of juice before continuing. I'm just saying that you can't change the decision of the Ministry of Magic. It's not that you can't save Buckbeak. Hermione, the smartest, was the first to react. You mean after the Ministry of Magic verdict, playing tricks? Hearing Hermione say this, Hagrid also reacted. Since you can't openly oppose the Ministry of Magic, how about secretly transporting Buckbeak away after the sentencing? When Hagrid spoke his mind, Alvin rejected him. You are too obvious. People with discernment know that you did it. When Buckbeak is not rescued, you are still caught in it, and things will become more troublesome. Holding his head in his hands, Hagrid also realized his own problem, and this would not work. Is Buckbeak really helpless? When the time comes, I will use transfiguration to conjure a Buckbeak. You can let the Ministry of Magic execute it, but you must bring the body back, otherwise it will still be revealed. Many things inside are hard to buy from outside, but the big treasure of the Forbidden Forest can temporarily satisfy Alvin's needs. He also saw the transfiguration that Alvin just performed. If he hadn't seen the transformation process with his own eyes, he would have thought that those were really magical creatures. Thank you, Alvin. I really don't know how to repay you. Hagrid's thanks. Alvin also accepted all the documents. He gave Hagrid a list and asked him to collect the above materials. After a few chats, they also left Hagrid. Taking a look at the contents of the list, Hagrid agreed with confidence and asked Alvin to come and pick it up next week. Except for Alvin, everyone else still has a lot of homework and papers to complete, and it is not easy for them to come here for an afternoon. He still owes a lot of lists of alchemy creatures outside. One reason is that he is lazy and he doesn't necessarily make 1 or 2 a month, and the other reason is that he lacks materials. Alvin explained his method, and everyone was surprised, especially Hagrid, who wanted to come up and hug him excitedly, but Alvin avoided it impatiently. Albanian Forest. A small green snake was slowly crawling among the jungles, slowly approaching a mouse without a sound. Suddenly, the little snake jumped. The mouse that was nibbling on an apple did not respond at all, and was swallowed by the green snake. After swallowing the mouse, the snake's body expanded slightly, and a cloud of black energy rose from its body. Damn Dumbledore, damn Alvin Gaunt. It's you who brought me to where I am now. What is terrifying is that the little snake actually spit out human words, and the voice was full of resentment. This green snake is Voldemort. Since Alvin summoned Nagini away, Voldemort's living conditions have become more and more difficult. In this dangerous wild forest, not to mention those dangerous magical creatures, even some ordinary large animals can pose a threat to him. It was fine when Nagini was there before, and he could bring him some blood food. Through black magic, he could convert the life force contained in these flesh and blood into unmagic energy. But now, without Nagini, every hunt was an adventure for Voldemort. This makes Voldemort, who once ruled the British Isles and spread fear throughout the wizarding world, is worse than death. It was Voldemort's normal routine to scold Dumbledore and Alvin for preventing him from getting the Resurrection Stone. Suddenly, there was a throbbing in his soul, and he sensed that someone with the dark demon mark appeared nearby. He did not become ecstatic, because he knew that after his fall, many Death Eaters had already defected, and maybe the person who appeared now was sent by Dumbledore. Although it was a bit risky, Voldemort had had enough of this ant-like life, and he decided to go and have a look. It was an old acquaintance of his who found it here. Bellatrix walked in the forest with difficulty, and now she looks a little healthier than when she was in Azkaban. But he still looked disheveled. His messy hair looked like he hadn't washed it for months, and his clothes were all tattered. Since she separated from Peter Pettigrew, although Bella wanted to rush to Voldemort's side immediately, Peter Pettigrew's words made her realize that Voldemort's Horcrux hidden in her own vault is no longer so safe. To this end, she risked her life to sneak into Gringotts, stole Hufflepuff's golden cup, and fought fiercely with Eeyores. Relying on the reckless use of black magic, she barely escaped. But it was also pursued by the Ministry of Magic and traveled all over the world. Bellatrix finally got rid of her tail and came to the wild forest of Albania. Bella. A voice appeared in Bellatrix's mind, and she looked around suddenly, trying to find the source of the voice. Master, is the master you? Voldemort was relieved when he saw that it was Bella, who was one of his most loyal servants before he lost power. He also doesn't have to worry about some people with ghosts. A green snake appeared in front of Bella, constantly swallowing snake letters, and the black mark on Bella's body was also faintly hot, proving Voldemort's identity. Master, I finally found you. Ignoring the mud on the ground, Bella just crawled in front of the green snake and cried with joy. The green snake crawled on Bella's shoulder. Bella, thanks to your presence, I need your help to collect some materials for me. I need to make a flesh. Voldemort's voice is very weak. These days, he can only prey on small animals to absorb magic power. He urgently needs to change his body. Yes, Master, I will do it for you right away. With Voldemort, Bella came to a small wizard's market and bought some materials that Voldemort needed. Fortunately, when Bella took away the gold cup, she grabbed a handful of gold galleons. Otherwise, she would risk exposure to grab it. And Voldemort, with Bella's help, reluctantly forged a baby's body, and his voice was a little bit sullen. Tell me, Bella, how did you find this place? The baby Voldemort was laid flat on the bed, while Bellatrix stood respectfully under the bed. Master, it was Peter Pettigrew who rescued me from Azkaban, and it was he who told me about you that he is now lurking next to a kid in the Weasley family. Dwarf Star. For Flower Zero, Voldemort sighed a little, but he didn't expect that this mouse that he disliked was still useful. Yes, Master, and he also asked me to bring some news about the Horcrux. Bella's words made Voldemort panic a little. Horcrux was his lifeblood. If something happened, he would really become a ghost. He asked anxiously, What happened to the Horcrux? Tell me everything you know. 35. Bella told Voldemort the same rhetoric of Peter Pettigrew, including the fact that Dumbledore, she thought, had destroyed 4 Horcruxes. After listening to Voldemort, he almost spit out a mouthful of old blood, and the few Horcruxes he worked so hard to make were completely destroyed. Damn, Dumbledore. Where's the golden cup I gave you to keep? With me, Master. I don't think it's safe to put it in Gringotts, so I brought it here for you. He took out Hufflepuff's gold cup from the space pocket, and Bella carefully placed it beside her master. And Voldemort heaved a sigh of relief. At this time, he didn't know that Harry had a piece of his soul on him, and thought that the golden cup was the last Horcrux. Voldemort did not hesitate to praise Bella. Okay, Bella, I know how you feel, but now you have more important things to do for me. You have done a very good job, Bella. You are indeed my most loyal family member. When I recover, I will not forget your credit. I will give you a child. Dumbledore, since you can destroy my Horcrux, then I can only make a few.
10.
Master, whatever you tell me, I will definitely do it for you. Bella at this time was extremely fanatical. Even if Voldemort asked her to die, she would die without hesitation, and even asked Voldemort what kind of death he wanted to see. Go help me catch some wizards and find some treasures. 39. Bella was very excited after some remarks. One of her dreams was to have a child of theirs with Voldemort. He picked up Voldemort, who was still a baby, and Bella kissed him reluctantly, expressing her joy. Some of the impatient Voldemort who was kissed interrupted Bella's movements and said displeasedly, Luna, Andrus is not an Englishman. He is an ancient Greek sorcerer. In Ravenclaw's lounge, Alvin is teaching Luna her thesis on the history of magic. Although Luna is a very smart girl, her thinking is sometimes too divergent, which inevitably makes her disadvantaged in some courses. And the history of magic is one of them, and Alvin has reason to suspect that Luna has always been in a state of ecstasy in Professor Bin's class. But Professor Bin said, Alvin, you are the modern Andrus. Are you not English, Alvin, but Greek? Turning her head up, Luna looked at her boyfriend in confusion. Alvin was suddenly dumbfounded, and rubbed the little witch's hair. Feelings are still their own reasons, and 163 made Luna think so. He smiled and explained the reason to Luna. Luna, Professor Binns means that Andrus and I are both very good at the Patronus charm. That's why he described it like this. Andrus was a very famous master of white magic in ancient Greece. At that time, he was also named invincible. And what he is most famous for is the one-handed Patronus incantation. At that time, Andrus could summon a giant-sized Patronus without a staff. This is extremely rare in history. Presumably Professor Binns also heard about Alvin's feats on the Hogwarts Express, and that's how he praised him. So this is Luna suddenly realized this, and immediately lowered her head and began to revise her thesis. Chio, who was passing the time with a wizard's travel notes, looked at the two of them with strange eyes. How does she feel that Alvin is raising Luna as a daughter again? All the while, Cho noticed that Alvin never lost patience with Luna. Every conversation is soft-spoken. Even when Luna said something a little crazy, Alvin always supported her remarks, which made Hermione a little depressed. Why does this attitude look more and more like his father's attitude towards him? Alvin also felt Chio's increasingly strange gaze, and he turned his head in confusion. Chio, what's the matter? Is there anything wrong with what I said? 99. Hearing Alvin's question, Chio quickly regained his senses and put this somewhat outrageous idea behind him. Nothing. I'm just curious, is that Andrus really that powerful? Are ancient wizards more powerful than modern ones? It wasn't that Chio asked to change the subject, but she was really interested in it. At this time, there were several Ravenclaw kittens in the lounge. They also heard Chio's question and were equally interested. Yeah, Alvin, explain it. 35. Yes. Are those ancient wizards more powerful than our principal? I don't think so. Headmaster Dumbledore was named the greatest white wizard of all time. 35. Seeing that so many people are very interested in this issue, Alvin did not reject everyone, and Quan regarded it as a small talk. Let's answer Chio's first question first. Is Andrus really that powerful? The answer is yes. Andrus is really a very powerful wizard. According to historical records, he was an excellent duel master at that time, and he was undefeated. Also, he is a very forthright sorcerer who will not fight ruthlessly in every duel and will warmly invite each other to taste delicious food and wine together after victory. 35. Others were also very fascinated when they heard this. A heroic man with a bold smile and unrestrained smile appeared in their minds and warmly greeted the opponents and audiences who were defeated by him to come to their home to hold a banquet. And are there any other famous wizards? All the little eagles were intrigued by Alvin and couldn't wait to hear the deeds of other great wizards. Michael Corner winked and handed Alvin a glass of lemonade, beckoning the boss to drink tea. Alvin gave him a satisfied look, took the lemonade to moisten his throat, and continued to explain. Actually, the most familiar are the 4 founders who founded Hogwarts, and their fame and strength are also well known in the history of magic. Hearing this, the rest of the people are also proud. After all, they are still very proud to be able to study in such a school. Then, Alvin, among these 4 founders, who is the strongest? A little wizard asked this question, and the others discussed it all at once. Definitely the Lady Ravenclaw, who founded our academy. But Slytherin is a famous dark wizard in history, and Lady Ravenclaw may not be his opponent. Should be Gryffindor, and finally the school, where Gryffindor kicked Slytherin out. 99. Everyone has their own opinions, and no one can convince anyone. Finally, they turned their attention to Alvin. Seeing that everyone had finished discussing, Alvin also came to his own conclusion. I think, at that time, the strongest wizard should be Gryffindor. Hogwarts, a school history clearly records that Gryffindor was the most outstanding duelist in that era, and he was also a legilimency master. The sorting hat we use today is Gryffindor's. Relic. 99. In fact, these are all what Alvin heard from Slytherin and Ravenclaw. Lady Ravenclaw once said something similar to Alvin. She said that Gryffindor is like Ares, the god of war in the wizarding world, and no one can match him except Merlin. Alvin, Can Headmaster Dumbledore be compared to these great wizards? Alvin once asked Slytherin this question, and at that time Slytherin said without hesitation that he was inferior to Gryffindor in a head-to-head duel. 1.0 Not even in history has a master as proficient in wizarding duels as Gryffindor. As a former friend, Slytherin is undoubtedly the person who knows Gryffindor best, and he evaluates Gryffindor magic as gorgeous and aggressive. Hearing Alvin's well-founded inferences, everyone agreed with him. Cho asked another question that made everyone curious, and everyone looked at Alvin eagerly, waiting for his answer. However, Slytherin did not show weakness, and if he was playing in the dark, he could use curses or magic circles, and 3 Gryffindors were not enough for him. Certainly, Alvin answered without hesitation. However, my father said that ancient times were the most splendid era of magical civilization, and many powerful magics have been lost in modern times. 35. A little wizard from a pureblood family said weakly, and won the approval of many people. They have all heard similar remarks, which seems to have become the consensus of the magic world. Alvin shook his head. In fact, he also knew this from the beginning. The present is not as good as the past, and it is the norm in many high-energy worlds. But when Alvin studied magic more deeply, he discovered that the magic world is actually developing continuously. Actually, many people think that the present is not as good as the past because there are fewer and fewer types of magic, and it is difficult for us to come into contact with those powerful magics, right? All the little wizards nodded in unison and complained at once. Yeah, I'm in 5th grade now, and the strongest spells I've learned are actually iron armor spells and disarming spells. I'm in 7th grade. It's not the same, but the proficiency requirements are higher. Alvin also knew the status quo. In fact, it should be old Deng who took the blame. After Voldemort cursed, the students never met any reliable curse teachers. Most of everyone's defense against the dark arts is made through self-study. Alvin waved his hand to signal everyone to be quiet, and he was the one who spoke. If you often go to the Forbidden Area, you'll find that many powerful spells are still preserved and integrated into the modern magic system. For example, the Shield of Achilles is the strongest defensive spell known so far, and even Voldemort can use the spell, which shows its power. Everyone shuddered when they heard Alvin mention the man's name, but they were quickly attracted by the magic that Alvin introduced. The Shield of Achilles is also a powerful defensive magic invented by Andrus. As long as you still have the courage to fight, this shield will not be broken. Of course, this is just an exaggeration, but his defense is still unquestionable. A little wizard was already itching and couldn't wait to ask Alvin, "Is this magic difficult to learn?" "This is inevitable, otherwise, why would it be placed in the Forbidden Area? But some senior students can try it, although it can't be indestructible, but it will be much better than the iron armor spell." After listening to Alvin's suggestion, several senior students were eager to find time to go to the Forbidden Book area to find out. So, it's not that wizards are getting weaker, it's that our era is not so dangerous, so everyone naturally puts their energy on some assisted living magic. Like the cleansing spell, it is a very practical spell, and it was also invented by people in modern times. 27. And Dumbledore, Grindelwald, and Voldemort are among the top wizards in history. Alvin is not raising them, but it seems that there is no legendary powerhouse in this world. The wizards like Lao Deng, who have entered the pseudo-legend and have walked a certain distance forward, can indeed be called top-notch. Well, although Alvin doesn't look down on the pattern of Voldemort, he has to admit that Voldemort's accomplishments in black magic have surpassed Dumbledore and Grindelwald. He also invented a lot of powerful black magic, such as Voldemort's hand to convert Quirrell's vitality into magic when he fought against Alvin in the 1st grade. Alvin has never seen records in books. Also, he can fly freely without the aid of tools and switch back and forth between the black fog and the entity. These are things that no one has ever done before, which is enough to prove his talent. No wonder Lao Deng called him the best student before Alvin. Okay, it's getting late. Everyone should go back and rest. Alvin looked at his watch and found that it was nearly 12 o'clock, and he didn't want to talk anymore. When everyone heard Alvin say this, although they were still a little unfulfilled, they all dispersed. The next day, Alvin's remarks about wizards set off a wave in the school. Countless little wizards went to inquire about the deeds of the great wizards of ancient and modern times, and those who had good things even made a ranking for these people. However, everyone has their own different preferences, and the rankings are also very different, which is not convincing. Even professors were involved, especially Professor Binns, who was asked by many students in his class about the lives of these wizards. Professor Binns is also very happy. These questions are different from the legends of a secret room, and they all have a history to test. He has recently replaced the History of Magic course with one-by-one character lectures, and it has become very popular. When he learned that this was the ethos brought by Alvin, he also added 20 points to Ravenclaw for the first time. You must know that Professor Binns has been at Hogwarts for hundreds of years, the first time since he became a ghost. Alvin didn't care about this. He just talked a little more on a whim that day, and he didn't think about causing any trouble. He has one very important thing to do now. That is to tell Lupin about Sirius. Yes, he has never done it. The reason is, he forgot. He didn't remember this matter until Sirius contacted him yesterday. During this time, Sirius has been doing things like Peter. With the activated Marauder's map, Alvin came outside Lupin's office and knocked on the door softly. However, because of Bella and his own escape from prison, and the incident of Buckbeak's injury, he has not made any waves. A cloud of ink appeared in the middle of the smooth parchment, and a streak stretched out around it. He used the special spell that Sirius taught himself, and sure enough, he saw Peter Pettigrew's name in Gryffindor's bedroom, so he quietly stayed by Ron's side. Finally, Sirius, who couldn't help himself, also sent a message to Alvin, asking him when he would do it. Alvin also had to sigh. Sirius and the others were able to complete such exquisite alchemy tools when they were students, which can be said to be extremely talented. Found the twins and learned that they had given Harry the Marauder's map, and Alvin asked Harry to lend him the Marauder's map again. Pointing the wand on the parchment, Alvin whispered a liberation spell. 66. I solemnly swear that I have done nothing good. Please come in. Lupin's voice came from inside the door, and Alvin pushed in. Seeing Alvin's arrival, Lupin was also very surprised, but he still warmly welcomed Alvin. The two were sitting on the sofa specially designed to receive guests, and Lupin also asked about Alvin's intentions. Gaunt, what's the matter with you today? Lupin's expression was a little nervous. From his tenure at Hogwarts to the present, he had some understanding of Alvin. If nothing else, the wolf poison potion that he was drinking every month was invented by the other party. Talented, and always responding. These are the words used to describe Alvin and his place at Hogwarts. Today the other party came to him alone. Could it be that his werewolf identity has been exposed? Also, since the other party can develop the wolf poison medicine, it shows that the understanding of werewolves is already very deep. In addition, the relationship between Alvin and Snape is also very strong, and today he must come to expose himself. But being able to hide from Alvin for most of the semester, Lupin felt that he was already very proud and couldn't ask for anything more. Thinking of this, Lupin sighed, leaned on the sofa, and said resignedly, Alvin, come on, I won't resist. Alvin? 3 huge question marks emerged from his head. From the moment he sat here, Lupin's complexion was the same as if he had changed his face, changing from blue to purple. Finally, he said something so ambiguous. I don't know that Alvin, who Lupin has made up for a big drama, just thinks that he seems to be seriously ill. Ignoring Lupin's inexplicability, Alvin took out the Marauder's map and gave it to Lupin. Lupin's face turned pale when he saw the Marauder's map. He didn't expect that Alvin knew him so well that he actually got this thing. Professor Lupin, no, Mr. Moonface. I suggest you take a look at this Marauder's map. You may find some surprises in Gryffindor's dorm. Taking the Marauder's map suspiciously, Lupin quickly found the surprise that Alvin said. His face changed and he shouted, Peter Pettigrew? After more than 10 years, he didn't expect to see his friend's name again. What's going on here? Didn't Peter die in those years? Seeing the incredible look on Lupin's face, Alvin also smiled and explained his agreement with Sirius and the facts of the year. So you mean that Peter is the murderer who killed James and the others, and Sirius has been wronged for more than 10 years? Lupin stood up with a rub, and he was completely lost. But he is now certain of one thing: Peter is still alive. Then the things that were already on the table have become complicated. Where is Sirius now? I want to see him. 5. He didn't listen to the words of Alvin's family. He wanted to see Sirius and ask carefully about the events of the year. He's waiting for us in the Screaming Shack right now, and if Professor Lupin has nothing to do, we'll go now. Alvin also stood up. He wanted to solve this matter quickly, and he would sleep with Nagini when he went back. Lupin followed Alvin through a secret passage to Hogsmeade. When he saw the Screaming Shack, Lupin stopped, looking at this room with complicated expressions. The four of them once had a happy memory here, but now they are different. James died, Sirius was captured, Peter stayed at the Weasleys for more than 10 years, and he was adrift for half his life. Okay, Professor, let's go in quickly. 35. Alvin urged on the side. He has no time, to accompany Lupin here. At this time, Sirius was pacing back and forth anxiously in the room, and when he saw the two entering, he immediately became very excited. Remus, Sirius. The two walked quickly together and hugged. Friends who haven't seen for more than 10 years naturally want to have a good chat. When Sirius told Lupin all the details of the year, Lupin also completely believed in Sirius. Totally on their side. So, what do we do next? Sirius looked at Alvin, waiting for his next move. Alvin rubbed his chin, thought for a moment, and then made a decision. Next weekend will be the last time in Hogsmeade this term, and I'll bring Harry and Ron with me. At that time, we will tell him the truth, control Peter Pettigrew, and then go to Dumbledore together, which will also have credibility. 99. Lupin and Sirius both nodded, approving his suggestion. Afterwards, several people discussed the details again, and finally agreed that Lupin would not appear at the beginning and hide in the dark to prevent Peter Pettigrew from escaping. Although Alvin would like to say that there is absolutely no need for this, with his strength, even 10 Petit Star Peters can't escape. But for the sake of seeing the two of them working so hard, let them have some sense of participation. After the business was finished, Alvin also left Lupin directly, and he returned to Hogwarts. After Alvin left, Sirius' face also became solemn. Lupin, what do you think of him? Who? Gaunt? Lupin quickly understood that Sirius was referring to Alvin, and he thought about his words. Alvin is probably the most gifted wizard of all time, and even the you-know-who can't compare. I mean, as a person, you are his professor and should have more time to get to know him than I do. Sirius always has some light defenses against Alvin. Not because he was afraid that Alvin would be bad for him, but because Alvin was just too mysterious, and he was such a close friend to Harry. He had to worry about Harry's safety. Patting Sirius on the shoulder, Lupin said comfortingly, "Don't worry, Sirius. Gaunt's behavior is obvious to all at school, and you will feel lucky to be his friend, but to be his enemy, it will be your nightmare." The last sentence, Lupin already has the meaning of warning. He is not worried about Alvin, but is worried about Sirius. Just because of the two patron saints last time, Sirius and himself are not his opponents at all. Hearing what Lupin said, although Sirius still had some scruples, he could only nod his head. It's been 2 months since I last saw Ravenclaw. Alvin also went to the room of requirement with Ms. Grey, as agreed. After entering, Alvin hadn't taken out the crystal ball, and the whole room had undergone great changes. It became the same scene as the last time the two met, and Ms. Ravenclaw also appeared in front of Alvin and Ms. Grey. "Mother." Madame Grey choked, her form a little erratic. "Helena, welcome home." Looking at his daughter with a smile, Ravenclaw's eyes were full of tenderness. At this moment, Ravenclaw is not the wisest witch, not the founder of Ravenclaw. She is just a mother who is looking forward to her children returning home. Alvin wisely left the room, leaving the space to the mother and daughter. Came to the door of the Griffin Lounge, and today he made an appointment with Harry and Ron to go to Hogsmeade together. "Good afternoon, Ron, Harry." When they came out of Sir Cadogan's portrait, Alvin said hello, looking at Ron's bulging pocket. Ban is also there. Today, he is the protagonist and must not be absent. "Good afternoon, Alvin. Don't you have to accompany Hermione and the others today?" Harry said with a smile, and asked Hermione where they were going. They went to the Wenrenju quill shop to pick up a batch of quills today. I'm not interested in those, so I just took you to play. This time I'll take you to a fun place. 35. Alvin spoke mysteriously, making the two curious, but Alvin did not reveal any information along the way. Arriving at the Screaming Shack, Ron shivered a little. Alvin, is the Screaming Shack the fun place you're talking about? I've heard of this place, and some senior students said that it used to be haunted and there would be terrifying screams in the middle of the night. You'll know when you go in. Alvin didn't refute, just pulled the two of them and went inside. The first time he entered the room, Harry saw the big black dog that he remembered freshly and staggered back 2 steps. Ron felt movement in his pocket. His mouse jumped out of his pocket like crazy and ran frantically towards the outside. Ban. Where are you going, Scabbers? Ron shouted, trying to get Scabbers back. All petrochemical. An extremely fast petrification spell fixed Ban, and Alvin picked up his finger, and the mouse flew in front of him. However, out of disgust, he did not catch it, but directly let him fall on the dilapidated floor. Thank you so much, Alvin. You know, Scabbers may have been confused. Before Ron could finish his words of gratitude, Alvin cut him off. No, Ron. You'll thank me more in a moment. 39. Just when Ron was a little confused, the black dog stood upright and quickly turned into a wizard. Wearing a pure black wizard's robe with a silver edge, the originally messy hair and beard have also been carefully trimmed, and the charm of a mature middle-aged man blows. The corners of Alvin's mouth twitched, and Sirius even dressed up. Is it because you want to meet your godson and make a good first impression? It's a pity that Harry didn't appreciate it. He recognized Sirius at first sight, and the eyes behind the glasses instantly turned blood red. Accept your weapons. Sirius, who was about to open his mouth to speak, didn't react at all and was hit by a red beam of light. He took a few steps back, and his wand also spun and flew into Harry's hand. Thank you, Alvin, for giving me a chance for revenge. Harry looked at Alvin gratefully, his hands shaking with excitement. Ever since he knew that Blake was the murderer of his parents, Harry had always wanted revenge on Blake. Now, he finally defeated Blake and avenged his parents. Alvin. Did he think so? Why can't I fix myself a little bit? No, Harry. Alvin and Blake are together. Compared to Harry, who had not yet figured out the situation, Ron understood something, grabbed Harry, and ran out. It's all petrified. Alvin is another 2 petrification spells, immobilizing the 2, and there is some helplessness in his words. Ron, don't make trouble. Harry, don't get too excited. Let me finish. 99. Harry, what you heard at the Leaky Cauldron, the process is generally correct, except that Blake did not betray your parents. It was Peter Pettigrew who betrayed your parents. The petrification spell that Alvin casts is very subtle, controlling the 2's mobility, but they can also speak. Harry couldn't help roaring. Peter Pettigrew? He went after Black alone to avenge my parents and was brutally killed by Black. How can you wrong him? Professors McGonagall and Professor Flitwick made it very clear at the time that Blake was the one who killed my parents. Alvin, if you still consider me your friend, let me go. I'm going to kill Blake. Alvin had long expected Harry's reaction, but the expression of Sirius on the side was very painful. Strictly speaking, he did kill James and Lily, and Harry was right. Alvin controlled Scabbers to float in the air and explained to them, I know you won't believe me just saying that, so I brought another client here. Sirius nodded again and again. Harry, the truth of the matter is not what you know. Trust Alvin, he won't hurt you. Aren't you best friends? Harry saw that Blake's attitude towards him was not as chasing after him as the newspaper said, and his eyes were full of guilt. And with Alvin being so good to him and helping him beat Voldemort away in the first year, why would he partner with Black against him? It wasn't Harry blowing it, just because Alvin wanted to deal with him. One look is enough. Ron quit. Alvin, do you mean my Scabbers is Peter Pettigrew? 95. Ban is just a mouse. He has lived in my house for many years. We eat together, take a bath together, and even sleep with me hugging him. No one knows Scabbers better than me. He's definitely not Peter Pettigrew.
10.
Ron's words were full of grief. Scabbers, his best friend, is now slandered by Alvin as a stinky man. He can't take it. Growing up, Ron was definitely the worst Weasley family. From food to use, the brothers have always used the rest, and he has never been taken seriously. Bill and Percy are academic masters, and Bill is the Quidditch captain. Even the twins are pistachios in the family. And he, Ron, was just the most ordinary little wizard, and he didn't have any outstanding features. Even now people call him Harry's friend, Alvin's friend. Really small, as an ant. Only Banban, when Percy doesn't want Banban, Banban has been by his side all the time. Like himself, he is an inconspicuous and ignored existence. So, even if Alvin said this today, and there are such vicious criminals as Black, he will fight against them loudly. Alvin, you must be mistaken, Scabbers is a mouse. The tone was so humble that Harry, who was next to him, couldn't listen anymore, and he looked at his little friend sympathetically. Poor Ron, what it's like to be intimidated by Alvin's lewdness. Alvin shrugged. I'd better show you the evidence, or you won't give up. The palms were flat, and a mass of magic power poured out from the palms, wrapping Banban floating in the air, and at the same time releasing the petrification spell. Banban, who was shrouded in a cloud of demonic mist, let out a shrill scream. At the same time, his limbs continued to stretch, and the characteristics of a mouse gradually faded. A bald, chunky, wretched middle-aged man appeared in front of Harry and Ron, who were already stunned. Little, Pettigrew Peter. Harry stammered and said that since he knew about his parents, he had checked some information about Peter, so he recognized the man in front of him at a glance. It was Peter Pettigrew. Ron felt that his worldview had collapsed, and he now wanted to die. The mouse who had been sleeping with him was actually a man, a middle-aged bald man. I slept with a man for so many years.
Long time no see, Sirius.
With his hands in front of him, Peter Pettigrew smiled awkwardly at Sirius, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth, which was very disgusting.
Boom.
Peter was directly punched to the ground by Sirius, followed by a stormy attack. Peter, do you know how I got here all these years? You filthy bug. How dare you betray me? Betray James. Sirius cursed while punching. With every punch, he used all the strength of his whole body, and within a few seconds, Peter was beaten to the ground and bloodied. Help me.
Help me.
Blake is going to kill him. Peter Pettigrew's cry echoed in the screaming shack, and he had no room to fight back when he was under control. Although he looked down on this kind of traitor, Alvin still separated the two. Otherwise, Sirius really killed Peter Pettigrew, and it would be troublesome. Professor Lupin, you can come out. He can't run. Alvin shouted to the door, and after a few seconds Lupin appeared in front of everyone. Peter Pettigrew, as if he had seen a savior, wailed like Lupin for help. Remus, save me. Black, he's going to kill me. Lupin looked at him with a complicated expression. Peter, if Sirius really did it back then and you escaped from him, why didn't you come to me? To Dumbledore? Peter Pettigrew, who asked in one sentence, was speechless. This is his biggest flaw. If he is really innocent, then after Sirius is caught, he can stand up, seek Dumbledore's asylum, and then enjoy the glory. Professor Lupin. Harry was also numb when he saw Lupin. Too many things happened at once today. Although he didn't know what it had to do with Lupin, it was no longer important. His brain was completely useless. However, Alvin, Lupin, and Black all said that Peter was the real murderer, so Harry naturally preferred his friends and teachers. Peter Pettigrew became even more panicked when he saw that everyone was on Sirius' side. He rolled and crawled to Ron's side. Kind child, kind master, I'm your good friend, good pet. We spend so much time together. You will definitely believe me, right? 5. He didn't say it was okay. As soon as he said it, the image of him sleeping with Peter Pettigrew in his arms appeared in Ron's mind. Vomit. Ron couldn't take it any longer and ran to the corner and vomited. Alvin glanced at Ron sympathetically. If it were himself and a man. Forget it. I can't think about it anymore. I can't help but feel sick when I think about Alvin. Ron, you see now why I said you'd thank me for a while. Ron shivered all over, remembering what Alvin just said, and his heart became very complicated. Alvin, I really thank you. Harry, now that Peter Pettigrew is in your hands, you can do whatever you want with him. Sirius looked at Harry and gave him the decision. As James' son, Harry is the one with the most power to do so. Harry shook his head. We'd better hand him over to Dumbledore, to the Ministry of Magic, to bring him to justice, and then clear your name, Sirius. 35. Sirius patted Harry's shoulder in relief. James, your son has grown up. Lupin reminded them. Dumbledore is almost out of school this semester, and I don't know when he'll be back. It's all right, Remus, as long as this guy Peter stays with us. Unraveling the knot, Sirius also became a lot more optimistic. This is a gadget he invented, which is used for Arya to detain prisoners, and she has 2 sets on her body. I didn't expect it to come in handy today. Seeing that the matter was resolved, Alvin put a bracelet on Peter Pettigrew. Harry shuddered. Alvin always had these horrible magic items. Until the Ministry of Magic washes away his grievances, Sirius can appear above Harry's side. Harry looked at his movements curiously and asked. He returned the wand to Sirius, and several people agreed that Lupin was responsible for guarding Peter Pettigrew, while Sirius needed to hide for a while. Just as the few were about to leave, a red light hit Sirius straight, and the powerful impact instantly knocked him flying and slammed into the wall ruthlessly. The magic bracelet. The wizard who wears it cannot use magic power, not even with a wand. What 1.0 is this?
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.